in the Riley Cotton Special. And very quickly into the gate.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to Wiscombe Park on behalf of the Vintage Sports Car Club for its annual Speed Hillclimb. We've got a tremendous eclectic entry of vehicles here, including a steam car that one or two of you may have seen go up a couple of three times this morning, and that will be exciting to watch later on. Very different spectacle to that which we'll see with our slightly more conventional cars, although we have such a broad spectrum of machines that I guess nothing in the VSCC line is viewed as conventional all these years later. My name is Marcus Pipe, and I have George Loveridge alongside me in the commentary box here. We're overlooking the start line and the run up to Wiz Corner, and then we see the cars across the meadow effectively, and we can then follow them on live streaming, which takes us all the way through the undulating curves up through the Bluebells to the first of our hairpins at Sawbench, right-hander, up the finish straight in inverted commas to hairpin left, which takes them over the line just after Martini Corner. It's a very challenging hill. It's been in operation since 1958, and it is one that is a great favourite with VSCC competitors, George.
It is indeed. Thank you, Marcus. Good morning to everyone out there today, and good morning to everyone watching on the live stream. Very important for us to be sharing beyond the hills of Wiscombe. So yeah, as you say, very popular amongst VSCC attendees. You say it's pretty much a full house today for the second round of the Speed Championship. We're at Kerborough last week, where my dad Guy was commentating, but this week we're at Wiscombe.
Yeah, very different set of parameters from Kerborough to Wiscombe. Kerborough essentially flat.
A flat sprint, yes.
A flat sprint, although a twisty one.
Twisty indeed.
But here you actually have a lot of elevation change, both in the early part of the hill, then especially towards the top in the upper reaches. So the first event here run way back in 1958. I was 2.5 months old, and strangely I wasn't here, although I had been to Silverstone by that stage.
Well, it's nice to see a lot of other young attendees today, whether they're below the age of retirement or below the age of attending school. We've got plenty of age groups here today. Now, from where we're sat overlooking the start, where most of the spectators are, you can see some of the gradient changes. For example, the tyre warming area is on a downhill slope. which makes an interesting the car getting away from you, whereas the start is on a deceptive upward rise. So
yes, that's right. It's although it's only a short run to Wisk Corner, you see some of the local aces just kind of tacking a wheel kind of tactically over the curb on the inside, and others take a deeper line to get the earlier squirt on the power to get out. So we're going to go into our second practice runs now.
Indeed.
Qualifying, as people call it these days, don't they, in terms of modern motorsport. We don't like that. We just stick to practice. It's official practice.
Yeah, as the cars hold on to first gear as long as they can into the first corner. A lot of attendees, such as Clyde Bergman in his Austin 7, he likes to position the car as far right as possible to have a nice diagonal line. As car number 2, the Austin 7 Gordon England, Jonathan Lazel takes a line.
Yeah, first car away then in the second set. Everyone to run through twice, if at all possible. The one or two haven't run yet. I know there was a couple of competitors talking in the paddock about fixing a little problem with their shared car. They might just get one run in each before quali finishes, and we go into the proper timed runs, on the basis of which the awards are decided. But as you say, Jonathan Lazel on his way up towards Sawbench hairpin. It's a great vista that through past those Bluebells.
Yeah, this time of year really complements everything, doesn't it?
And it's a good surface. It's very well maintained here.
Certainly better than coming into the circuit. Plenty of potholes, but when you get onto the competitive surface, it's a lot smoother.
Yeah, they don't compete on the potholes. That's fine. Next of our runners is en route, and that is the number 3 car, Robert Rhodes, with the Austin 7 EA Sports rep.
And we are aware the first time for the second practice run, we've got a 6.6.90, so 3 seconds quicker on his first practice run. That's what it's all about, gradually getting quicker, and he's actually blitzed his handicap by nearly 5 seconds already, so next time it'll be a lot harder for him to get close to his handicap.
Yeah, that's right. It's once you started threatening your handicaps, you find they tighten up quite dramatically for subsequent events. We've got a lovely selection of Austin 7s in this class. We tend to have 2 cars on the hill at any one time, and should there be an issue, then marshals pop a red flag out as the red flags come back down the hill to stop the next competitor, to allow the safe evacuation of the vehicle from the course. 4 rounds the hairpin, and that is Richard Butterworth in the Austin 7, time 65, going back to 1934.
And of course the marshals do a cracking job for us at every VSCC event, so if you see them queuing for a burger or queuing for the loo, let them go ahead. They're the reason we're here, more so than the cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday we had quite an unusual number of stoppages, with mainly due to mechanical recalcitrance, and we had a shortened lunch hour, and the marshals were prioritised very nicely.
Well, as car number 7 finishes the hill in a time of 57.28, a second quicker than his first practice run. It's not all about the numbers, but it gets very competitive against yourself when you're within seconds of your own time.
And many competitors come here with no victory speech penned, don't they? They just they're here to have some fun.
Oh,
and if they go quicker than they went last time they were here, that's what it's all about. It's that progression.
If you can get home in your bed at the end of the day and say you've had a good day, then that is indeed a good day, regardless of times in my eyes.
Yep, if you've tried hard and enjoyed your day out, among friends with similar types of car and in a very convivial paddock setting, such as we get with the Vintage Sports Car Club, then all well and good.
Yeah, the atmosphere is almost unmatched. You can't get this close very often.
Was that the Fiat Palio I saw go up?
He did in the glorious gloss white finish. Looking to... he's 10 seconds from his handicap at the moment.
It's in the colour of Bianco Corsa.
And it completes at a 7.3.65.
Yep, and the first of our Rileys comes up now. It's David Keefe with the Riley Brooklands, several of them in this class. And
within this class we have Harry Baxter driving the HRG. That's a car to look out for in your programme. Harry made his debut last year with the club. Of course, his dad is a very familiar name with the club, so Harry's hot on his heels, I think, in terms of championships.
And he was out yesterday in the William Mahaney HRG.
Nice.
And so he got a little bit of practice in then. Next generation racer.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about.
Terribly enthusiastic. The car is beautiful. It's a car that's done quite a lot of winning over the years, both on speed events and in circuit racing.
Yeah, we mentioned Pembury earlier, and that HRG was out at Pembury in the pouring rain, absolute pouring rain. So it's nice to see it staying dry today. Fingers crossed, as Harry makes his way to the tyre warming area.
The owner of that car was based abroad and only came back to kind of compete occasionally when possible with the VSCC, certainly at the Castle Combe Autumn Classic. 15 Simon Thorpe around Sawbench on the top straight now. Another of the Rileys. Where would the VSCC be without Rileys?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a meeting without them. Speaking of which, we had a very close contender for the fastest practice session earlier, both in Rileys. Michael James was at 49.85 in the Cotton Special. Was gradually pipped by Ian Baxter in the Alta, posting a 46.34, our fastest practice run thus far.
The ERA wasn't hanging around this morning with David Morris, ERA R11B, the 1936 Cork Grand Prix winner.
Well, have you ever heard of an ERA not hanging around? It's kind of their job. Speaking of hanging around, we have car number 15, Simon Thorpe, just failed just before the finish line.
That's just stopped out of Sawbench there on one picture, and we can see. I think the next one has been flagged. Yeah, it looks.
I think it was Roland Woodley in the Riley Brooklands.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he's posted this time, so yeah, it must be Simon. It is a Riley Brooklands. As the marshals make their way just to deal with the issue or inform the other driver of what the hold-up is. So Harry will have to sit patiently on the start line, watching the oil pressure, watching the engine temperature, most importantly.
Maybe just even switching it off.
Well,
for
that old
adage,
never switch it off when it's hot. You think, will it go again? Or we've both competed, and it's the thing of when there's a stoppage, do you think it's just being at the light, putting it in neutral? Do you think, is it worth it?
Watch that gauge like a hawk, whatever it is, whatever type of vehicle you're in, it's always a different story. But you certainly yesterday wouldn't want to have stopped too many of the 500s, but they did. They did have an unusually difficult day in high temperatures.
Yes. Well, today there's a slight crispness in the air when the sun goes in, which costs the carburetted engines love. Amazing that Silverstone at our first meeting of the season, it was like today, it was warm. I've never done a warm Silverstone before. For those that have been, it's always very cold, whether they're in August or April.
I did a very warm Silverstone in 1999, the Silverstone Classic as it was. I was in the next John Surtees Grand Prix Lola.
Oh.
And then the temperature was up in the very high 80s, and we had to wring my balaclava out in freezing cold water,
doesn't surprise me.
which is very good, and pour about half a gallon of water down the back of my overalls
just to stay
before I went
cool.
out. And that actually makes a massive difference on a hot day.
Yeah, well,
the cool
it'll stay with you.
balaclava. Yeah.
Well, Nigel Dowding has the flag was out, so he will presumably get another run at the end of this batch.
Yeah, I'm sure.
As it wasn't his fault that he couldn't complete.
Yeah, but the car at the top is cleared. There looks to be just a little line of something on the track.
Some sawdust down.
Then again, that may be from our previous.
The Marshall's special white powder to fix any problem. Well, there's a few nods between Marshalls as it looks like the red flags will come in a moment.
We're being watched from Finland.
Hello.
Pasi Mekkonen. Hello back.
Well, Pasi says he doesn't appreciate new cars, but those old cars just do something and they're timeless with their culture and their feelings. Great to see them out and about. Well, thank you for watching.
VSCC's fame certainly spread far and wide.
Well, I will just check while we've got this pause to see how many people are watching on the live stream. We've got plenty of spectators as well. It's always nice to check in online. 53 people watching online. That's nice, isn't it? So hello to all of you guys.
That'll build during the day till we get into the real competition runs.
Allegedly, there were up to 10,000 people watching the 500 yesterday on the live stream, which is quite impressive.
Wait till the Silverstone Festival in August when there's going to be a full grid of 60 plus.
Oh well, Harry's being brought backwards. Not his fault entirely, just so they can presumably bring the other cars. Yeah, Nigel Dowding's making his way back down the hill, so I'll imagine they might give him another run straight away, given that they've moved Harry.
Yeah, that would be sensible, because then keeps that flow going through the programme. A couple of cars, I believe, coming down.
Yeah, despite this being Harry fairly new to sprinting and hill climbing, he's done plenty of trials over the years, both as a bouncer and a driver, which as a bouncer on a trial, it's very important. You've got the driver keeping the right foot.
The driver of car 103. 103 comes to the race control building. That's the white building. That's the tent area. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Trial a very different or diametrically opposed discipline to this. Still involves quite a lot of climbing.
Yes.
But talk us through it. I've never been on one.
Well, a trial, they're very cold because they're usually over the winter months, especially the Lakeland trial. But you've got the driver keeping his foot in it at all times. Meanwhile, the passengers bounce around like mad to distribute the weight across the back axle. And you'd be surprised how much further you can get. And most trials are ranked based on a point system. So if you can get 3/4 of the way up, you might get 15 points. Then 16, 17, 18, 19, depending on how far you go. And they always have colloquial names, like Nanny's Peep is a nice one up on the lakes. But yeah, it's nice to see a lot of Austin 7s, particularly with the larger spoke wheels, do racing, hill climbing, sprinting and trialling.
Nigel Dowding has turned round in the red Riley, and he will be heading back down.
He's heading straight back down. Yes, he was out at Silverstone. Was Nigel very competitive in that car? Well, in his first practice run, he was 5 seconds away from the handicap, so hopefully this time he gets a nice clear run. Of course, the taped-up headlights, one of the advisories to compete with the VSCC, not a requirement like the catch tanks. But in
this
case
was always the way in the 1950s and 60s when. Before you went racing probably in a road car, you had to tape up the lights, and then someone came round with some Plimsoll white and wrote a number on the window or the door.
It just looks cool. I was doing a track day in a 1956 Morgan this time last month, and I didn't need to tape up the lights, but it looks period correct in my eyes, makes it look a bit more racy. Speaking of racy, Nigel Dowding isn't hanging about.
Here he comes up to the gate.
Yeah,
turns in. The contrast in light yesterday was very marked between the sunshine and the open, and then the darker view
the
through
shade
the trees.
Through the trees, yeah.
But it changed. It kind of evolved during the day, obviously, as the sun went out.
Absolutely. Well, Harry's away as well, much anticipated. 3.29 over the bridge, so 3 seconds from the start line to the bridge. Clinging on to first as long as he can. That's why a lot of cars swing the back end round the first corners there. all the powers on the back axle.
Normally put down here after the first 64 feet, isn't it? The first
Yes.
timing brake. And there's another one I saw. There's a split just after the gate up into the trees.
Speaking of under the trees, it sounds like the rain has begun. I don't know what it's like in Finland, but here at Wiscombe Park, the rain has started, but the sun still remains.
In fact, coming out a bit brighter, so hopefully it'll chase the dampness away. Fortunately, our hardy spectators know better than to turn
Yes.
up short of clothes. And
Well, Harry is just making his way to the end in a 60.69, which is slightly slow, but fair enough, because it was dry when he started and wet when he finished. So very precautious in a practice run. We like that, Harry. Nice one.
just builds the experience bank, doesn't it, for later. You know, the conditions can be anything.
Yeah, changing
later in the afternoon, but he had a bit of a.
It'll start
feel.
to get, if it carries on like this, I'd use the adjective greasy, perhaps, because the hill would have been fairly warm. Do feel somewhat guilty sat in our ivory tower up here as the rain comes down.
It's a blue tower with an ivory roof, isn't it?
Nonetheless, David Saxall in his Riley TT Sprite, he decided last season that was to be his hill climb and sprint car. Yes, well, Derek in the Wolseley Hornet car number 21 managed a 77.58, so 5 seconds off his first practice, but again, the changing conditions will have been a factor for that. As Sue Derbyshire flies away from the line, very competitive runner, Sue Derbyshire, well known within the club.
Yeah, she's a brilliant racer. Watching Sue at speed on circuits and speed events for donkey's years now, and always gives absolutely everything.
She does, and she's wearing overalls today as opposed to leathers, because of course now you can wear, in a VSCC event, you can wear leathers or the conventional race baby grow, if you like.
Complicated to get the three-wheel Morgan round the hairpin at Sawbench. You take quite a wide approach into it because the lock is not that tight. You've got that tail dragger wheel at the back.
Of course, the right foot helps with steering a lot in a three-wheeler. Well, David Saxall has blitzed his first practice time by 8 seconds, that to post a 53.02. So the rain's clearly not putting him off this morning.
It's unusual but very attractive livery, that car, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's cheerful, the almost Valencia blue. And the first Nash of the second practice runs makes its way up the hill.
As I drove out yesterday evening from the 500 Owners Association meeting, there was a Nash behind me on the hill, so I pulled off into the slot at Wiscombe, waved past just so I could see it have a go. There were of course vehicles up ahead, so it wasn't going quickly at all. But it's just nice to see that sight line through the S's on the way to Sawbench.
The narrower rear track making for an interesting experience for anyone.
Yeah.
And there we go. Yep. Swinging it round. Sue Derbyshire posting a 53.02. So just slightly slower than her first practice, but that's not a problem. Still two more runs to count this afternoon. If you're new to this sort of discipline, we get 2 practice runs, as Marcus was saying earlier.
Only one rear wheel on the Morgan, which makes quite a big difference, I'd have thought.
It does, it will do. Well, I spoke to Sue at Silverstone when she was on the podium, and they've only just finished rebuilding that engine. So this is probably, if she was at Kerber last week, this will only be its second run out, freshly rebuilt. Well, Matthew Moore in the Nash Supersports, posting 62.54.
It's out yesterday in his newly acquired 500 VJR, which was a bit recalcitrant.
People in the VSCC like to have two different disciplines. That like a 500 to a Nash is very, very different.
The top end of his discipline, he's got a Ford Galaxy 500, 7 litres, hulking touring car from the early 60s.
Did that take to Chateau Impney the other year as well?
The purple one you've seen out before.
I've seen a. I remember at Chateau Impney the other year there was a Ford Galaxy with a sort of a disabled-esque aid on the steering wheel because he was winding the wheel so quickly his other hand couldn't. His other hand was to grab onto the quarter light to stop him sliding across the back seat. There's commitment and then there's that. Yeah, people are backing off somewhat from their first practice runs, but that's understandable. Now the rain seems to have stopped for now.
I think it's Rufus Flan on the run now. He's just got to the top, hasn't he? A very flashily painted crash helmet. Very modern in approach.
It's an expression, I think. Well, Rufus Flan, the aforementioned, posting a 53.66, 5 seconds ahead of his first practice run, which is nice.
Very good. And 30 Paul Ginnings now in the Ligonda 1680, rather more stately.
Yeah, speaking of
approach.
touring cars, yeah, definitely a comfortable run up the hill.
Certain amount of heft to this one. It's no lightweight.
Well, Graham White in the Lee Francis Hyper. Subtle blow of smoke from the exhaust.
Yes, they talk with great reverence of the modern hypercars at Le Mans, but the hypercars have been around since the 1920s.
They have. We almost need to keep reinventing the definition of a hypercar, because this the 1928 Lee Francis Hyper, just 20 years later, a standard saloon car would run rings around that iteration.
But now look at the sort of modern hot hatches, the sort of
exactly,
Toyota
scary.
Yaris Gazoo Racing or something like that.
From a 3-cylinder, it's bizarre.
So powerful, so quick, and renders all that goes before it pretty much obsolete in terms of speed events.
Well, the best sounding car of the meeting so far definitely has to be car 32, the BMW 328.
Dr. Vijay Mallya, formerly head of the Force India racing team.
Absolutely. At our race meeting, he was kind enough to give us some Kingfisher beer for the podium finishers.
Raced way back, took his Formula 1 ensign to the Madras Grand Prix at Shalaveram in the early 80s, racing against Formula Fords.
Wow, okay.
He had a very special Fiat 1100 as well,
Different.
built at Silverstone. Nothing to do with Italian engineering.
That's off Milton Keynes, you'd be amazed what's in people's sheds.
Was it Milton Keynes a couple of weeks ago? Passing through, you understand.
Someone has to. Someone has to.
Didn't even see the concrete cows this time.
Well, the BMW 60.18, so his handicap is 60 dead, so he's big. I reckon that'll be changed for his next outing.
That's approaching with work in progress this afternoon.
Absolutely. Well, the Lee Francis Hyper S-Type completes the hill in a 5.719. Again, a 2-second advantage over his previous time, knocking on his handicap of 56 seconds. So, again, I think the handicappers are on the money yet again. It makes my head hurt when they, especially for the handicap races we have. They do a good job.
All in the spirit of the great Ebby Ebblewhite from Brooklands.
Well, Erica Pilkington is on the hill in her Vauxhall.
famous Pilkington family based down here in South Devon.
Yeah, it must be nice to be local.
Absolutely. Richard and Tricia and their girls, all great competitors and great enthusiasts. From around the Totnes Motor Museum, didn't they, for
Nice.
a long time.
Well, she manages a 70.71. 2 seconds away from the handicap. Not bad at all, Erica. For the 4 litre Vauxhall.
It's the hallowed Vauxhall 3098s, of which there are 2 or 3 here.
And still yet more spectators flood through. Of course, if you miss the window when the classes change, you're on foot on the way down here. Roger Thorpe in his Vauxhall 79.01.
Now this very bright coloured 53s, the Railton Light Sports of John Fack, another great sporting family, but mainly sporting trials, the Fack family. Julian, John, Jerome, and you'll recall, you may not recall, because you're far too young, their facsimile trials cars.
No, I'm not familiar with those, no.
Yeah.
Well, this Railton, as you said, a very nice colour combination going on. We now have 3 cars on the hill at this time as Robert completes a 74.72 in the final Vauxhall from this class.
54 now en route. That's Jerome Fack with the Brough Superior Alpine GS 3.5 litre supercharged engine.
What a imposing title, sorry, Brough Superior Supercharged.
I wouldn't call it the Brough Inferior, would they?
No. Depending on its performance, yeah.
Oh, we've got a steam car. Ahoy.
Yeah, so on YouTube it'll look very dramatic as it does here in person. The steam pouring out. So you're saying back in the day this was knocking on the ton mark in land speed record territory?
I think the original was doing rather more than that, like 120, 130 miles an hour.
Back in 1905, that's pretty good.
On sand, and also they ran the dirt ovals in the States. White Company made about 10,000 steam cars for road use.
Considering that a Didion Bouton of the time was struggling to hit 20 miles an hour. It's quite the rocket ship.
Now this is going rather more
much better
quickly
than earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, this morning we were looking at 1:30, 1 minute, 1:28 times.
And it gobbles a gallon of water a mile.
Okay.
So it's a no-stop strategy here, which is fortunate.
Yeah, just switch it off when you get to the top. See, fortunately with Wiscombe, because we have no return road, so the batches have to come back at once, similar to Shelston Walsh and other hill climbs. But you can just about get by switching with the engine off on the way down, as these cars don't have brake servos, so you have the same amount of brakes with the ignition off, with the engine off.
A great shot, a great still.
Absolutely.
Towards Sawbench.
Yeah, as a keen photographer, I'm a bit envious that I can't get up to the top, but I'm happy in here for today. Now this is where the understeer comes into play. He's taking a much tighter line to combat that, but he's still borrowing a little bit. Yep, into the grass.
That's all right this time. All good this time.
That's because you took the parts away last time, didn't you?
The white racing car of Bob Dyke and Michael Dyke.
Well, yes, Bob Dyke in the white racing car, signals the end of our first batch of cars before you'll see them come back down. We're going up in classes of 6 today, so 6 classes up, 6 classes down.
And he's made it through the finish.
Hurrah! And we will let you know his time in a moment. 1:09. So considerably quicker than his 130 from earlier. So yeah, I think, as you said earlier, they've cleaned something out and put it back together, and it's running a lot better, as the highlights from the first batch are being displayed on the YouTube screen.
Yeah, we had some pretty good runs in here, and all through from the Austins through the Rileys, and it ended up with the steam car. But a real broad church of vehicles in this group. The Vauxhall 3098 just being on your screen of Annika Pilkington.
And again, hello to the 92 of you watching us, watching the highlights with us.
That's nearly double.
Nearly
A few
double
minutes
figures.
ago.
We'll check in periodically. And it's nice to see the cars come back down in a big group, because you can appreciate them as they're not flying past.
Back in the 1960s, when I first went hill climbing, the late 60s and early 70s, it was always a great thrill when the cars were released coming back down the hill, and often the drivers of the top championship contenders would come down, and of course they wouldn't be wearing crash helmets.
No.
Several of them would be drawing strongly on cigarettes.
Yes, meanwhile there's a drip from the inlet manifold or something.
Yeah, exactly that.
No, it's nice, I like it at Shelsley. It gives you a chance especially to wave to the marshals on your way back down.
Yes, show some appreciation, which
Definitely.
is always nice.
Well, we should see that the batch of cars come back down in a moment. Here's Callum 115. One of the Rileys from the looks of it.
Yeah, we had a nice taillight slide from one of the Nashes a minute ago. What's happening here?
And is he backing away? Yeah, he's waiting the Nissan X-Trail in the nice purple finish. We'll be towing him back to the paddock. It's amazing how much tighter the first bend is on the way down. A lot of people run wide coming back into the paddock.
I suppose you don't quite have the sight line that you do when you head
it's totally
slightly
blind.
uphill into it, and you know that when you're in competition mode, you have to carry as much exit speed through that corner whiz to basically torpedo you across the meadow. The faster you get out of the corner, stands to reason that the quicker you'll get to the gate.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, with a hill climb, you can't rely on many practices. You get 4 runs today. For those that were here yesterday, 8. Whereas on a track day or in a race meeting, you could have 8 laps in one session. So you really have to get it right. If you miss it, you've got to wait until the next run. Whether that's car maintenance or just getting your lines right. That's why a lot of drivers like to walk the course in the morning, which was featured in our programme. So you can pick up a programme for £5, which I might add has been £5 for the past 10, 15, 20 years. It has always remained £5, so no inflation on programmes.
It's a bargain. There's lots
It
of
is.
great pictures in it.
There's
lots of
to do.
interest.
It is of high editorial standard. Of course, our headline sponsor, Bonhams, plenty of adverts in there for their upcoming sales. And another thing to look out for in the programme is the recent announcement of Vintage Sports Car Club insurance for VSCC members, something that's very exciting coming to the club, which for me, being a 23-year-old, I'm not the youngest here today, but insurance for young members, because getting insured on these older cars can prove very difficult. But the fact that you could get insured at 17 on your dad's Fraser Nash or Austin 7 is really, really something to write home about. And the member-to-member cover. If your friend wants you to take out their Riley Brooklands, if you both have the same VSCC cover, you are covered also. So something to look in for.
It's really well. It's a tailored solution, isn't it?
It is.
Which has been worked out with years of experience with the club. And at the end of the day, why should you be insuring these kind of cars, which obviously is mandatory for
Yes.
for road use, Certainly, why should you have to bear the burden of what other people do with electric cars and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've also got your tools are covered with this new policy, which is...
What you're saying, you need tools to run a vintage car on the road,
you
surely
do,
not.
yeah, you do. And a lot of these tools, they don't come cheaply. How many of us have spent a small fortune on one socket because it, whoever built it in 1934 used different size nuts for the head or something like that. It's nice to know. So do have a look. Do
Different
inquire.
size nuts, isn't that a sort of a watchword for driving vintage cars?
Perhaps. I know our old Austin 7 Cambridge Special, the head bolts were different sizes. The threads were the same. How they managed it, I don't know. Well, here they come now. Back down, oh, there's that gorgeous Alpha. Fiat. I got my Italians mixed up, yep.
Tyler car was raced in the very first Goodwood event in 1948. In fact, somebody remember some real special out of one, didn't they? With Pierpoint, who went on to be a very successful saloon car racer in the 60s with Mustang. I think he raced a Fiat Linear Special of his own construction at Goodwood in perhaps 1949, if not 48.
Excellent. And of course, to the right of us in the commentary box, not that we can see from the online coverage, we have a fantastic selection of American military vehicles, which we will get onto later on today, just outside Wiscombe House.
Yes, that's going to be part of the appeal at lunchtime. It's, of course, marking the 80th anniversary of VE Day.
Absolutely.
And, the Royal British Legion here in force, a charity providing financial, social and emotional support to members and veterans of the British Armed Forces and their families and dependents. It was founded in 1921, so just in the favourite vintage era, and best known for the yearly Poppy Appeal and Remembrance services in November. But we'll come to our display at lunchtime, parade of some vehicles going out, I believe, and that's members of the Sidbury and Sidford branch of the Royal British Legion here today, and a splendid array of ex-military vehicles brought by their individual owners. And lovely that you can see that close up in front of Wiscombe Park House at the invitation of Wiscombe Limited and the Vintage Sports Car Club. So we'll talk a little bit about that later on.
Excellent. Here comes David Saxel in the TT. Sprite, as you said, an interesting colour combination, the sort of off-white on turquoise, bordering turquoisey blue, with the Riley script on the side. Of course, to anyone watching, we could be in triple figures by now, but if you have any questions for us, your comments appear to come up on our screen. So if there's anything you'd like to ask us about the any specific cars or about the discipline, we will do our best. Now, the reason you'll be seeing some modern cars coming down, of course, again, this is the only way in through the hill, so any spectators wanting to come through have to use the same route to get in, as we have an E-Class Mercedes and a Skoda Octavia Estate working their way in amongst the pack.
Range Rovers, one of the directors of Wiscombe these days, Colin Pook, who I remember racing a very pink Malak U2 up the hills a long time ago, and in fact the
stripe
on the side of the Range Rover,
yes, I can see that,
harks back to
nice.
That sort of family racing heritage.
Brilliant. Ah, yes, I can see it now, the black Westminster with the pink stripe down the side. And as I look over my left shoulder to our assembly area, we'll have from classes 6, or 7, 8, 9 and 10 and 11 presumably for the next run. Yeah, from class 7. As that aforementioned Merc makes his way over the cattle grid to the house. Well, our course car, the looks to be a Seat Leon or something of that description, makes its way down, which would suggest we're ready to get going again after it's done a clean sweep of the course. Well, we can hear there's a strange whooping noise, almost like a Pink Floyd album, and it is the steam car. He seems to need to fill up just before he gets back to the rest of the paddock, because it's steep, the paddock here. Yeah, a lot of Doctor Who, Pink Floydy noises. Oh, just getting away, cloud of steam, and he's got it going again. And you mentioned earlier, Marcus, vivid helmets. Have you seen a more vivid helmet than that?
Not since I saw a last offshore powerboat race. And that sort of thing is mandatory. Always has been.
Yeah, I must admit my open face Arai helmet just has a few stickers on it. There's nothing too special.
That's a centre of attention in the paddock, the steam car, for photographers as well. And I saw somebody getting what should be some wonderful shots there.
If anyone's been lucky enough to see the Beast of Turin, for example, in the paddock, it's always that era, something big and Edwardian. Well, car number 60 leads the way for our second batch up the hill. The cable brake squealing away. Giving a wave to the marshals. So, yep, I'm ready, if you can't hear me. Tim Harrison in the Dion Bouton. Mentioned one of them earlier. Slightly more modern, 1911. This example. Of course, a lot of early Renaults used Dion Bouton engines in the early 1900s. Single cylinder putting away.
That'll be followed by 61, John de Verve.
It will.
The Singer Hillclimb, which was here yesterday.
Well, he's away. He's looking for his handicap is a 140, and first practice was 116.
He was leaning out across the cockpit.
It makes it dramatic, doesn't it, for any photographers out there spreading the weight. It's not always mandatory, but it does look quite cool. Now, we took a Dion Bouton on the London to Brighton a couple of years ago, and it has a total loss oil system. So you have to fill up the oil on effectively the bulkhead, the dashboard. But of course, as it's juttering around, the oil spills and lands on the floor. And underneath the wooden floor is the clutch. So you're essentially oiling the clutch as you go along, which is the last thing you want on a clutch, a lubricated.
It's like one of those marketing ploys, designed with ease of maintenance in mind. Once it's out of the factory, it's your problem.
On your own. People say the differentials on Triumph Heralds and Spitfires are designed to leak, so you don't have to empty them. You just fill them up.
Oh, and the Dion Bouton driver leaping up and down in the seat, trying to get a little bit of impetus.
Prescott Vintage Hillclimb the other year, I can't remember what it was, but it had wicker seats, and it didn't actually make it up the full hill. It was too steep for the poor little thing.
I thought you were going to say the wicker seat webbing broke. And
no, that was strong actually, and those picnic baskets are sturdy.
Yes, very Fortnum and Mason.
Absolutely. Well, you do see some people having their picnics in the proper way with a Fortnum & Mason hamper and that sort of thing here at VSCC events.
Yes, we're very fortunate to have 2 or 3 of them at home.
Nice,
And
nice.
My
You've
wife's,
got to keep them.
my wife's initial is F and mine is M, so it couldn't be better.
Bespoke, bespoke. Well, the shared Nash, Michael Dyke, kicking the back end out. Well, Tim Harrison has just gone across the line in a 1:21.62, so slightly slower than earlier.
And John de Verve chasing on. This is going quickly,
Yes.
the Nash.
It is. I think that's why they held him back, so he didn't run any risk of catching up, which can happen. It's a rarity, but you can end up catching. The general etiquette on that is that you get another go if you catch up someone in front. Oh yeah, lots of steering input. It's a Nash.
John de Verve's made it up, hasn't he?
He has in an 8730 in the Singer Hillclimb. Very apt for today. Well, that Nash we were waxing lyrical about, 58.03. Didn't have a handicap before, and he now will. I reckon they'll handicap him at around the 56 mark, perhaps.
Yeah, 5805.
Yeah, just over a minute.
Jack Bond taking his turn. One of our younger.
Of course, Jack Bond studied under James Baxter for many years. I think he's gone in his own direction now with his engineering company, but Jack very capable in the car and underneath the car as well, which is always handy in these vintage cars.
Mr. Paddock, can we have the chief scrutineer to Hill Control, please? Chief scrutineer to Hill Control, thank you.
Well, Chris Pickering, car number 71, posted 68.08. Again, quicker than his previous practice of 69.58, so he's got a good basis to reach his 65 handicap for the afternoon. It's nice to see spectators on the other side of the hill as well, watching from multiple angles. 722. Mark Russ and Edwards in the GN. Annie posting a 60.92. Always interesting in shared cars, seeing who has the quicker time. It's usually a family connection, sometimes a friend connection, such as looking out for Class 8 very soon will be Clive Bergman in his Austin 7. I can see him in assembly now. He's shown with his daughter Eleanor. Another shared drive, car 707, makes the way 69.19, all the nines. Evie Mason in that version. 73 takes to the hill. William Hargreaves in the Riley 9. Distinctive four-cylinder Riley sound making his way up. Well, I've just seen on the screen that today's target for viewers, 1,400 we're looking for today. That would suggest we're definitely into triple figures now if we're aiming for 4 figures.
.73 is William Hargreaves rounding the first of the hairpins at Sawbench in the Riley 9. 1100cc car. Handicap 64.
Well, Mr. White in the Nash Supersport has just completed his first practice run. He didn't attend the first practice session, so he'll just have 3 runs today. you mentioned William Hargreaves around the hairpin. He completes 67.94, so getting closer to his 64 handicap, like you said.
Yep, and we've got some a bunch of Austins are en route.
The more Larry Austins, I can see Simplicity and the Toy in assembly as well. Very quick cars. I've had a look at the engine bay of Simplicity, the Toy, sorry, a few years ago, and the engine is mounted incredibly low. Very low centre of gravity on that car, hence why it's rather quick. So a lot of these cars, especially the Austin 7, is quite a blank canvas. As Clive speeds off, this year he has his headlights facing the road, usually turns his headlamps around for added aerodynamic potential. Not slowing him down though. It's top of second gear into third before he heads towards the second bend.
Of course, a lot of the birth of club racing really in the UK, much of it down to the 750 Motor Club.
Absolutely, yeah.
Whose members, including many future greats of race car design, learnt their craft modifying Austin 7s in the 750 Formula. First run in 1949. It's been a national championship since 1950.
Wow.
And first one won by Charles Bulmer. Modified 7, the 750 Formula, as it was called,
yes,
still running now, but they run 1108cc Fiat fire engines, as they're called.
Well, we're just waiting for Clive in number 77 to finish. Used to be an entirely yellow car, but after a refresh following a oopsie at Prescott the other year, it's now got more reflective panels on it. Clive comes home with a 65.95. So 3 seconds off the handicap and 2 seconds off his first practice, which I'm sure he'll be happy with that, whereas Eleanor, his daughter, is handicapped at a slightly more forgiving 68.5. So we're getting closer, again, as the rain comes down for another change in surface. I see Eleanor is making her way up to assembly with her helmet and bespoke seating arrangement for the car. Of course, no electrically adjustable heated seats in these Austin 7s, so some foam in place for that.
The old canoe spray deck.
Yes.
The old canoe spray deck.
In lockdown for our Austin 7, I built a new bench pack, which was a slab of wood that I cut down to size, wrapped it in some vinyl, put some length of sponge in the back, and there we go. I was effectively a coach builder for the day.
So 80, rounding the hairpin, is David Fennell.
One to watch out for, a very quick vehicle with a minute dead handicap. As we work our way towards 12 o'clock, our official lunch break will be circa 1 o'clock. Timing's always TVC. We've been pretty well behaved today so far. Well, Tom Golland in the Morgan Aero three-wheeler, 65.73. Takes a second off his first practice time.
That's the bright yellow
It
one
is
here yesterday.
A lot of yellow vehicles in Class 8. And the record belongs to Ian Baxter, a 53.14 back in 1996. I don't think we'll be troubling that record today, but that's quite a lick in an Austin 7. A near 30-year-old record that stands. And coincidentally, Ian Baxter also posted a quick time today, a 46.34 in his first practice session. We'll see what he can do later in the Alta.
Yeah, it's always rapid here.
It is. He had a lot of fuel starvation issues, of course, running on methanol a few seasons ago, but he seems to have nipped that in the bud more recently. As the tonneau covers, we've got a nice display of historic and classic vehicles behind me. We've got a 1600 MGA twin cam behind me. The tonneau cover has gone up in anticipation of more rain.
80, David Fennell, 85.07. 81, Kevin Morton, 61.08. And Ian Muir, the Riley Brooklands rep, a 60.48. 60.48 as opposed to a 58-second handicap, and that's with a bit of precipitation.
Yeah, and it's where you want to be, isn't it? You want to be around it. Again, the better you get, the harder it gets later on in life. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. Can't quite make it. Well, give you the number as he comes round the tree. 82. No, we've had it. 82. 92 then. Andrew Briggs in the Riley 12.4 special. So yeah, Class 9 exclusively Rileys. We've got a Wolseley in there as well.
But they are cousins.
Lots of overrun. Running out of first gear.
It's 93, isn't it? David Robert, who flew yesterday with the Riley 12.4 special.
Yeah, he's one of the quicker in this class with a 56.95 this morning. The quickest in this class this morning was 99, Michael James, a familiar Riley runner. Of course, the Cotton Special coming out later on in the running. Well, Jack Butler comes home with a 64.35. And 92, Andrew Briggs, that we mentioned earlier, a 61.49. So both somewhat slower than their first run. But again, I think the rain just, quite rightly, it would me, scares you off a little bit. Keep a bit in reserve.
Unless you're Patrick Blakeney-Edwards or James Baxter or a driver of that calibre.
Quite good in the rain and quite brave as well.
You take it as a challenge. How close can I get?
Another Riley 12.4 special. Car number 95 this time.
Tammo Voigt.
Well, again, just as people get the umbrellas out, the rain seems to disappear. It's playing with us today. I think I hear a supercharger down there, Marcus. What about you?
Your hearing's better than mine, but I think
you do have a pair of earphones on as well. Yeah, car number 97. Plenty of sideways action. 97. This the Wolseley Aries Special. The slightly, forgive me, but mullered front end. It's got a very distinctive radiator.
Yeah, working its way up through the undulating S's up towards the hairpin at Sawbench. Comes towards the Aries Special of Paul Compton. Quite a high driving position, sight line in this one.
Well, we're getting closer to seeing Michael James.
Yep,
taking up the hill.
95 Tammo Voigt, 71.24. 96 Harry Hoskins, 64. 97 Paul Compton, a 60.05.
This class are very close. Very close.
Wide approach to Sawbench for the car chasing its way to the top.
Michael James is away at a frightening rate over the first 64, a couple of feet, 3 seconds from the bridge, which is the quickest we've seen so far. 3:01, almost 3 seconds dead. Very impressive. He knows how to get it off the line. He knows how to command it up the hill. You can see him just shuffling his body around, lock to lock.
Yes, it looks quick. It's got the body language of something that's going to be. Oh, look at that!
He's lost some time.
No, it was a super line though, wasn't it? The intent was there. He tried to use the dampness to actually slide the car around.
But perhaps it wasn't as wet as he anticipated.
Yeah.
Of course, through the trees it will be drier than the open sections. Oh, a bit of lag there. It made it look like he was in hyperdrive for a moment on our live stream. Well, a 49.32. He's shaved 0.5 of a second off. So I think that slight back end moment maybe took a little bit of time. As you say, the intention was all there.
It looked spectacular.
It did.
He kept the revs up, if nothing else. Good old slide.
Well, on the circuit now we have 101 of Anthony Norton in the Alvis 1250. Of course, the Alvis factory in the Midlands is still there and have a fantastic archive. You can go and have a look and have a tour, and it's amazing the stuff they've got. Of course, they're building continuation cars at the moment, so all the cars they didn't end up building back in period they are building right now with new old stock parts. It's amazing, if your pockets are deep enough, of course.
So I always rather like those Alvis touring cars, rather grand touring cars of the 60s, the sort of TD21 Ts, things like that, and the ones with the grabber bodies.
Yes.
Particularly nice.
Yeah, anything with the red triangle on it is always very pretty.
Yeah.
All different coach-built models.
Time for Paul Mullins in the MGK Special, a 56.19. 56.19 then for Paul Mullins. Sometime ERA racer. Supercharged car that. 56.5 is his handicap. 56.19, so he's 3/10 under it.
He is, and he missed his first practice run, so 2 more runs to count for him today.
Was out yesterday. Steamer's back.
Yes, for the shared drive. If you're watching online, you may see some cars have a 7 or a 7 taped over. That means that they'll run once with usually their owner first, and then their shared driver second. So we run those at the end of each batch. But on this occasion, it seems they'll be running before we bring the cars back down, because we're still awaiting the rest of Class 8, for example, to do their run. But the white racing car, as it's known, is in Class 7, our Edwardian cars. Jeremy Flam holds the aero engine record in this class back in 2023 when he owned the Curtis Le Zebra Special, also owned by James Baxter once upon a time. A very quick, scarily quick car on the road, actually. As we see in the steam here and see the steam powered white racing car leisurely making his way up. Meanwhile, 106 comes home dry with a 6.3.78.
Yeah, 106 Paul Yallop. 63.70. It's a change of car, isn't it, for Paul Yallop? He was entered in the MP Special.
Not in our programme as 106.
Entered in the MP Special in Class 16, and he's changed to 106, which is the Fraser-Nash TT rep. It's a 1991 CC, 1925/38 specification, especially in Class 10. Paul Yallop.
Yeah, it does look great. We'll say it every time he goes up the hill. We'll see this car 8 times across the course of today. And it's a shared car, and it's nice to see it every time. And it's interesting, any time he's off the throttle, the steam stops. See, as he enters the hairpin, no steam, lots of steam, and will he borrow cleaner than we've seen before?
So when he tells you, I'm flat through that corner, and you see that there's no steam, you know he's not quite flat.
It's a big one for the ego. You can see, it's almost like seeing what his footwork's doing. As he comes to the final bend before the finish line, we were talking about changing camber earlier. That is the most extreme of them all.
Of course, it's an amazing change of camber on the course, but it's also a very, very long wheelbase car, which is tricky to.
Which you can almost end up with 2 wheels off the ground if you're not careful, as you say, being so long in length.
And that's Mike Dyke in 110.87. 762 then, the white racing car.
Because only not too long, we've got the Bantam Special, a white car with blue livery. You were saying earlier how short that is by comparison, and very tall as well.
That's the old Bob Spikins car that ran at Brooklands and other places, based on a Singer chassis.
Well, again, as that second batch completes, Michael James is still the in so far one of the hotter runs of a 49.32, just behind Ian Baxter, but we'll see him again later for his second.
Classes 11 to 13. Classes 11 to 13 can be in your cards ready for master's instructions. Thanks very much.
As classes up to 13 are called, Ian Baxter 46.34, the quickest practice run so far. So yet again, we'll wait for the vehicles to come down. We have a comment from, is that Nixon? That steam power car is amazing. Was hoping to make it down to Wiscombe today, but sadly couldn't. Sorry to miss you. But thanks to our live stream, we can see everything. People urging people to push the like button on the video, get it shared. Another gentleman, I used to come to Wiscombe a lot in the 70s, but now it's just too hard to stand around watching. I get that, fair enough. Watching it from your living room is a nice way to do it. The revival always has good coverage. And Ben Morton commenting, "Steamy!" exclamation mark. It is indeed. Yeah, the problem with hills like this, I say it's a quirk rather than a problem. It's the unless you bring a chair, you're on the grass. But grassroots motorsport, I suppose, that's why we do it. Keeps it authentic, keeps it real. As we watch the highlights from the previous session. So the course car, the Seat, up and do a sweep of the course before this batch can work their way back down, ahead of classes 11 to 13. Now something to note, class 11, there's just one car in class 11. It's the Corley's GN Ford Piglet, out at pretty much every discipline the VSCC has, shared between Dougal and Wilf. Similarly, classes 19 and 20 have just one car in, so regardless of what they do, they will win their class, as there is only one car in that class. As the running order commences, we will see more and more quote-unquote hot vehicles coming up to take to the hill. The times will start to get quicker as the cars make their way down back to the paddock. Almost scarier heading down. It is very steep on the way down. Engine braking being used in full force. Yeah, you can just about see from the YouTube display how steep it is in both directions. And for those of you who are here, you know how steep it is from having walked around the hill and about the paddock. Well, there are 126 people watching on the stream. Where are you from? Where are you watching from? I myself have come down from West Yorkshire to be here today. Where are people watching? We know we've got someone watching in Finland, but it'd be nice if people could comment and say where they're from. As the steam car makes its way back down towards us, followed by a Nissan, I want to say Leaf. Not as familiar on the newer cars than the vintage stuff. The Nissan has been stopped on the start line, being advised where to go from our marshals again. Massive thank you to the Orange Army for helping us out today in varying weather conditions. So again, if we look to our programme, the approximate running orders for today. We're looking to have our lunch break at around 1 o'clock, ahead of competitive runs commencing again at 2 o'clock. So hopefully we've just got a couple of more classes, 7 or 8 classes to go for the second practice runs of the morning and early afternoon. And then we're ready to go for the 2 competitive runs. So for those familiar, Mr. Mike, you're in Dorset. Oh, not too far then from us over here in Devon. Could have made the trip, but the live stream will do nicely for you. So for those unfamiliar with VSCC Hill disciplines, we have 2 practice sessions in the morning, like Marcus said earlier, ahead of 2 competitive runs. So these are the runs, what we say, to count. These are the ones that get written down and stored away, A, for the handicap and B, for yourself. And for those troubling the engravers, these times will be used in our annual awards at the end of the year, such as fastest vintage at Wiscombe, for example. Well, the course car is backing back into its safety position, and we're ready to see Piglet from the looks of it. Wilf heading up first, Dougal taking the back seat position first of all. Engines are revving. We've nearly got the thumbs up from the marshals. And Piglet is away from the assembly area, heading down to the tyre warming stretch. Plenty of blips from the right foot, keeping the engine turning over, keeping the revs up, keeping the engine warm, ready for an assault up the hill. Makes a great noise from that side exit exhaust. Very quick car, both around circuits and hills, of course. You'll see it up and down. Marshall's steady it, so it's got the optimum starting position. And when we'll be ready, let's see what the time to the bridge is. We're looking for around between 3 and 4 seconds. That seems to be the hallmark of a good run. Green flags are out on the circuit. We're just waiting for the green light. Revs build, and he's away. 2.09 seconds to the bridge. I am corrected, as Eleanor is hot on his heels in the shared Austin 7, the Bergman 7. As far as I understand as well, Eleanor also works for the ambulance service. So a varied 2 interesting yellow vehicle, one potentially an ambulance and then the next an Austin 7. So we're just waiting for Wilf to complete this run. Coming up to the final corner, typical Nash handling characteristics. Lots of back-end action, just nipping the mud in the corner, but nonetheless a 5.1.25. So he's 1.25 seconds away from his handicap. which was a quicker run than earlier. He managed a 5.7 earlier this morning. And Dougal, senior Corley, managed a 5.0.97, so he's just getting closer to Dad, getting a little bit closer. I'm sure there'll be some polite rivalry in the paddock later on today, as we await our next runner, car number 121. Michael Scott, the Fraser Nash Le Mans Mark II. The course car's going up. It would suggest that maybe Piglet left some remnants, some fluid. As Clive makes his way down to see that Eleanor's okay, advises her to switch the car off, just because there's been a stoppage for a second. Keep the car nice and cool. Must be really annoying having every move monitored. The course car's just checking, it's pausing just opposite the commentary box. We can see that on our feed. Perhaps there's a bit that's fallen off or some fluid that's come out. Clerk of the course gets out to inspect. What has he found? Just kicking a bit of debris to the side of the course from the looks of things. A souvenir. It looks like a chain. Couldn't quite see, but that could be a chain from Piglet, so it might have lost a gear somewhere up the hill. Hopefully not first, second or third, because they're quite important for this sort of discipline. Wolf still managed a cracking time up the hill. As the Leon goes into reverse, we should be ready to see number 121, the Nash Le Mans Mark II, take to the hill as well. As another marshal goes to inspect as well, just check there's no oil perhaps, because these chains are very oily. Just make sure the course is safe. And we have another viewer from near Wisbeach. Great event, thank you very much. Oh, your comment disappeared before I could catch your name. And we've got Sawbench as well from Keth Lowes. Keith, I do apologise Keith. Your comment comes up. And of course, Pasi in Finland, thank you very much. Just below Sawbench as well from the Green Hell. Oh, a Nürburgring link there perhaps with the username there? You'll have to let us know. Watching from Germany as well. So we really are a global event thanks to this YouTube live stream. David, not your mate 68 Pearson, enjoying watching this. Thank you from the south of France. So Europe coming in full force as well. And Marcus, Keith says hello. So we'll wait for Marcus to join me back in the box, but Keith says hello to Marcus, which is nice. Passy says it's really great to organise that kind of race, even more great to see it worldwide. Yes, absolutely, Passy, fantastic to see it worldwide. And yeah, the VSCC do a great job of organising these events, putting all the cars into the various classes, giving them the handicaps, which of course we mentioned earlier. And the marshals sorting out any issues on the circuit as well. On the course, I should say, being a hill climb. When the marshals are back in, the red flags have gone back, so we've got a green flag at the first marshal's post, so we're just waiting for a green light, I suppose. Can hear some revs being built, whether that's from the Nash or from somewhere else in the paddock. Just waiting for that all-important green light as the marshals steady the Fraser Nash to stop it rolling forwards or backwards. Backwards here, as there is a deceptive incline at the start. And it's away! What a relief for him as he makes his way out, Michael Scott. Eleanor can now switch the 7 back on as she makes her way to the start line. Dad Clive watching patiently, waiting for her to make her descent on the hill. So we wait for Michael Scott to do this, and we're back into Class 8 momentarily for Eleanor to make her run in the shared Austin 7. Get it into first, and slight pause, green light, and she's away. A sedate start, perhaps she just couldn't find that first gear, but that's not stopping her as she makes her ascent on the hill. So we should see the results of Michael Scott soon in the Le Mans Nash. Yep, he crosses the line as I say that. As we look towards a 5.8.06. 1 second away from his handicap, that's the way to do it. And he was a 59 earlier, so gradually better. Welcome back, Marcus.
Thank you. George, been around the paddock, catching up with a few competitors and finding out what issues they've had. We'll get to those when we get to the cars on screen for everybody.
Fantastic insider knowledge.
Could make an effort. That's so lovely here is they're only 50, 60 metres away, most of them, so it's not a problem getting to them when they come in towards their next runs. So Michael Scott's been up in that 58.06 you talked about. That's car 121, and got some more quick cars coming into stage.
And for any officials out there, I'm afraid we've run out of tickets for our timing. The pink strip of doom came on a few runs ago to let us know we're out of paper, but we have run out of paper in our ticket machine. We still have digital times, but it's nice to have the paper copy as well. But Eleanor, slightly steadier run, 70.71. So just 2 seconds off her previous run time.
781 went well. That's Ethan Harris driving the Riley 9 Special, and he went up in a 60.76. 60.76 for Ethan Harris. It's a double-driven car.
See, luckily with this arrangement here, you've got time to do the shared driver change. We've done shared drives before where you're literally on and off, ripping the 7s off, ripping them back on, changing the driver. It can be quite stressful.
Now the Nashes negotiates saw bench. It's quite a challenge for one or two of the competitors, clearly.
Yeah,
it's a very special technique, isn't it? Because
there
it's
is.
Very much a change of camber in the middle of the corner.
Well, Andrew Oliver's making light work now in the shared Riley. Baby blue colour.
The time had come through there for, when the screen clears, Ian Patton. In 7.76, Ian Patton. The screen's gone blank again. There it is, 66.59. And for Charlie White in 7.03, Fraser Nash Supersports 64.38. 64.38 for competitor number 7.03. Andrew Oliver, 65.65. That's car 794. As if by magic, a new ticket roll has arrived. It's like being back in the old
Not all
days.
heroes wear capes, but they do wear MSV Motorsport UK lanyards. So thank you very much, sir.
I think we were saying 794 then. Andrew Oliver, a 65.65. That was about a second behind Charlie White. .791 is on course now.
William Butler in another Riley special, another shared Riley special.
Yeah, we had, I think, 4 of them running back to back yesterday, double-driven Rileys.
Of course, the Blue Diamond, very recognisable set of cars.
We've got the red triangle, the blue diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got all here today.
All the shapes, all the colours, all the shapes. Ah, there we go, fresh ticket roll. How satisfying is that?
And Tim Stamper in the Riley Brooklands 56-55, number 782, Tim Stamper.
Which is a second quicker than this morning. A gradual improvement.
Better known for racing Aston Martins, I think, Tim Stamper. We've got the Bob Spikins special, a Singer-based car. Brooklands veteran. Comes up towards the hairpin, stamps on the brakes, turns it in, and struggles,
Yeah,
whether for reasons of gearing or anything else around the hairpin.
Sat on top rather than in.
The Spikins special.
Well, 791 back in a 58.13. The last of our rallies for now. Ahead of car 130, which is just a massive jump in the order to Neil Thorpe. 130 just completed a 62.91.
That is the Singer Spikins, the Bantam,
Yes.
as it was known.
Yeah. Slightly slower, 6145 earlier, 6192 now, which is consistent within a second. I'd be happy if I was doing that sort of thing. Pea shooter exhaust on the line. Single seater, 703. 133, I do apologise. Peter Aspin in the Austin 7 single seater.
Comes Austin through the one comes through one hairpin.
He's almost
Previous one finishes.
a properly nicely scaled down single seater racing car. These Austin 7 single seaters. They are smaller in profile than such as the ERAs or Altas that we see here as well.
132, Peter Loxton with the Austin Fiat has recorded a time of 64.43. 132. He's been followed up by Peter Aspin in his Austin 7 single seater, 750cc car, that one. Not a blown engine in it though, it's normally aspirated.
One 134 home and dry, another Austin 7 special, looking towards a 60.61, which is a 20th of a second behind this morning's pace. I'll have to see if a driver is brave enough to come and have a chat to us in here, but it looks as though the surface hasn't suffered as a result of the rain. It still looks fairly dry.
Did we get a time for Peter Aspin in 133?
133. Yes, we did. 62.79.
62.79 didn't register on the on our screen, but it's there on our little roll of paper.
Yeah, we have two different timing screens and a roll of paper, so there's lots of information not necessarily getting to the right places, but that could be us. Well, the three-wheeler is very much away.
135
Yes.
time for James Burmester there. 58.29. 58.29.
2 seconds from the handicap, respectable.
MGPA.
There's 137 back. Mark Purnell. A very hard handicap of 53 seconds for Mark Purnell, posting a 64 there, so he's 11 seconds off.
This is fabulous. This is the GN Katipo.
Yes, whereabouts is that from? You've done some homework.
Built over here by Louis McNair, who works for Tula, and a young Kiwi engineer from near Auckland in New Zealand, and weighs a little over 300 kilos. 4 massive chains,
Wow.
which I'm glad he's covered up since I first saw it in the paddock. Jet V twin engine, and plenty of poke.
Absolutely.
And a really splendid approach to both building the car and driving it. It's certainly quite fearless.
Yeah, to have some guts to know you've got all those chains spinning around your rear end, both of yourself and the car. Oh, plenty of speed into the finish line there. Very smooth. Lots of momentum.
Lots of tail out round Wiz as well. Louis McNair then in the GN Katipo, 54.96 seconds.
That's a 3-second improvement on earlier, so I think that final bend really helped with some of those precious seconds. As the sky gets a bit darker again, dare I say.
Need a live stream viewers to sort of blow it away.
Yes, it has. It's brought a slight chill about it again. But
James Painter, 139 in the Kane Special, 53.90. Saw Dad Mike out yesterday. Brother Harry's also been competing here this weekend. 52.48 was the time of Finn Hope Cameron in 140. Very competitive. 52.48 in the three-wheel Morgan.
Yeah, on the straights it really had the advantage, it seemed.
That's chasing a handicap of 49 seconds. So maybe just a little bit slippery at the moment.
We can see on the stream, we can't see in well, yes, in front of us there is definitely a wetter section of the course where wheels haven't been.
So a little tiny bit of spray off the start line.
Yes. You can see there's definitely a wetter line as the Austin 7 comes into the hairpins.
George Scoley, meanwhile, in the Austin 7, Austin number 141, a 62.38. Handicap for that combination published as yet.
Yes, the only thing that your £5 can't get you in this programme is George Scoley in the running order. Other than that, it's doing pretty well. Of course, these cars can have certain issues, so if you do see a car that isn't in the programme, it's perhaps because as of Friday it wasn't meant to be here. But then they might have fixed a various issue, which means they can be here for our eyes and ears today.
We watched from Vermont in the USA. And watching from Germany as well. Hello. Guten Tag.
Absolutely. Oh, and Les is watching from Wiscombe. So, going full circle there. Portugal, from Portugal as well.
Bom dia.
Love these machines, greeting from Porto. And as you're tuning in time, well, don't worry, JC Gabriel, we have all day. From 2 o'clock, our competitive run starts.
Then the competition starts in earnest.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it appears that somewhere something has happened, but that's fine. The marshals will deal with it, as they always do. We still got green flags out, but still a pause on the course. So something somewhere has happened. The last competitive run-up was car number 142.
Yes, 68.67 for 142.
Nearly the full 6868. That would have made me very happy. Well, as the hazards go on the Seat Leon, it would suggest that we're just pausing for a bit more. Yeah, the red flags go out.
142. Last one up, that was
struggling
James Blakeney Edwards in the Austin single-seater. 68.67.
Yeah.
That is a car running in class 13.
Well, despite the potential threat of rain, I've just seen 2 more picnic blankets being put down on the grass behind us in the commentary box and in front. Proper spirit going on there. As we do have a few caterers here today for those who haven't brought their own. There's a lot more than when last time I was here. There was just some portaloos, and that was kind of it, really. So it's nice to see the events expanding ever so slightly.
Course car just progressing to the top of the hill.
Call it a safety sweep, of course.
It's just a short squirt out of that final hairpin at Martini to get over the timing line.
Yeah, presumably at the top of second gear for most. The slower cars potentially having to grab first just before the finish. And a bit like Orchard at Prescott, it gets so steep and tight that you need to grab a lower gear.
Tommy Waterfield and his mum running down to the car that Joe's driving.
Yeah, just to check everything's okay.
Pulled off at the side of the start area, but that'll be underway.
Well, it's nice to see the camera bolted on top of our commentary box, showing the convivial atmosphere of Wiscombe. You can just see behind us that there is a rather large black cloud.
Yeah, just bringing some cars down now, using this opportunity to
fair play.
End that batch.
Yep, so we don't have any more cars in the assembly. They will be called very shortly. So for those watching on YouTube, you can't quite see, although from the top of the box you can just about see, we have what we call an assembly area, which is where the cars are called to in batch order from the paddock, which is where they sit throughout most of the day.
And that paddock is bisected by a tarmac drive, so you've got most of the road-going cars coming out from one side. That's as you go down to the start line, the left-hand side, and the right-hand side you've got the race cars coming out from there.
It is a big big game of snakes and ladders here. As Piglet roars back down into the paddock with Wilf at the wheel. They've been up there a long time. You do underestimate how long they sit at the top. It's all over in a minute, and then you're sat at the top for a while. As Eleanor works her way back down in the distinctive yellow and chrome Austin 7.
Yeah, pretty little car that.
It is. Clive's had it for a very long time. I've been driven round St James's Square in London in that before, at quite a rate. It really moves in the slower sections of road. I think it blew a piston last season. Something quite dramatic happened. If you're going to blow an engine, do it properly. There's no point sticking a valve. You might as well really go the whole hog. But yeah, it seems to be running very happily at the moment.
One car we have lost is the Mark Brett Bellamy Special, the Bellamy V8 Special, which normally is super reliable. It was here yesterday briefly, and was trailered and went home, I think.
Did you say it just did a run?
I think it might have done one run. I saw it going down towards the start line, and at which point it was ordered combat.
Oh dear. But it happens. Live to fight another day. You're best not pushing the car when it's not healthy.
That's right, we've had enough cars over the weekend go up with little misfires, etc. Some clear, some don't. If it doesn't, then you put it Put it to bed, probably.
Often here, the car's trying to what we call clearing its throat, just opening the carb up enough to the point where the fuel in the air mix is just spot on and it stops coughing. I can see on the start line, the Waterfields, the Edwards, just there's a body panel come off, perhaps the bonnet, to get better access.
That's that splendid Harlequin that Tommy Belt came out a couple of years ago. I think a very wet race at Alton Park, I remember.
Yeah.
On the Gold Cup bill.
Yeah, I've seen Alton Parks in the past, usually around this time of year, that are very wet. It's often sometimes sending the sweeper out to dry the circuit, even when the rain stopped.
Yeah, it's curious. I've been to Alton Park in times where you think the weather might be inhospitable. It's been glorious.
Yeah.
But that's very typical of Britain, isn't
It
it?
is. Oh, of course. We keep very British of us talking about the weather on and off. But I was at Prescott a few years ago for the long weekend when it was still a 3-day event. And it was glorious cracking flags 1 minute, and all of a sudden there was a crack of thunder. And the paddock was flooding within a matter of seconds. It was amazing. Don't know what we'd done to upset the man above.
The person above it may not be a man.
Oh, of course, corrected.
My best weather memory at a race circuit was in 1996 at Road America, Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin in the States for the 30th year Can-Am reunion, when we had a twister come in.
Oh, wow.
And everything was abandoned. We all had to go in the tunnel.
Wow.
Under the track, so we all bailed.
These provisions
into the
were
tunnel.
taken, yeah, wow.
Quite a lot of beer was drunk
I
because
can
that was
imagine.
over for the day. And,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, guys were running along with cases of beer and bringing them down into this thing.
Those,
When the twister arrived, it was pretty frightening.
Can-Am cars, I remember, stood at Chateau Impney as one of them were warming up. And wow, I think I can still hear it, actually. Just a small body with a hulking V8 strapped to it.
Just brilliant.
Well, we're ready now for the commencement again. There's car number, I can just see 100 behind the tree, but the start line, their timing mark will just clip the timing beam, so we'll see which car that is. Riley from the image. .150, car 50. Well, Simon Kellaway in the Riley Sprite 12.4, class 14 then. Pre-1941 racing cars, 1,100 cc's to 1,500 cc's.
Yeah.
And he's away as the rain carries on. Brake lights on hard.
Had both Kellaway Riley Sprites out yesterday, and up the hill with some alacrity goes Simon Kellaway in that blue Riley 1937
Yeah,
car.
it's got the sort of polished front end and the blue body.
And here comes the rain, unfortunately.
But if you drive fast enough, it'll stop raining.
That's no consolation to those sitting on the bank in front of us.
Yeah, people are. Yeah, it was very much like this at Lowton Park in September, but it was for the whole day. It was raining at Lowton Park, so Tanya made the brave decision to abandon the meeting, because of course 4 or 5 hours of this, there isn't much of a circuit left. That should come back on. Turn it on and off again. Well, we're away. Car number 137.
Simon Kellaway, meanwhile, in 150, a 58.14. 100, Timothy Robson, MG Magna, 67.32. 771. Joe Blakely Edwards in the GN Harlequin, 59.80.
Nice, just below a minute. That's impressive in the wet conditions.
Yeah. Morgan three-wheelers approaching saw bench.
Oh, there was a bit of wheel spin there. If you heard the engine note change just before the gear change, either a slip of the clutch or wheel spin.
That's the Cotton Special, isn't it?
It is, yeah. A very hot car today. Michael James really knows how to pedal that car.
Michael was saying that yesterday he had the rear brakes lock on one run, looked up a little red hot. All that all sorted out and freed off.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing you want to sort out, especially when it's raining, yeah.
Then in the afternoon the throttle linkage fell to bits.
Oh dear.
Had one run this morning, went quicker than yesterday, but it wasn't quite running sweetly. They found the sweet spot in Paddock. He was looking forward to a really good pair of runs.
And
but
now the conditions...
This is a sighting run in case it remains damp later on, but let's hope it doesn't, because that's not what the forecast said.
No, let's just get this out of the way and then we'll have some good runs. So car 153, Michael James talking 56.37, yeah. So that's 9 seconds slower in the wet. So despite mechanical issues earlier on, it's still nothing compared to these new conditions.
And his time this morning was what?
It was 47.63.
Yeah, I think he was looking for a 46 and confident that it was going to be on.
He's 47.5 his handicap, so he nearly matched that earlier in the Cotton, which was the quickest time until Ian Baxter, who we can see now in the Alta, comes along. But I reckon he'll be more cautious than anything on this run.
7:33 is Chris Hubble in the Peter Aspin Austin 7 single-seater. He's on his way.
Oh, very tail happy off the start line. Number 161, David Pryke. Of course, David Pryke also owns a very nice Riley engined Morgan, which he has a lot of records at a lot of hills with. The vintage record in this class belongs to Tony Lees when he had the Cognac Special, the dark green GNAC Cognac.
Chris Hubble in 733, a 66.87.
Not bad, not bad. And here comes the Alta. Lots of wheel spin, that right foot controlling where the car goes, more so than the steering wheel. Yeah, he can barely keep it in a straight line, poor guy.
That's making prodigious power, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It shows.
Well, yeah, 69.49 for Richard Wiseman in the Bugatti. Yeah, that's a lot of car to be taking up in the wet. Best to play it safe. And 161, we were mentioning David Pryke. 61.66. So that's, 11 seconds steadier in the wet.
It was the other out of the Paul J car, wasn't it, that used to run with twin rear wheels sometimes?
Yes, it did, yeah. For traction, which could have, a bit like the MG Bellevue Special that used to belong to Tom Hardman, the twin rear wheels. Now, of course, this the Norris Special used to belong to Julian Grimwade, who essentially won everything in it, and that's why he sold it on. He now owns the Romano aero-engined beast that you've probably seen at Goodwood before, which used to belong to James Baxter. Both cars used to belong to James Baxter.
This car used to be driven by Guy Smith, and I remember it first in sprints back in the 70s.
Coming back from a classic car show following that, Nash, as James, because it has daytime MOT, and James was blasting up and we were following, which was quite cool. Yeah, lots of sideways. A very torquey engine. Is it Meadows, that era?
It's an Elvis engine, I think, in this one. Yeah. One of the Norris specials made by the Norris brothers.
Yeah. Very torquey engine. I think a lot quicker than the new owner can exploit today.
Ian Baxter did a 58.62 in the Alta, which was pretty tentative given the conditions,
Yeah.
and 172 Robin Harcourt Smith, latest custodian of the Norris Special.
Well, that's interesting. He's slower than
63.45.
he's slower than Michael James in the Cotton Special. It's going to be between those two for FTD today.
Robin Harcourt Smith is fairly new to this car, isn't he? And
got
yesterday,
it.
David Pryke, I think, was quicker. So he looked very strong. Now we've got the Formula little Cooper Formula car with a BMC engine in it. It's a 256 from 1960, so it's the Mark II Formula Junior of its type. 500s then.
Yeah, more 500s. You can hear them.
And that's Harry Painter in the Cooper that Harry Whitney raced from new in the States, and it's running in the colours of when it competed in the Nassau road races in the Bahamas, and a lot of the paintwork on it is actually original.
That's very nice. On a circuit, these Coopers sound like a bunch of angry wasps when you got lots of them. Oh, speaking of angry, backfiring, bouncing off the bouncing the valves if it had them. Now traction should be a bit better with these because of course you've got the rear engine and rear drive, so a bit more weight over the driven axle. But car 200 comes, I would say, home and dry. He won't be dry. Alan Harrison.
It's Jack Bond driving the Martin Norton. His father had a go yesterday, his first competitive event.
He was saying to James Baxter in the paddock earlier that he has a smaller steering wheel to cope with the tight bends, but he doesn't want to fit it because it looks silly. So he'll just be threading it left, right, mainly with his foot, to be honest, as Jack works his way up, as James Baxter demonstrates there with his arms left, right.
These cars are built by Ray Martin. A small number of Martins built. And the Kieft as follows. That's Chaz Reynolds with the 498, the Kieft chap. J press switch motor, forward control, swing axle.
Well, 210 is back with a 64.48. Well done, Jack. 64.48. So just 11 seconds slower in the wet, which is a consistent theme with these guys now. Sort of 10 seconds is the wet, but you can see the puddles forming up the hill on the YouTube feed.
Yeah, it's looking fairly dicey. But
Yeah, a bit leery.
At least they're not on the slicks.
True, yes. Some of the serious guys do have a spare set of tyres somewhere, spare set of wheels. As the other Coopers work their way down the assembly area.
And on its way is the wonderful ERA.
Absolutely.
R11B Humphrey, as it's nicknamed after Humphrey Cook, the ERA financier. Car that won the Cork Grand Prix in the mid-30s, went on to finish second in the South African Grand Prix, I think, and also was used by Ken Wharton en route to 3 of his 4 British Hillclimb Championship victories in the early days of the championship. Of course, it started in 1947.
Oh, lots of more wheel spin. Yeah, so that ERA in question, a 5.10, so still a really competitive time, just over a minute. He was 47.82 earlier this morning, I should say.
5510. So yeah, he was doing 47s yesterday.
Yeah, so he was consistent yesterday, and we'll see if this wet time needs to continue.
He said his late father was quicker in the car. He said that he was better than I am.
A fair admission.
He thinks his dad, Martin Morris, got it into the 45s back in the day. And of course, the
record
also
is
much
Anthony
younger.
Mayman in ERA 4D back in 1992, a 45.29.
Okay.
That's the general record, of course.
Now,
Tony Lee's.
We're seeing, are we not, the cloud base lifting in front of us,
A
which
little
looks
bit,
a little more encouraging.
I can see the water flowing off the top of the box in front of us on the position, but lots of nice dramatic spray, so any photographers out there, you'll be able to get some cool pictures as the sun comes down and the spray beads off the tyres.
Bright yellow car en route coming up to the hairpin at Sawbench. His former Grand Prix racer, 1974, did 3 races for Brabham. Richard Robarts, he won the 500 class yesterday at the 500 Owners Association Hillclimb here, driving his Cooper Mark 11, a 57 chassis with a Jap engine.
And we're looking towards the last of the shared drives as well, making their way to the start line. I can hear Piglet again, Dougal at the wheel this time, to conclude our morning's runs. As 214 comes back, 62.11, which, yeah, that's, it was a 4.8.34 earlier, so 14 seconds approximately. As a Nash takes lots of sideways action here, folks. Watch out for 728, trying to keep it straight.
Plenty of commitment here.
Absolutely, you've got to be. This is where Dougal can showcase some of his tyre expertise, that he's got the right ones for the job. Oh, bumped out of the seat there as they just borrowed a bit too much of the apex.
Hope he's going to give it back.
Yes. I like it when the circuit goes quiet as cars head into the bend and then you hear a roar as they head towards the straight.
Richard Robarts in 214, the Cooper Jap 62.11. 212 Mike Wood was 66.26 in the Iota. And Eddie Williams in 7.28, the Fraser Nash Supersports 56.42.
And we're just waiting for Dougal to come back in 7.10, a 5.747. Yeah, the wet's just not going to help anyone out. As we looked at the course doctor in the Isuzu pickup truck, the D-Max is heading back towards the start line, ready to take their position before our lunch break. We have 2 Coopers left to run. One of them has just brought their little ready to lift the back axle up, ready to jump start it again. Of course, these Coopers don't have a starter motor. They need to be jumped every time they want to get going. And as it has run out of downward slope, it's going to be quite hard to get it going on gravity.
It's 217, Alistair Dent. Cooper Mark 5.
217, Alistair Dent, as you say. That's 703. 61.15.
That was Charlie White in the Fraser Nash 67.15, as you say. Dougal Cooley, that stout 57.47 in the 710.
Yeah, just waiting for Alistair to come back. Just clicked over the minute mark. This is his first run, actually. A 61.15. So just 2 more runs to count. It sounds like the other Cooper's got going for our final run of the first session, the first practices, second practices. And again, Michael James taking FTD thus far. It's all still to play for before the competitive runs, but the Cotton Special is the quickest run of the second practice sessions, but overall Ian Baxter with a 4.6.34.
But if you've not been to Hills before, those practice runs merely qualify you for the afternoon. It goes back to Route 0, and you start again in the quest to maybe land an award.
Yes, I'd come to have some steak and kidney pudding and an award presented to you. So yeah, we're...
steak and kidney pudding and an award?
And an award. It's a good night sometimes, you know.
Blimey.
The Marshall's dinner last time we definitely had steak and kidney pudding. But yeah, if you only manage one run this afternoon, that is the only run to count, unfortunately. Depending on the circumstance, of course. Yeah, it sounds like the Cooper has... The 500, has stopped again. Yeah, they're very temperamental. They don't like heat, and they don't like wet. So, yeah, this morning's conditions were more ideal with it being cooler. But yeah, the fact that the doctor in the D-Max, Dr. D-Max we'll call him, is heading back up, it would suggest that that is it for this morning's runs ahead of our lunch break.
Excellent. Well, we're looking forward to that, and a full afternoon of competition here as the sun is trying, I dare say, to permeate the clouds, and will hopefully be the dominant feature of the conditions this afternoon.
Well, thank you, Marcus. We will see you all later this afternoon.
The key is the gate.
No, Joe, I've got another spare. Bear with me. Oh no, I lent one of Eddie's customers a head gasket. I never got back.
Reflecting on the event, Josh there.
Back down as well as 22.
We had a design
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the wonderful charabanc coming down the hill here at Wiscombe today, and that is the superb machine that is fondly known as Betty, celebrated toast rack. It's a 14-seater charabanc based on a 1927 Austin 20 chassis. And we're extremely grateful to Tom Griffiths and Richard Ely of Sidmouth, just locally, for bringing it down. It's being used for Marshall's transport here today. It's a great story, we'll go into it, but Tom Griffiths' grandfather, Bill Dagworthy, was a Sidmouth man, and he was an entrepreneur, and he liked the idea of, he loved engines, etc., so got involved in starting a garage business. At the minute. What I will do, though, is draw your attention to the wonderful selection of military vehicles brought here, and they're outside Wiscombe Park House to my right, and they've been parked up outside as part of the VE80 celebrations, and we welcome today to Wiscombe Park the Royal British Legion, who will be having a collection as we go through the afternoon, so please give generously, and we'll talk about them in just a second. The Royal British Legion actually is a charity providing financial, social and emotional support to members and veterans of the British Armed Forces, their families and dependents. They do fantastic work. Founded in 1921, brings together 4 smaller organisations involved in support then First World War military personnel veterans. And you'll know the Royal British Legion best, of course, for the annual Poppy Appeal Remembrance Services in November, every November. And the RBL is an organisation which campaigns for the welfare, both the welfare of current and former members of the British Armed Forces and children and families over decades. The Legion supports almost 36,000 war, disabled and pension cases for war veterans and makes around 300,000 welfare and friendship visits every year, so absolutely vital. Today we are pleased to welcome members of the Sidbury and Sidford branch of the RBL, so just down the road here from Wiscombe, and the splendid array of ex-military vehicles whose owners kindly and generously brought them along here today for you to see, and invitation from the Vintage Sports Car Club, so they fit in beautifully with the ambiance and the character of the parade here. The Royal British Legion busy all year round, not just during the lead up to Remembrance Day, Armistice Day celebrations in November, and obviously at that point they sell the symbolic poppies. Sidbury and Sidford branch recently donated £10,000 towards the supply of specially adapted tricycles, road service personnel who have lost limbs in recent conflicts, and that is something unfortunately becoming very prevalent and very poignant in today's climate. Today, therefore, please give a thought to the excellent work of the Royal British Legion. Here in collection boxes, we ask you to please dig deep, generously out of respect not only for those who gave their lives for this country, lost family members over generations, but also for those who live on but suffer as a consequence of war and conflict. Thank you so much for listening to that announcement. What I can tell you a little bit about the vehicles that are here. We're looking at that wonderful charabanc. They're based on a 1927 Austin 7. Tom Griffiths, who with Richard Ely has brought it here today. Tom's grandfather, Bill Dagworthy, started a horse and cart transport service in about 1890, well ahead of his time. Quite an entrepreneur and intrigued by the internal combustion engine, he opened his first garage business in 1901. Continued to provide local transport. In 1913, acquired a new charabanc. The chassis is thought to have been Fiat based, while the bodywork was built by Dowles of Exeter. Actually acquired two other similar charabancs, with their bodies being built by Casleys of Sidmouth. So busy trade in all areas. Coach building, very skilled industry back in those days when by a bare chassis build it to custom specifications. The engineers at your local coach builder. Unfortunately, Betty's then Fiat chassis with an engine was soon requisitioned for the First World War effort, but the charabanc body was set aside. Sometime later, it was mounted on the 1927 Austin 20 chassis as we see today. Bill Dagworthy continued to run all three charabancs for many years, with Betty, the one here, being retired in 1956, the other two in 1963. Betty was sold to the late Colin Shears of Wickley, some of those electric public transport vehicles. After some years, Colin sold on to General Hertfordshire to tow a horse box to Jim Carner's, but then she was abandoned and open for 2 decades or so. Later sold to a neighbour who restored the chassis but little else. And then Tom Griffiths and his friends Richard and Stephen Ely got to hear of Betty's plight, whereabouts visited, and were promised first refusal if the owner ever decided to sell, which eventually he did in 2004. So Betty was brought back to Sidmouth, town, in a very, very poor condition, to the part ownership of her creator's grandson, which is something he can be very proud of. 26 was completely restored by Tim Wellock and the staff of Vintage Sports Name Services, who Chard in Somerset, just over to the east. So here she is today, driven by Mike Lavers for all to see and enjoy. So available for weddings and other functions if you like something different. So worth speaking to the guys with the beautiful Charabanc if something that you fancy for the wedding family celebration of some description. 14-seater Charabanc going back to a very, very long time, based on a chassis which itself is 98 years old. The vehicles that are here today are a couple of interesting humpers that Alan Small brought. There are two versions of the Humber 4x4 officers' staff car. One is an experimental open-top command car from 1941, the other closed six-seater utility from 1942. No one below the rank of major would have used any of these rare cars, which were one of the few vehicles specially developed for World War II, military use by the War Office. Both of these vehicles were in Normandy last year for the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings. So you can see the two Humbers standing proud as you look towards Wiscombe Park House on the left. Also here is the it's an Austin K2 heavy ambulance from 1944, 4 stretcher or 10 sitting person capacity. 13,000 of these were built, 30 survive, which is a remarkable statistic. Also here is the beige Dodge Coupe. It's a sedan built in 1940 in Australia as a staff car. In fact, it was made in Adelaide in South Australia. So good to see that car. And there's also one of the ubiquitous Willys Jeeps you see down there, which is cool. Of which there were enormous numbers. So there is the Daimler Ferret, which is 1955 built scout car Recce Mark II. Behind the two Humbers, which are in the Austin ambulance. The Ferret is powered by a 6-cylinder Rolls-Royce petrol engine, has a Daimler pre-selector 5-speed gearbox. It's always got something in common with the ERA then, the Paddock. It's only a 4-speed. It weighs about 4.5 tons. The Daimler Ferret scout car served with Territorial Army units from 1962 until 1980, following its first service, notably in the Fife and Forfar Yeomanry. Doesn't mention Forfar 455, the ubiquitous football score. The Ayrshire Yeomanry, Queen's Own Yeomanry, and then finally the 72 Engineer Regiment, released to the civilian market in 1988. This is owned by Simon Duff from Charnstock near Axminster, and the Willys Jeep down there, which is registered XKS 632, originates from June 1942 and discovered by its current owner in the Midlands in 2018, carefully returned to a very original condition, utilising as much as possible of the original vehicle, so issuing the temptation just to put lots of new stuff in. Little is known about the history of this particular example, but thought to have come from Europe sometime after World War II, having been utilised as a farm vehicle for many years, as I'm sure dozens, if not hundreds of them were, represents Popsky's private army Jeep, elite British Special Forces unit formed during World War II by Major Vladimir Panyakov. It's known as Popsky. The unit was officially known as Number 1 Demolition Squadron and renowned for its highly mobile, deep penetration operations behind enemy lines, especially in North Africa and Italy. So it was founded by PPA, founded by Major Vladimir Panyakov, Popsky himself, active from 1942 to 1945, North African and Italian theatres, and the army was typically 30 to 40 men. These missions reconnaissance, sabotage, demolition, intelligence gathering behind the enemy lines, so really cutting edge stuff. But its Jeeps in these operations were used in a highly modified form for combat, stripped down for speed and silence, equipped with multiple Vickers K machine guns, Lewis guns, HMG or Bren guns, sometimes twin. Extra fuel and water tanks extended their range, fitted with sand channels, shovels and spare tyres for desert mobility, camouflage for desert roads. Mobility and independence, they allowed small teams to operate far behind enemy lines without supply lines, speed and surprise for hit and run attacks, and in difficult terrain such as desert dunes and Italian mountains, and tactics like raids on Axis convoys and outposts. So you can see all that these Jeeps were doing in serving the League Force, sabotage missions, targeting bridges, airfields, supply depots, reconnaissance patrols, and using the legendary Jeep ability to engage quickly and disengage equally quickly. Often used for deception, such as changing tyre tracks to confuse enemy patrols, using local guides and intelligence to avoid detection. Needed minimal support, carried everything on board. Weapons and ammunition, fuel and rations for days or even weeks, radios for Allied command communication. So phenomenal, these Jeeps in operation, iconic vehicles, light, fast, and you can see a very nice example here, 4x4 drive on them. Initially weighed under 1,300 pounds before being increased with more supplies and stock. Payload capacity of 600 pounds. The engines weren't terribly powerful, but they were certainly torquey. The Jeeps were commissioned in the first place. 3 companies set up the Bantam Car Company, which delivered the first prototype in just 49 days. Quite extraordinary. Willys Overland submitted the Willys MA and then the improved MB, and the Ford Motor Company produced the Ford GP, from which acronym the term Jeep was coined. The Willys Design MB was selected for mass production, primarily due to its powerful Go Devil engine, simplicity, ruggedness you want, something that's easy to service out in the field. Ford also produced some GPWs using Willys specs, the interchangeable parts. Willys made the Go Devil engine, 2.2 litre 4-cylinder, 4-wheel drive with twin transfer case, high and low ranges. Could do around 65 miles an hour, range about 300 miles. Seat 3 plus cargo. And if you haven't got any idea how many were made, I can tell you over 640,000 by Willys and Ford combined. That is during WW2 alone. British Army received thousands under the Lend-Lease scheme starting in 1941, and Jeep was a mainstay of British military logistics and combat operations, reconnaissance, command and liaison, medical evacuation, special operations with elite forces like the SAS, PPA we mentioned before, and the LRDG, the Long Range Desert Group. Modified Jeeps with extra machine guns, fuel tanks, radios and camouflage. For the British service, they were converted in some cases, but not very many, to right-hand drive, fitted with radio equipment, canvas or improved armour, camouflage netting, and the Vickers K or Bren guns. Available in North Africa, Italian campaign, and Northwest Europe after D-Day. The legacy of the Willys MB, which is what we see here, is the Jeep became a symbol of Allied mobility and ingenuity, provided so effective that General Eisenhower listed it among the 5 pieces of equipment most vital to victory. Alongside the C-47, the Bazooka and others, laid the foundation for post-war civilian Jeeps, the CJ series, military successors like the M38 and Humvee, and at the term, as we said, Jeep became synonymous with all light 4x4s. So good to see the Jeep here, and that's giving you some background into them. It's almost 2/3 of the total of 988,000 light four-wheel drive vehicles were Jeeps. So a big thank you to the owners of these vehicles who have kindly brought them to Wiscombe today for you to peruse and enjoy. So the Willys MB, the Daimler Ferret, the Austin K2 heavy ambulance, the 1940 Dodge here in Australia, the 2 Hondas, and of course the Austin-based Charabanc. So that's a run through of what we've seen. Just a reminder that if you see the Royal British Legion collectors around in the Paddock area, please give if you can, and make it a day to remember here at Wiscombe. So thank you very much for that, and we'll rejoin you at the end of the lunch break, currently just after 1:30, due to start at 2 o'clock. So we'll be kicking off again at probably 10 to 2, 5 to 2, something like that, for the competition runs on what will hopefully be a fast drying course here at Wiscombe Park.
going to go at the very end. After the racing time.
No, that's it. Loads of confidence. cool, thank you. I hope you don't need it today. No, Joe, I've got another spare. Bear with me. Oh no, I lent one of Eddie's customers a head gasket. Got that.
Reflecting on the event, Joseph.
Put it back down as well as 1926.
We had a design.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a sunnier Wiscombe Park, with eyes praying to the skies, and hopefully we're set prepare for a fine afternoon of sport. And this is the Vintage Sports Car Club's second Speed Championship round for 2025. So it's been a tradition for many years to come here to Wiscombe, scene of hill climbing since 1958, and we're going to go into competition very shortly. The marshals have gone up in the Sharrowbank, which has been splendid, and once they're on their posts and the course clear signal is given, we will get underway with each competitor in our programme. And do urge you to get a programme. You can still probably get one from the marquees to the side of the Strode Sound vehicle at the bottom of the paddock. That will give you an essential guide to what is going to happen over the course of the day. We've had both practice runs for pretty much everybody. There might be an odd extra one. Then we'll go into the first of two timed runs, and myself, Marcus Pye, and George Loveridge is alongside me. We will guide you through the programme as best we can, keep you up to date with who's doing what and to whom in each of the classes.
We
George.
will. And speaking of which, Tanya has just informed me that we've got two practice runs ahead of the timed runs, so presumably called off. We've got a car change and the rain postponed a little bit of that, so we've got two practice runs ahead of starting competitively this afternoon. So if you look at your programme and think, that's not Jonathan in his Austin 7, Austin Gordon, England, it's because we've got two practice runs ahead of the time runs. So welcome again to those of you viewing on YouTube. Do say hello, do give us a message, and we will do our best to entertain.
Certainly the temperature has built again
It
during
has,
the lunchtime break,
it's a bit
hasn't it?
closer.
Yeah, and hopefully that augurs well for the rest of this traditional classic weekend. We had the 500 Owners Association here yesterday in charge of their hill climb.
Ahoy from the Czech Republic as well.
Fabulous.
I'm not going to embarrass myself and pronounce your name, but thank you for tuning in from the Czech Republic nonetheless.
The Kingdom of Hanover in Lower
Saxony.
Saxony.
Well, there we go. Afternoon all.
Isn't it cool that through streaming you can reach all over the world?
Absolutely. It's great. Usually you feel like you're isolated in the VSCC world.
Hi from sunny Dawlish, Warren, Starcross, and all routes to Torquay.
Torquay, yeah. There's a famous hotel down there.
So I believe.
Times some 500s. Yes, definitely, JC. That's towards the end of our running, so keep tight. Within about an hour you will not be disappointed. And our Finnish friend is back. So it's nice that people are making a day of it, obviously, with the stream. And hopefully the ad revenue is enough to keep the stream going for future.
Can you imagine that sitting there with your feet up, or maybe in the sauna in, in Finland with your television in the corner. Don't electrocute yourself.
And Frank, he loves classic cars. Well, we do have some classics today. Of course, it's mainly vintage, Edwardian and pre-war, but behind me there's a lovely MG A 1600 in red with silver wire wheels. Proper 50s, 60s sports car there. And a glorious TR3A Triumph as well, in British Racing Green. Of course, Triumph supplied the engines for Morgans of the period as well. 3 more likes till we get 100. Well, there we go, 97 likes by presumption then. It's nice seeing all the highlight shots, all the panning shots from the event. It really does. It almost captures how good it is to be here, actually.
Yeah, that's right, and that's one thing about streaming. It is a great service, and it is super, but nothing actually beats the atmosphere of being at a motorsport event. It's the sights, it's the smells of the oils and the fuels, etc., that really make it worthwhile. And the fact that there's a palpable buzz of excitement when the top competitors come to the line. You think they're going to really put it on the line, put it on the edge to record their times. But also that sense of delight too when new generations burst into the limelight and take on the aces. And it's good to see, particularly at Vintage Sports Car Club events, so many multi-generational teams. It can 100%. Be grandfather and children and grandchildren, or it can be siblings, or it can be mother and daughter, father and son.
We made,
whatever.
I must admit, back in 2018, myself, my dad and my grandfather made VSCC history because there were 3 generations of Loveridge competing. So they were sharing a 1953 Morgan Plus 4 4-seater, and I was in our Austin 7. So 3 generations competing on the same day at the same meeting, which is pretty cool.
Don't see that too often. I think the Daniels will try to do that at some point with their MGAs, because there's certainly 3 generations with Papa Daniel himself wanting to get back in the saddle occasionally, Mark, and then Mark's son, all enjoying MGA motorsport.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the adrenaline, the buzz of a hard hitter coming to the start line. If any of you are free across the 3rd and 4th of August, 2nd and 3rd, sorry, it's the Vintage Prescott Speed Hillclimb with the VSCC. That is really where you see the hard runners, the quicker cars coming out. I remember being there in 2014 when James took the record in the ERA. He was piloting at the time, and the buzz, seeing these cars come to the line, knowing that history could be made yet again in front of you.
It's incredible, isn't it? And Prescott dates back to the 1930s.
Absolutely.
And we say here to 1958, August 58, the first event. And if you live locally, or even if you don't, worth noting down July 26th and 27th, because that is a round of the British Hillclimb Championship here when top competitors are down in the low 30s.
As you mentioned earlier, it's almost blink and you'll miss it at that sort of speed.
Exactly. But those are in purpose-built cars. They've got massive downforce, they've got huge power, phenomenal traction, etc. So we've got the Torbay Motor Club and Wildlife Autosport events next weekend. We've got the British Championship in July, 5 clubs at 6th and 7th of September, MG Car Club on the 13th of September. And on the 14th of September, it's the National Hill Climb Association Arnold Gimblett Speed Hill Climb for motorcycles and sidecars. So it's all motorcycles and sidecars on that particular day, September the 14th.
Well, thanks, Marcus, for reading out the further events of Wiscombe. If we have another stoppage later, we'll whiz through the VSCC calendar.
I see what you did there. We'll whiz through.
Whiz through, yeah, whiz at Wiscombe, and whizzing we are, because we're not racing, we're hill climbing. We're ready to go for the afternoon runs. 731, a quick cheeky car change to start us off for their practice run ahead of Mr. Waterfield. So 731, the Austin 7 rep, Jake Purnell.
Yes, these last couple of practice runs, and we can see the Austin emerging through the gateway, now snaking towards Sawbench as Tony Waterfield leaves the line. Another wonderfully gifted engineer driver in the Jet and Harlequin, that car that he built and debuted a couple of years ago. The Austin is on its way to the summit, not far now from Martini, and John Waterfield slithering through.
Of course, you can see it's greasy out there now. There's definitely water on the circuit.
Not something that would worry him.
No. Well, the practice run 6:9:05 for Jake Purnell.
And the Waterfield time will come through in just a second. He's crossing the line now.
4, 3, 2, 1. 5:4.74.
Abracadabra. Good time there. So we're going to go into the class runs now, and we should kick off with Jonathan Lazell.
And yeah, that's it. We're going. We're officially underway for the competitive runs. This is what it's all leading up towards.
He's in the Austin 7 Gordon England 1928 spec car. Very, very narrow tyres will cut through any of the dampness that's down there pretty effectively. Stark contrast to the Formula 5000 Cooper that James Baxter drove yesterday. Monumentally wide tyres.
Yeah, he actually gets those fitted at a local tyre shop to us in Huddersfield, where they're usually doing Astras and Corsas and stuff, and then all of a sudden this Cooper on the back of a trailer rocks up.
So as Jonathan Lazell progresses towards the top of the hill, number 3 is en route, Robert Rhodes, with a 1930 Austin 7 EA Sports.
They're just holding the next car back a little bit, because you can end up, if you're not careful, with 3 cars on the course at once with this slightly slower.
Yeah, you don't want a concertina, do you?
No. Well, car number 2, the first competitive run to count, 6:9.35. Which is on par with his first practice run. But his second practice is still his best at 6:6.90.
But that's just the
change in
conditions, isn't it?
As we wait for Robert Rhodes to come back as well. 72.63. His best time yet, posting an 80.93, so he's just 1 second away from his handicap. Well, I should say 0.6 of a second away from his handicap.
Yep, 72.63 then for number 3, Robert Rhodes. And the 4 car is close to the top now, just rounding Martini hairpin.
Yeah, there is a distinctive wet line around Martini, just close to the apex.
And that's right, Richard Butterworth, 71.39.
And William Marsh is making a big song and dance, lots of noise nonetheless. One of the quicker cars in this class for sure.
And the 7 car will be driven again by Evie Mason later in the running order. Double driven cars, all beginning with 7. Prefix on the numbers.
Well, Peter Howard returns of 72.89, of course having missed his second practice for whatever reason. And you can see in the programmes the handicap, the time to beat essentially, based on previous runs.
Jonathan Lazel's well inside his, isn't he? 73,
Yes.
he's done a 69.35.
So as we said earlier, next time his handicap will probably be a 65, something like that. Be harder to achieve. Well, William Marsh back already, 5.9.24. Definitely a class winner. So far, anyway.
Well, it's a cracking time, and it's 1 3/4 seconds inside his handicap target. So that will stand him in good stead. There'll be class outright positions, won't there, and then handicap positions within those classes, based on previous.
Yeah, if he keeps
performances.
pushing, he's just 3 seconds away from the previous vintage and general record set back in 2008. Well, car number 10, the first car of Class 2, the Austin 7 Ulster, driven by Charles Ping, comes back in a 66.51. So just a second slower than the second practice, but again, as Marcus has been saying, the conditions have changed. It's cooler, and the surface is damp.
Yeah, got the Fiat Balilla
Yes.
heading towards the top of the hill now, and the first of our Riley Brooklands models appears.
And the Fiat returns a 7.4.71. It's been consistent. Yeah, within a second of previous. That's not so bad. Not so bad at all.
74.71 then for the Fiat Balilla of Dr. Dick Patton, and David Keefe is close to the top of the hill now in his Riley Brooklands. VSCC Brooklands.
I would suggest that David Keefe is sandbagging somewhat, having managed to beat his handicap by 3 seconds in his first practice. He's gone from a 62 to a 66 to a 69, so I think he's potentially just hanging back a little bit. Could be wrong, I hope to be wrong, but it could be a technique to keep the handicappers none the wiser.
69.44 I think that was for David Keefe.
Meanwhile,
Roland Woodley has got to the top
yeah,
in car number 14, the Brooklands Riley, a 67.95.
meanwhile the record was set in the Riley Brooklands of Nigel Dowding just last year of 53.36. Well, he managed a 55.37 in his second practice. Of course, that was the practice session where there was a flag,
Flagged, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he got a second attempt. So
Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it's very frustrating, because you
it's
made your best ever first half of the hill and suddenly you're flagged.
it depends where you were flagged, because if you flag towards the end, you essentially get another free go.
Yes.
But as you say, you could have been on a real winner.
Simon Thorpe in 15, time for him 61.52.
5822 from Nigel. Slowest run to count so far. Yeah, I think today with the continuous change in surface, there's just you can't guarantee what's happening. As Harry makes his way up the hill, his dad's had to head back home to West Yorkshire today with Tillage, Harry's sister, but Harry is still here pushing hard. Making the long, nearly 300-mile drive back to Huddersfield. And Harry's back already. 59.84. And that concludes Class 2, the standard and modified sports cars. As we fast forward to Class 3, standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars, 1100 to 1500 cc's unsupercharged, and 750 to 1100 supercharged. So a real variety of cars. Quite a large class, this one.
Yeah, it is, and it's the number 21 Wolseley Hornet Special, Derek Tew, who has rounded Sawbench and is accelerating towards the finish. the upper reaches of Wiscombe Hill.
It's nice that they kept the Wolseley Hallett name into the 60s with all the A series variants of it. So car 21, 71.27. His fastest run of today, but he's still 11 seconds short of his handicap. Now that was a very good tyre warming from Sue. I think she left the handbrake up. I saw her release it just as she got to the start line to make sure she gets as much heat into that rear tyre as possible. Crucial on a three-wheeler.
I think David Saxall is running ahead of her. Yes, here's David coming up to the gate on your live screens. The white and turquoise car, beautifully turned out.
He also runs a green Albus for race meetings. 22, the GN Annie, 64.48. Off Sue goes, a hell of a lick. Of course, these Morgans usually only have two-speed gearboxes.
Yes, there's a start gear and there's a once you're away gear.
Yep.
You might use the start gear again at the hairpins, I guess.
Well, David, like you were mentioning, the turquoise and white car comes back in 62.26. Now, he smashed his handicap earlier, managed a 53.02, 7 seconds ahead, but he's now within a more respectable reach of his handicap this afternoon.
Sue Derbyshire keeping it neat at saw bench and up to Martini she goes. Time for 24, which is Sue Derbyshire, a 54.59.
That's interesting because this isn't her usual tipple. She's usually in the dark blue three-wheeler, so therefore her handicap is TBC, to be confirmed. So I reckon next time out it'll be a circa 51 handicap.
Behind Sue Derbyshire on the hill, we've got Nash's. A time for the 25 car, 60.93.
Nice one, John.
John Giles. Gets a handicap of 57. Sliding beautifully round the hairpin was our next Nash. 27 just through the gates, Tony Woods. It's Matt Moore up ahead of him. Pretty new to Nash's, but bought a 500cc race car here yesterday, the BJR, the one off. Bit of a problem.
Oh, did he just miss it? I reckon he just dropped a gear at the wrong time.
Yep.
Perhaps he kept it in second instead of first.
And I think the red flag went out because of that.
Yeah, but they should. So we should see the other car. Tony Wood, was that behind? He should get another run.
Yeah, so it was a 75.49, unfortunately, for Matthew Moore. Just faltered at the final hairpin.
Well, Tony Wood has completed the run.
Yeah, it looks like he sort of missed a gear or wrong slotted somewhere, didn't he? For Matt Moore, and he will go much quicker in the second runs. So Tony Wood.
Yeah. So yeah, 27. We will see.
Go.
Yeah. Come back to have another go.
Whether they'll send him back now or to go in the next bunch remains to be seen.
I think it'll be the next bunch, considering he made it all the way. Oh no, all the Reds are staying out, so they might send him back immediately.
That, of course, puts him with the same conditions pretty much as everyone else in the class, doesn't it?
Because, of course, in the next 20 minutes, the course could dry out considerably, and that is an unfair advantage.
Countless times in the history of the British Hillclimb Championship, we've seen double-driven cars, more than one double-driven car in the top 12 points runoffs at the end of each session. And there have been times when the slower driver has gone up and then the heavens have opened and there's been a surprise result. There's been numerous surprise results actually here at Wiscombe over the years. One of
Well,
those hills that, a bit like the Swedish Grand Prix, kind of generated something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, that can really mess with your handicaps for next time round, because you could rock up next year with a 52 when actually you're capable of a 45 in the right conditions.
Handicaps, by and large, though, are based on a set of previous performances, aren't they? Not just the last year's.
Of course, yeah. Well, green light down at the start line. Car number 728. Oh, never a good sound when you get revs in anticipation and then nothing. Oh, and here's away. 3 seconds to the bridge.
Patrick Blakeney Edwards, PBE in the Nash. Only his second time here, he was saying. He said he loves it at Wiscombe, but
And yet at the
and he competed here twice.
Silverstone Spring Start, I saw him pretty much every race that he was in on the podium.
Yeah. He's only competed here once before, he was saying. So gung-ho style. The S's, lots of arm movement and a lot of throttle action too.
As we're about to see on the live stream. Oh, yeah, I think that was a deliberate kick there.
Kick the tail out.
So you can see it's very dry on the exit, but the
on the inside it is, but
outside's very wet.
Yeah, the outside, which is the conventional line out of there, is still pretty slippery.
So if you know that, you could potentially go in wide to come out.
Yes.
On the inside.
Get the cut back, as they say. So 728 Eddie Williams, 53.58.
As Paul Giddings' Lagonda 1680 takes to the course as well, as we said earlier, a touring way to ascend the hill. Certainly have a comfier seat than some of the other cars here.
So Eddie Williams, yes, has replaced James Blakeney Edwards, who was down to drive the 128 car.
And Lee Francis Hyper is away again. Consistent puff of smoke from this car, but nothing that the marshals are unhappy with.
I'm trying to work out why 728 ended up running ahead
ahead of the
28.
Now perhaps the system got a bit confused. Maybe they didn't tape up the number. Well, Lagonda comes back.
Patrick's helmet, wasn't it? It was a white helmet. Eddie
Was it
Williams'
red
helmet, I think, is blue. Yeah.
It had Patrick's body language.
Yes.
The driver.
Yes. And Patrick's overalls.
Subtle aggression.
So Rufus Flan, 29, did a 56.50. To go again. I'm pretty certain that was 28 that we saw go up before.
Graham White comes home with the Hyper with a 68.41.
It's 100 supercharged. Car from 1928, that's Lee Francis. Another Lee Francis en route, and that is Mike Pallett, his 1929 version. In the meantime, car 32 was Dr. Vijay Mallya in the BMW 328 on a 62.24.
2 seconds away from the handicap.
Mike Pallett will be the next
yeah.
to record a time.
The S-Type Hyper with a nice boat tail rear end.
82.80 was the time of Paul Ginnings in the Lagonda. And a time for Mike Pallett, 58.72. 58.72.
And that brings us on to the start of Class 5.
That takes Mike Pallett to the head of Class 4.
It does indeed.
Down to the start goes the 53, the luridly liveried Railton Light Sports.
John Fack. Car 50, Erica, a 71.63. As car 51, Roger Thorpe, another Vauxhall, is still on the hill.
Nicely turned out, kind of really bold colour for its era.
It is. Well, that was in my parked at my hotel last night in Seaton, so it's presumably been driven down from wherever he
It's
has
very
come
similar
from.
to BS 108, which is aircraft blue. And let's see what that second Vauxhall manages. Roger Thorpe, number 51.
51, 73.25. As another turquoise device leaves us here at the start line, making its way up the hill to the rest of the spectators. 53, John Fack in the, as you said, the Railton Light Sports.
Reed Railton, famous chassis designer.
Railton, yeah.
Involved with the design of the ERA chassis. Grandfather of Ben Edwards, the racing commentator.
Oh. 7865 for him.
So John Fack from the famous Sporting Trial family heads up. Julian Fack, the absolute ace, multiple champion. Going to Sporting Trial, he said jump in. I jumped in the passenger seat of his car. He drove up what felt like a vertical grassy bank. Just quite amazing. Ultra low gearing and very well developed weight balance. Keep an eye couldn't to steam. So into the braking area. Oh,
and he's not quite made it. Wrong gear again, perhaps.
This is 54, which is Jerome Fack. As a second bite at
second go.
at Martini,
Which will dent his time a little bit.
just a tad.
Yeah, 72.92. So yeah, he's about 10 seconds off the pace from earlier. Did miss, both Facks missed their second practice run this morning.
58.92 was John Fack in the Railton, and 72.92 was Jerome. 14 seconds slower, yes, exactly.
And we have some steam power on the line.
We know that 55 Mark Brett in that class is a non-starter. He was here.
But we do have a red
Briefly
flag.
yesterday.
It looks like on the finish, Jerome has failed to continue to finish.
Maybe clear the hill. Yeah.
Yeah. So hang on, we've got steam. Precious steam we're using up down here, guys. It looked like that's it. The marshal's just straightening out the cones. So I think he clipped them on the inside. Fair dues, thank you, Mr. Marshall. Up at the top. Oh, it does look steep.
It seems to be the FAC.
I think it is. I think it's Jerome in the Bruff.
Bruff Superior. Just
having a word.
Yeah.
To
in the corner of our screen it was there. Now we've got the white steam car.
Of course. Unmistakable of Bob Dyke. Being shared, of course, with Michael Dyke. Yeah, Bob Dyke's helmet is so vivid it almost looks like a buoy in the sea from where we're sat.
And that was the point of those powerboat helmets, wasn't it? Everyone had to be visible in poor conditions. They've taken the big Land Rover up to top that, one of those amazing forward control Land Rovers you see so rarely.
Yeah, it's always at these old hill climbs that you see these really cool recovery vehicles.
Exactly. You see more Mercedes-Benz Unimogs than you see those.
Yeah.
They're normally in the hands of tree surgeons.
Yeah, I was going to say there is a subcontractor for the local council that has a bright yellow Unimog, with the machine of death for tree surgery, where they chuck the branches in and it comes out as sawdust.
So just trying to recover the Bruff.
Yeah, I wonder if dinking the edge of the course has meant he can't go on.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mike. Not just yet. Yeah, it's been towed away, so... Yeah, the Wiscombe Village coming up and then that's it. Okay.
And the green light turns on. We've got Bob Dyke ready to head up. You'll see the steam emerging. Yep. Oh, just bending the marshal's leg a little bit through his fireproof overalls. And he's away. Like something out of a Disney cartoon as he steams his way up the course.
Back to the Future, isn't it?
Yeah, well, when this baby hits 88 miles an hour. And we'll leave that one there. You can see where he's been, put it that way. You can see where he's been.
And you can see if he's flat over the top here.
Yes, because, of course, if you look at this on the stream, viewers, you can see that when he lifts off the throttle, the steam stops immediately. So he's on the power, on the power, on the power. And then...
Oh,
that was that gear change, perhaps?
he's on it.
He's still on it. You can't say he's not committed, because we know. Yeah, with the narrow bushes encroaching the course, you can really see the steam hugging the side of the course, showing his line.
The hairpins are the challenge, aren't
It
they?
is. He runs very wide, a lot of oversteer.
And there's this monstrous wheelbase as well. It doesn't really
No,
help.
it's too long for Wiscombe, perhaps. But here he goes. He's off the power, coming to a very alarming crawl, but back on the power instantly. And he's taking it much tighter, but he's still having to borrow. Yeah, jumped up, shaking his fillings loose, and he's back on the power up the hill. What a thing to watch.
Yep, it's quite bizarre.
But as you said, that inner line, that inside line, he tried to borrow. His right side was on the dry line.
Yeah. It's like the track dryer at Santa Pod, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we usually say we've got another car on the track, but this car could be on another sort of track. Well, that marks the end of this first batch. We'll bring the first 6 classes back down, and then we'll see some shared driving action and classes 7 to 11.
Time for Bob Dyke, 111.34.
His fastest, of course, today was a 109. So I think they've ironed out any mechanical issues. Seems to be going very well now. Now, interestingly enough, we didn't see the Dion, the singer. The singer, I can't see anything in the assembly, so I don't know if they've quietly peeled away.
Yes, we all have sauna in Finland. Somebody too.
Have a sauna, there we go. You did mention it and you were correct.
Sounds good. Hello from Rugby. Hello, Russell. Russell Jackson in Rugby.
Sonny Alblighty, yeah, over in Rugby. This media, I've attended several hill climbs at Wiscombe. Oh, our screen's disappeared. Your comment will disappear with it. I've been part of the country. Yes, so yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there, Nigel. It's nice to see that we can use Wiscombe's facilities of a live stream when you can't make it in person. It is an awful long way to come. Well, if you live locally, it's fine, like with anything.
It's from Nigel McGoldrick. Do you remember Anna McGoldrick, the singer?
The name rings a bell.
There you go.
Can't name you any tunes.
Quite many rileys, yes, there are. That's our Finnish friend again.
Of course, in VSCC meets such as this, you see one of these cars on the road and think, God, when was the last time I saw one of them? And all of a sudden you've got 5. And here they come back down the hill. It's very slippery as they come out. Little bit of sideways action as they come around that final hairpin. Future of cars, steam, perhaps. It has been tried. Of course, electric cars were tried years ago, before Elon stuck his oar in.
Electric cars even raced.
Yeah, they did.
Way back in the 50s at Indy, places like that. Diesel cars as well were competing at Indianapolis.
And jet turbine Rovers and Chryslers in the 50s. What an exciting time. I know now cars are changing every minute.
The helmet and the Lotus Formula 1 car that ran with the Pratt & Whitney turbine. But the helmet was fantastic, the sports car. Dr. Dick Thompson, the American dentist, at the wheel, I think with John Heppenstall. Hopefully the steam helps dry the track out, but it certainly cleans it.
Heating it up a little bit, yeah.
Nothing quite cleans like steam.
Yeah, that Fiat just looks really nice with the.
It's kind of very white, isn't it?
It's very white with the burgundy interior wire wheels and grille. It just has all the right proportions. A posh Italian Austin 7 almost compared to the rest of the class.
The low line Riley Brooklands come through in some number. Hello from Texas, USA.
Hello, sir.
Howdy.
These sound amazing. Oh, good. I'm glad the audio's coming across because, yes, they do make a good noise, these vintage cars. Very little in the way of silencers in a lot of these. You'll have to come to one of our loud days at Silverstone or Donington where they really let rip. Always makes you think, have we really seen this many cars head up the hill?
Since Patrick Blakely was in that car by the looks
was.
of things, he's got his helmet and his overalls, etc. And but
Perhaps-
number 728 on the side of it. So
A strange,
As you
strange
say.
one there.
28 and 728, the numbers. It was a cheeky swap to do a recce.
Maybe, yeah. And here comes the steam car. Oh, on the power, despite going downhill. And then off the power again. Must be quite alarming knowing that it's acceptable to see steam coming out of the bonnet. Usually it's quite a warning sign.
What are the hydrogen cars going to blow out of the back?
Yeah.
Bit of steam or nothing?
It's just water, apparently, that comes out the back of a hydrogen-powered car. And it looks like the track is slightly wider at the back than the front. Rear axle sticking out further. The opposite of a Nash or, say, a Mark 1 Jaguar. And I bet he's got a nice warm back as well, because his seat is the...
Heated seats.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought my borrowed MG had nice heat. Oh, and we've stopped, and there's... It looks catastrophic from where we are, but it's normal, I think. And this seems to be as far as he can go before something needs fettling.
Billowing out of the top of the...
You can see why it didn't quite catch on.
It's like a kind of, like a massive kind of centrifuge tank.
It is, yeah.
It's like in the in front of the driver.
Do you remember what was the miles per gallon you gave earlier, or the steam per gallon of how much water it used?
Did it use a gallon a mile?
Gallon a mile.
Gallon a mile of water. That might be the sticking point,
Sticking
mightn't it?
point, yeah.
You know?
We used to. Well, we've still got it. We have a 1959 Formula Junior, a Turbine, one of one.
What, turbine? You mean
Yeah.
the turbine?
The Turbine, yeah. And its fuel tank is an old bread tin that's been welded flat, so that it holds just under 5 litres, which for something like Wiscombe, fine. Anything longer than Wiscombe.
One of the Coopers that was here yesterday had a little tank which was from an Atco lawnmower.
Oh,
It held 1.2 litres apparently.
wow,
And
that's
the gentleman said it was enough to get him up the hill and hopefully
back down.
enough to get sort of to the point
Just
where he
to the
could
top of the
run
paddock.
down. Yeah.
And of course the problem is, depending where the pickup is, if the fuel sloshes to the back of that tiny tank, you might not be able to receive it. Well, it looks like the steam car is going to be pulled back into the paddock, despite still steaming away. It still looks great. It's putting a smile on people's faces because, I mean, I've certainly never seen this vehicle before.
I've seen it at Goodwood and Chateau Empney, I'm sure.
Yeah, it looks like the sort of thing that would go down well at Chateau Empney.
Always great. There's a toddler there looking on and
Go, wow.
some bemusement probably.
Definitely. Well, that's what does it. My earliest motoring memories were from events like this, making an impression. And that is quite an impression that's being made. Well, the course car comes back, so the course is safe, ready for the next batch. Just when we've got... Oh, wouldn't put your hand there, Marshall. That will be quite warm on the back of the white racing car.
Toasted sandwiches, anybody?
Yeah, definitely. I know some of the trialers put a little grill on top of their Bentley or something when they do a trial to cook some sausages. Well, the green flags are out, so as soon as the white racing car has been moved, with its wooden spoked wheels and white wall tyres, we're ready to go. Can the X-Trail do it? Of course it can. With steel front wheels and alloy rear wheels. Interesting, maybe it aids with traction on the uneven surface. Well, we have a Nash going first. Tanya beckons them through. If they can find the right gear. And they're away, yep. Heave the steering over. Yep. That's car 27 we're looking for now.
Yep. 27 appears. That's the car that is owed the
Tony Wood,
rerun, Tony Wood, because
yes,
it was red flagged.
Indeed. So I can give it another go. He's had time to recalculate.
Problem for the reflagging there was when Matt Moore had a problem at the last corner and couldn't
make
clear Martini, so at some point the marshals had to pop the reds out. So Tony Wood coming down. There's I get the impression increasing number of Fraser Nash Supersports and TT reps and things you see come out with the VSCC, which is very encouraging.
And they also they're often toured across Europe, a lot of these Nashes. They're really good long-legged cruisers, because you can whip in another chain if possible that you might not need for a hill. There he goes for, well, technically his 4th run, but this is only his first run to count as he gets another go. Very smooth changes.
Conditions I sense a little better than when he went up last time. Tony Wood in 27. Very nice through the undulations to saw bench.
I just ran a bit deep, and that's going to mess his time up, sadly. I think he
Just came in too hard.
He was enjoying it too much.
Yep, braked a fraction too late, and you can't change the laws of physics.
Yeah, avoided an incident though, so fair enough. So we'll look to see his time in a moment. Ready for it. Should come any second now. There it is. Speak of the devil. 5741.
An opportunity missed.
Yeah. In fact, didn't his time too much, but 2 or 3 seconds is a couple of minutes in terms of competitive times by comparison.
53.58 is the best time. That was Patrick Blakely Edwards in the Eddie Carr. Time attributed to Eddie Williams, but was not Eddie's crash helmet, and as far as I was aware, it wasn't Eddie in the car.
Well, nonetheless, we've got Evie Mason in William Marsh's vehicle, the Austin 7. We should see her time in a couple of seconds. Car 707, Evie Marsh 7271. Nice improvement there.
And 1800ths quicker than Peter Howard in that class, and only about 0.32 shy of Richard Butterworth.
Yes, and here come the awardings that we were mentioning earlier that we didn't see. So we've got the Singer Hillclimb of Jean Deveau.
Jean Deveau, shouldn't it be a Singer coast to coast?
Oh, pop. Really leaning over. The lock looks like a quarter of a turn between locks. With that huge leaf spring underneath the differential.
Tim Harrison, the Dion Bouton this is, you can see in the lower reaches of Wiscombe Hill. Time for number 61 at 97.55. Dion Bouton, nearly at sore bench.
Nearly there, nearly there. One more push. 2 corners to go.
114-year-old car. Even that nearly runs out of road on the exit.
Well, 726. We've got a red flag according to our ticket. The Jack Bond shared Nash Supersports, but I didn't see it go out.
No, me neither.
Car 60, a 115. There we go, that's Dion. His fastest time of the day so far.
115.86 for Tim Harrison in the Dion Bouton type de course, a racing type.
As we wait for 722 on the start line. Another shared drive. The GN Annie. 1400 standard with a 59 second handicap. Got within a second of that on the second practice run, 60.92. So hopefully we're looking for a 59 this time, as the course is getting even drier. And you can still see from where we're sat that wet line through the middle where people haven't been driving. Well, Marshall's still keeping hold of the Annie GN, ready for the green light, hopefully. Well, according to our live stream, the batch are returning to the paddock, but I don't think they are, because we've got GN Annie making their way up, so this could be interesting if they really are coming back down. Yeah, there we go. So again, looking for a 59 second to match the handicap, or better it perhaps.
Wonder what's 11.9, Annie.
Making a good run of it. Here they come to the wet line, dry line.
Yeah, this is Mark Roston Edwards.
Yeah, they stole that dry inside line, and as a result they're away a lot smoother than we've seen previously this afternoon.
Yeah, that pale grey area is
gets
gradually
darker.
spreading, isn't it, across the track? It's
Nice
getting brighter,
gradient of grey. Yeah.
getting a little bit nicer up there.
.6199. So yeah, respectable time there.
That's for the 722, Mark Roston Edwards.
As we look towards car 7-3 on the start line, which of course is William Hargreaves in the Riley 9. Very well held there. You heard in the exhaust note that he stayed off the power until the car was fully straight, not risking any sideways action or unnecessary drama. And Simplicity is away. Quite a famous Austin 7. Driven by Graham Beckett.
Painted by Jack French, as I recall.
Yeah, there's not a lot to it, that one.
71 Chris Pickering in his Austin 7 Ulster replica, 68.63. 68.63 for number 71. William Hargreaves and the Riley 9 should be next to the summit. This is Graham Beckett in Simplicity.
As Clive Berman gets closer to the start line again. See, mentioning earlier, he's pulled up to the left-hand side of the start line. So he's anticipating to presumably stick to the left or go diagonally right to get a sharp. He always likes to, especially at the Goodwood sprint, he starts far on one side. 7.5.
67.83, sorry, for 75.
Sadly, quite a decline for Mr. Beckett there in Simplicity, dropping about 6 seconds from this morning. He was within the same second for his first 2 runs. Obviously the conditions have been a deterrent, but he's been competing with that car for some years. And Clive is away. Yeah, hug that right hand side.
Nice and smooth and neat.
Nice and smooth and neat, yes.
Looking good.
Hanging on to second though, I think a bit cautious with the wet surfaces. Fair enough. Car 76, Terry McGrath in the Amel car. 6.4.83. And that must be the sound of a Morgan, a V-twin, pulling away. Leaning over again to get the weight of the driver with the car in balance. So should be ready to see car 77 cross the line.
That's Tom Golland on his way then in the yellow Morgan from 1932.
Clive comes back with a 6.778. So within 2 seconds of his previous, but with the same, very close to his first practice run. But his 62-second handicap is quite a way away for the moment.
He'll pop his daughter into bat later on, will he not?
Yes, yes, Eleanor will be out.
Meanwhile, David Fennell, BEM, is near the sort of bench.
Well, at this rate, to be fair, oh no, Tom Golland in the Morgan Aero slightly pips Clive for fastest time in this class. But I reckon the toy will knock that even further. Dave's good at doing that. Very quick car, very quick driver. Usually shared with his daughter Claire as well. Just not on this occasion.
So 67.28, exactly half a second inside Clive Bergman's time for Tom Golland.
Oh, 6.4.64 for David Fennell. Not quite as quick as his first practice run, 6.3.35. You can tell, as you were saying earlier, Marcus, the drivers who've done it year after year after year, they don't really treat it as a first practice. They know what the car's going to do. They know what the circuit is, the course is, sorry, and they just go for it.
And that can have an interesting effect on their rivals, can't it? I think, they'll be dispirited about it. I think, you know, this is my third ascent of Wiscombe. It's probably my rival's 103rd ascent.
Yes. Yeah, if you've come every year for the past 10 years, you know, they've got 40 runs on you. So car 81, which is of course Kevin Morton in the Riley 9, one of the many Riley 9s we've got, was a 6.126. wow, really aggressively away is car number 91.
91, yep.
Yeah, Jack Butler into the Riley class, as it's affectionately known.
Yes, because most of the rest of the cars in Class 8 are double driven. So they're already at the top of the hill. They have to come down for their co-drivers to take their turns. Ian Muir, 64.18.
Well, Ian missed his second practice, but still put in a pretty good time.
Yep, that's car 82, then Ian Muir. 92 away, that's Andrew Briggs in the Riley 12.4 Special.
Attention, Paddock. A set of car keys has just been handed in to Hill Control. So please check your pockets if you are missing some car keys that come to the Hill Control caravan.
90 is Sarah Calloway, 62.73. In the Riley 12.4 Special. 91, Jack Butler, Riley Special, 62.71. So that's looking back at the screen. 0.02 of a second
Yeah, it's close, isn't it?
quicker than Sarah Calloway.
Well, 92.6255 from Andrew Briggs.
Which is really close, isn't it? But
It is.
it's at 0.18 of a second splitting the top of the three so far.
Yeah, you can see that throughout the whole class. 64, 61, 60, 56, 59, 60. They're all within 5 seconds.
But at the moment, the three that's gone up, and it's probably well seeded so that the quicker competitors go a bit later. Understeering.
Yeah.
For the 94, David Morley in the Riley Special, the hairpin. David McRobert, 59.98 for car 92, 59.98.
Slight cough. We're talking about cars clearing their throat. If you listen to this, Riley, just crackling up the rev range. It's not quite happy about something. Car 96. Harry Hoskins in the Riley 12.4, 1928/1935.
94, meanwhile, David Morley, Dr. David Morley in the Riley Special, 61.89.
So 2 runs within the 61s there for him, ahead of a 55.5 handicap.
Next up is going to be 95, Tamo Voigt on a 70.61.
Quickest run of the day, that's how we want to do it. Steady progression, that's what we want.
Car 96, 63.57 for Harry Hoskins.
Yep. 2 runs within the 63s, and his first run was a 61. So yeah, the wet conditions just deterring from a steady improvement. Really, that's all it is.
Paul Compton with the Wolseley Aries Special 97 is on the hill. There it is. Quite a short wheelbase car, this, neatly around the hairpin.
Yeah, we're looking for a class win from Michael James, I reckon, who took the class win again in 2023, but with a TT Sprite rep, not the same vehicle. Apologies. Yeah, 48.59. So I don't think he's going to get close to that today. Oh no, I'm saying that within a second.
Paul Compton in 97, 65.59.
Yeah, Michael James's throttle control is very, very good as he comes out of that wet corner.
It's pretty quick over the bump, wasn't it? The rise there.
Yeah,
past the tree.
2.92.
2.92 of the first 64 feet.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Fastest we've seen over that was Wilf with a 2:02 so far. Car 98 comes home with a 54.47.
That's Dr. Christopher Downham.
And Michael James, we should have his result very soon, looking for a class win yet again.
It's going to be a quickie.
Yeah, either way, it will be a quick one. Here it comes. 5.288. Perhaps pushing a little too hard, or just the conditions resulting in that slightly slower time.
So Michael James 5.288. He's in control of the class. He's 7.1 seconds quicker than David McRobert. He's on a 59.98.
And a blower takes away from the line. Doing a 3.05, car number 102. Paul Mullins in the MGK Special, of course supercharged.
Two sets of car keys in hill control. So if you can put it out, one's for Mercedes, and the other is for a BMW motorbike.
Looking for the next time.
Same set of car keys, and BMW is happy and
2 more times due in this class, but they're double driven cars.
Well, cars being driven are all well and good if you have the keys to those cars. So we have 2 sets of keys that have been found. They're over at race control. We've got a set of car keys, so if your pocket's feeling a bit light or you can't get it into your car, there's probably a reason. And we also have a set of bike keys, so if you've come here on 2 wheels, there aren't many of you out there, head over and see race control. So 2 sets of keys being found, but for those that do have keys, they are out on the hill at the moment. Car number 105 is away.
Let's go back to 101, which was Anthony Norton with the Alvis 1250. 101's time of 62.81.
And 102, as you mentioned, in the K Special, 58.46. And then car 103 that we've just been talking about is a 72.81. Considerably quicker time than their 80.79 earlier, but nowhere near, sadly, the 55 handicap that has been set. Maybe that might be, the bar might be lowered for the next time out.
105 is 55.72.
They've taken 7 seconds off their first practice. Dr. Charles and the Nash Ulster supercharged.
Charles Pither.
And the course car goes up. So we may have a potential issue. Are we going to see a flag on our screens as the Nash of 106 works their way up?
Can you offer me an explanation why Dr. Charles Pither is in the class as both 105 and 87?
Yeah, I've just seen that myself.
What appears to be the same car, although one has a handicap and one doesn't.
Maybe they paid their entry fee twice, you never know.
Bit magnanimous. 106, 66.16. .106. And that is Paul Yallop now in this class
So I see Piglet in the assembly area, so that would suggest that we're going to see the cars come back down, ready for another batch, starting with Class 11. The Corley class, essentially, sharing that car, with records being set there for the fastest vintage back in 2005 and fastest overall 48.08 back in 1998 in a Riley Blue Streak Special. We can see from the session highlights that it really was very wet at the start of the session, but now it has dried out considerably for those watching on YouTube. It's amazing what 30-40 cars can do for the overall condition of the course. So for those heading out, it looks fairly dry most of the way up, but the second bend before Martini has a very wet outside but a very dry inside. So potentially a wide line and take the inside on the way out, or vice versa, depending how much tail happy motion you're looking for.
Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, please, that the Royal British Legion Local Centre is collecting, and during the break might be an ideal opportunity if you see one of the collectors to pop something into the collection receptacle, and all very, very gratefully received. And the Royal British Legion do wonderful work with servicemen, former servicemen, suffering from all manners of stress and injuries as a result of conflicts, and they're omnipresent as an organisation and totally committed to helping the brave combatants from previous conflicts and present ones. So please give generously, and it will be privileged to send them home with a good collection from Wiscombe this afternoon, particularly if we've got such a great collection of World War II vehicles outside the house.
A light tank as well.
We've got the Ferret, the little Ferret armoured car. We've got two Humbers, a Ferret. We've got the Australian built sedan, got the Willis Jeep, and the Austin ambulance there.
Some very cool machinery.
And the Marshall Charabanc that's based locally and available for hire.
Well, so in news recently, in all British military air bases, all Chinese electric cars have now been banned, in the worry that they are always listening. Because think how many cameras you get on a new car nowadays. So any British military air bases, if you turn up in your new Chinese car, you're not getting in.
I've been very shocked driving to Spa last September with a friend in his Skoda, and I happened to make some remark just fractionally more loudly than I might otherwise have done, and it triggered his sat-nav into asking me a question, which was very odd.
Yeah, the fellow commentator Nick Upton, when he got his new Mercedes a couple of years ago, if you say the word Mercedes in that car, it'll spring alive and say, "Hello, how can I help?" Of course, you're talking about, oh, wasn't that Mercedes running well earlier? It will then spring to life, as you say, and take over. We'll stick to pre-selected gearboxes and double declutching, I think, for now.
So the batch of cars returning to the paddock. Next batch will be out very shortly.
Yep. Starting off with Wilf Corley in GM Piglet Special. Hopefully the chain has been repaired, or just, depending on which one, may even have just been removed completely.
Sort of Ford Model A motor in it,
Yes.
doesn't it? Yeah. I've seen Dougal driving it for years, and now his lad's graduated.
He has from his,
Austin.
started off with an Austin 7, the Penetrator, as it's colloquially known.
You see all these Rileys and things. You think back to Mike Hawthorne, who came
Yes.
through the ranks in Rileys at
did.
at Goodwood before graduating to Grand
I've
Prix racing.
actually passengered up Cop Hill in his old Riley a couple of years ago with the nod, the cravat bow tie on the grille.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's the progression in the VSCC. Historically, you start off with an Austin 7, up to an HRG, up to a Riley, and then you've sort of done your university of vintage car driving. And then if your pockets are big enough, you're free to do whatever you want.
It's all about opportunity, isn't it? And
It is.
you know, so many people are would aspire to doing this, but I know the VSCC tries very hard to make motorsport accessible to younger competitors, but a special breed of competitor generally in the paddock, because they're not new to this type of competition. They're generally third, fourth generation.
Yeah, they stay in the family a long time, these cars.
Competitors who have access to a family car, and you know, not all granddads have kind of passed them on, and not all subsequent generations are inclined to have a go, but nonetheless it's brilliant when they do.
Well, James Baxter recently was selling a Morris Minor, I can't remember what year, but at £4,000, so a very cheap way to get into all disciplines of vintage sports car life. Not the most competitive thing out there, but cheaper than an Austin 7, certainly.
My mother thinks back to when her father had a couple of Austin 7s on the trot, and she was born in 1931. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, looks like the shared drive 726 is leading the way. A couple of shared drives coming down actually to start this batch.
726. That's Jack Bond, isn't it? Looks like his
Yes,
crash
it should
helmet.
be. Yeah, driving two vehicles today. His Cooper and the shared Nash Super Sports.
Yeah, 726 Jack Bond in Matthew Moore's Fraser Nash Super Sports.
Well, he's away. Lots of leaning going on.
Yeah, lent it in, got back on the power.
Yeah, when knowing Jack, he'll have had that car in bits but a few months ago, and he'll know it inside out.
He's among the younger competitors within the club, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Jack's been around doing bits for a while, despite these. I remember watching he was in a big Vauxhall Tourer at Brands Hatch, and the front left wheel overtook him on the straight, which is not really what you want, but he managed it pretty well.
So James Baxter at Goodwood in the Romano had a
similar
tyre
thing.
come off, or what was it, the wheel or the tyre?
Something
or
got the
both?
hub, yeah, and same at Cadwell in the Riley ERA, similar sort of thing. Get a new torque wrench, chaps, I think is the...
Doesn't really phase them, does it?
No, it happens. So we're ready to see another time come through. Car 726 Jack Bond, well done Jack, a 6010. Not quite as smooth as your first run, but you're back warm and dry as Corley flies away. Will make his way up the hill. .781 comes back with a 6177.
That's Ethan Harris.
Yeah, very consistent, very consistent. Nodding around his handicap of 60.5.
Yes, 1.27 outside. And looking up the list, I wouldn't say that anyone is closer than that so far.
Wilf comes back with a 5.258. So just a second slower than his second practice run, but still close to his 50-second handicap, which is where he wants to be.
Yeah, that'll be up in a while.
Yeah. We're still drying out, of course. I reckon if it stays like this, touch wood, we'll see some more competitive runs later on. We can see some blue sky straight ahead on the live stream. I don't know if that's coming across.
If you're watching in New Jersey, USA, it's Fred Opert Blue.
Yes.
Of yore, the type that Keke Rosberg raced in so brilliantly in the 1970s in Formula 2 and Formula Atlantic.
And our friend in Finland in his sauna. Might be blue skies there.
White and blue, Finnish flag.
White and blue, there we are. And of course we have some auto jumble stalls here today. If you purchase some £10 2 3/4 inch brackets, they're in the commentary box. They've been brought to us by a kind gentleman. They were left in the catering tent. So if you're looking at your bracketless exhaust manifold, then
He had a wallet yesterday, and that got returned, and now we've got.
it's amazing what people leave when food is involved. Well, what have we missed while we've been
Tarka
away?
ale.
Yes, that's. So still waiting for car 121 to come back to us. Well, I'll go back to the top for the time to come to us. 121 is Michael Scott, the Fraser Nash. Now Eleanor was about to make her way back to the start line. The glove box fell out of the dashboard earlier. That's why she didn't quite pull away as quickly as she hoped. Nonetheless, Michael Scott returns a 60.75. So Eleanor is looking for around 68 seconds. Glove box should be secured this time. Waiting for the green light, and she should be good to go. She stayed more right than her dad did. Clive hugged the left-hand side of the start line. Eleanor's more central. Green light. First, and she's away. Smashing. Holding on to first as long as she dare into the first corner. Hard left, into second and away. Up into third. Clive kept second on that other run. She's gone up to third for that one, so keenly determined. As car 776 comes back.
That is a
Ian
66.16. .777, which is
7279. Yeah.
7279.
Keeping it composed.
Then 791, 60.21. That's for William Butler. 60.21. Time for 7:82, which is Tim Stamper, 57:45. That is far and away the best time we've seen in that class.
It is indeed, yeah.
Driving Ian Muir's Riley Brooklands replica.
The quickest time we had was that car with that driver, 57 dead for the first practice. But it's all still to play for. With one more run to go for this class. As we see car 703 return a 68.06. As 130 takes to the hill, Nigel Thorpe in the Singer Simpkins, the Bantam. He was up on the hill, but 131 just left the start line, the Austin 7 Ulster rep. The Bantam returns a 60.91. His quickest time to count so far. His handicap is 0.5, so within a couple of tenths. Very close. So 131, Jake Purnell in the Austin 7 Ulster rep returns a 65 dead, just 6 seconds away from his 59 handicap. As 135 makes its way down to the start line, the MGPA of James Burmester. Very nice car, dark green upon a very light sage green wheels and undercarriage. So that aforementioned MGPA heads to the start line as 133 returns a time of 65.38. And we can hear it, yep, that famous GN that Marcus likes so much for today's meeting.
Gear issue going up the hill. Yes, it's the GN Katipo of New Zealander Louis McNair. Self-built car, it's absolutely immaculate with a Jap V twin up front. He drives it in relatively Banzai style in his leathers. .61.03 for Darren Duchenbeau with the Austin 7 Special. 65.30.
There's Mark Purnell in the supercharged Riley Special. Thunders away.
65.30 for 133 Peter Aspin, and 132 just to check on that one for 64.76. Class led currently on 60.91 by Neil Thorpe in the Spike-ins. This is the Katipo on the line, isn't it? GN Katipo.
Yep, green light. Start, crackle and pop. Away it goes. Jabbing the throttle.
Japping the throttle, in fact. And
Lifting off. A lot of overrun. Perhaps just struggling to find that gear.
but taking a lot of speed through the gate.
Absolutely.
And now he's really in full swing. From near Auckland in NZ. Up into Sawbench. Looks in at the apex. And keeps it tight coming out on the drier part of the track.
He's obviously heard our advice.
So that's the MG Kane special of James Painter going up. Third Painter family member to be competing this weekend.
We are
57.70.
Yeah. So it's slightly slower than the practice run of 5496. Sorry.
And run out of road for the Kane special.
What a shame. .139 returns a 6549 for the MG that just ran out of surface. Could have done with a wider course.
And now we've got Finley Hope Cameron letting rip in the Morgan three-wheeler.
This is a favourite for the class winner today thus far, dare I say it? Posting a 5248 earlier today. 52.48 this morning, so hopefully an improvement on that. Still a couple of seconds away from the Hardy special back in 2008.
Hard to tell coming out of the hairpin whether that was a good exit or not, but there's only one tyre to put the power down through.
As James Baxter says, something like Kerbera, it's a make or break how you approach the first bend. There's so many of them, it's hard to tell, as you say. 140. Finlay returns a 5367. So yeah, slightly slower, but still quicker than the rest of this class. Well done, sir.
By a big chunk, by 4.03 seconds, by my reckoning.
As 771 gets underway, a shared drive from earlier.
Seven one. And that will be let's try to find out who 771 is.
As our steam-powered friend returns.
Seven is Joe Blake Nearwood, isn't it? Going into class 16. 41, 62, 42. One 42, 67, 90.
as we look towards the shared steam of Michael Dyke this time round, looking to better his 109 from earlier. No, he's 5803, I should say, sorry. Oh no, I don't think it's going to happen. He's run out of steam. Oh no, he's found some. Kettle's boiled and he's away again. But I don't think he's got the momentum to get up the hill. He's slowly chasing his way up. It still looks great though. You can still hear it whirring away. For those on YouTube, he's just coming right past the front of the lens now, still steaming away. How cool is this? We'll never get bored of this throughout the runs. We'll see it twice more, as of course Michael takes it for another run, as Bob will take it for another run. Keeping his foot flat round the Bluebells. Here he comes round the tight bend where he usually overruns. He's gone very
Attention, Paddock. All competitors in classes 14 through to 22. Please get yourselves into your cars and ready. You'll be running very soon. Competitors in classes 14 through to 22.
hurrah. So Michael Dyke didn't run wide on this occasion. The first run of the 3 so far where he managed to keep it on the tarmac rather than jumping into the nettle bush. Steady improvement there. And we should see his time come through in a second, as his run should have finished any moment now. Here we are. 156.25. Oh yes, that's quite a dent, if I'm honest, in his previous track record of 58.03. But he made it up in one piece, and I'm sure he had lots of fun doing so, and it provided us with much entertainment. So that's the end for this batch. We'll bring them back down, as the Paddock announcement said. We're ready to see another couple of classes to take to the hill. The assembly area will soon fill up, so if you're on foot in the paddock, watch out for some hot race cars coming through. And you'll be able to see the cars come back down in all their glory, as on YouTube we watch the highlights from that session. And we're still yet to find the owner of these clamps, these 2 3/4 inch and 3 inch, £10 the lot of clamps. They look like exhaust clamps. They're clamps for something anyway. They're essentially large Jubilee hoses.
Clearly a bargain to somebody.
To someone, yeah. If not, I I don't have change for a tenner in my pocket, but you've already bought them, of course. So if you're missing them, if you put them down in the catering tent, come and find them in the commentary box. And I don't know if they've been claimed yet, but there were 2 sets of keys that were lost, which are over at Race Control. A set of bike keys and a set of car keys, which you'll need to come and identify. Well, as the course car returns back to its safe hiding spot, the Seat Leon, we're ready to go again with 731. Some more shared drives. Well, as the first car gets underway, we still have a bike with some missing keys. The registration number begins with M659 and ends in K. So if you have a bike, registration M659 ending in a K, pop over to race control and your keys will be there so you can get home this evening. Otherwise it's a long walk wherever you live. So 731 is well underway, managing a 3.76 over the first 64 feet. So 731 belongs to one of the earlier classes from today. As more and more impressive machinery make their way down, car number 151, a methanol-fueled Morgan. Another supercharged car pulling away. Car 100, 3.76 over the line. Regardless, car 731 posts a 6549. The next run from this batch as some of the hard hitters really come forward for this afternoon of their first competitive runs before we go back for the final look at the competitive stuff. 150. Back home and dry with a 5884. That was Simon Kellaway in the Riley Sprite, 12.4. And car 733 also away over the bridge. Car 100 returns. Car 100 returns. Car 100, of course, being Timothy Robinson in the MG Magna L1, posting a 6074. Oh, the methanol Morgan popping and banging away. Oh. Maybe the fuel air mixture isn't quite right on this occasion. It's been running pretty well for the rest of the day. .733 comes back as well with a 57.46. Something's making a lot of noise on the start line. Looks like Michael James again in the Riley Cotton Special. And he's away, not hanging about. Wow. 2.99 over the start. .151 comes back again. Alistair Roux in the Morgan Aero, despite any potential issues, for a 63.22, which is considerably quicker than their 7152 of earlier today. Now have a Bugatti trying to leave the paddock, but I have a feeling he might be waiting a while as we've only just started this next batch of cars. Looking forward to seeing what Michael James comes back with. Again, a contender for FTD along with Ian Baxter in the Alta. Very smooth line heading towards the finish line. 153. Michael James, a 5299. Not quite as quick as his 4.7 practice. So again, what was Ian Baxter's time? Was a 4.6. Oh. Now, of course, Ian's practice time doesn't count. So this is still the fastest time to count today. As we have another Bugatti on its way up, 160. Richard Wiseman, the Type 35, of course. Lovely dark blue finish.
Just glorious, and progresses up towards the gate in fine style. Lovely backdrop with the house in the distance. And Richard Wiseman continues to maintain momentum. It's all about momentum up to the first of our hairpins at Saw Bench. I'll hove into view in a moment. There he is.
Wow, that's not hanging about, is it?
David Pryke on the run.
Yes.
In the Fraser Nash Shelsley. Of the quick car driver combo. He's super quick in, I think he drives, isn't he?
Absolutely. 160 returns a 6.115, Richard Wiseman. The quickest run today for him, 6.115, away from his handicap of 58 seconds.
David Pryke's handicap is a 50.
It is, and he managed a 50.96 on his first practice run, so perhaps overextended himself a little bit.
Ultra narrow tracked Fraser Nash.
Well, 161 Pryke that we're just talking about comes back with a 5287, so a bit closer, a little bit closer. I know he was auto soloing his Morgan Riley, and it was just smoking a little bit on full chat, so he thinks maybe the rings have gone.
Here's David Morris in the fabulous ERA R11B. Humphrey won the Cork Grand Prix, second in the South African Grand Prix in the 1930s, and helped Ken Wharton to 3 of his 4 British Hillclimb championships in the early 1950s.
Well, the Alta, we're still squealing away.
Local man David Morris, former Team Lotus mechanic, is up over the line at the top.
162 David Morris in that ERA, 5.0 dead, well 50.37. So again, his quickest time of the day, 2 seconds away from his handicap. Now, Ian Baxter in the Alta should actually be able to get his power down this time. Saying that, he's still squibbling away. Oh, very sideways in the S's. Good car control. He's a ragdoll. He's just a passenger. I don't think it's as dry as he'd like. Yeah, much more sedate through the hairpin there to contemplate the...
fierce acceleration, though, on the Castle Straight.
Neck snapping. Here he comes.
Oh, he understeered.
A bit wide, and then right foot to save him. Good drive, Ian, good drive. Ian comes back in car number 163 with a 4.938. So that is the quickest run today to count. But his practice was still quicker, but then again the conditions were better, sorry. As we see Dougal Corley getting ready to follow the Norris Special, formerly owned by Julian Grimwade. Tom Waterfield. No, it can't be. We haven't seen him.
There he is. That's Tom Waterfield through the finish.
Yes.
In the GN Harlequin, car that we built.
5174.
That's against a handicap of 50 seconds.
Well, the Elvis Norris, the Norris Special, we've talked about a lot today, is up and away. Haven't seen a competitive run from him yet.
Ran yesterday, did Robin Harcourt-Smith, latest custodian in this great car. There's Dougal Corley in the Longstone tyres,
Yeah.
Leathers flinging the Piglet up towards the gate. Oof, little bit squiggly over the brow.
See what he did there?
Always on the limit, isn't he?
He is. He's really pushing.
Oof.
Oh, careful, Dougal.
Thumped the bank.
Get home tonight, mate.
Clunked the bank big time in the middle of the S's. Kept going. I mean,
He
the car
did. He
leapt
didn't
in the air.
stop. He kept his foot in it. There was no hesitation there.
Wouldn't have done the tracking much good, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Fairly
If he
hefty.
tries back on full left lock, you'll know why. Here he comes towards Martini at the end. A bit more of a relaxed approach this time. Yeah. Fair dues, Dougal. So we're looking for a 5.341.
A bank clonking 5.341. That's
That
not
could
as
have been
quick
a-
as Wilf, is it?
No, just a second slower. But I was going to say, yeah, that probably cost him a second, just losing that momentum. As we await car number 190 on the start line, Simon Taylor, who will win his class regardless, because it's just him within it. Sports cars and sports racing cars built before 1961. So here he is in his 1950 HWM.
Yes, it was converted to the Chevrolet Power a while later. He's had it for many, many years.
still have
Drives it on the road.
A black flag while the marshals just brush up bits of pebble that were knocked by Dougal.
It's a piggery.
But nothing will make these marshals squeal. They know what they're working with. As the two Bugattis are eager to leave the paddock, our commentary box is filled with their exhaust smoke.
Simon Taylor on the line there with the HWM Stovebolt Special. Raced Clubman's sports cars in his early racing days. Did the Escort Mexico Challenge as well in the early 1970s. And was editor and publisher of Autosport magazine in the real fun days.
Well, he should be ready. The green light has gone, so just drop the clutch and away you go. Oh, stall. No, I think he caught it. Lovely white wire wheels against the black paintwork. on
It
the
is an
body.
immaculate car, and so drives it from Chiswick.
And you see how much bigger it is compared to the pre-war stuff. We complain now, but stuff really did start getting bigger over time.
Took it down to Australia, I think, Phillip Island a few years ago.
As the Coopers start to come here. That gentle thud of them keeping the engines revving. So for those watching on YouTube, we're getting close to the end of our batch of first runs before the final runs of the afternoon.
Simon Taylor then through the finish. Then we've got Alan Harrison in the Formula Junior Cooper T56 of 1960, the Mark II Formula Junior, T52 being the first. Simon Taylor's time meanwhile in the Stovebolt Special number 190, 55.79.
Yes, pretty respectable time. That's still slightly slower than the first practice. Didn't manage the second practice.
I think the weather just was
Yeah,
against him. He
deterred.
thought, "Do you know,
Yeah. There's no point risking it.
I'm
yeah.
driving this home."
Yeah, exactly. Don't want to get a wet seat.
He's got his sandwich box and a couple of spanners, and that's about it.
A very murky start for 210. Meanwhile, we're looking for Alan Harrison in the Cooper T56 to come back.
Jack Bond in the Martin Norton. It's progressing towards the top. Time for Alan Harrison awaited. Handicap 56.5, and he's done a 61.86.
Which is his quickest run. He's still 6 seconds away from the handicap, but he's won his class. So there we go. As we head to class 22 for the rest of the Cooper runs.
Yeah, it's Jack Bond who'll be first up in that one. He's really towards the top with the Norton powered Martin. Great Martin built car, big tail slide out of the top as the Kieft goes away. That's Chaz Reynolds in the Cyril Kieft cars, first made in Bridgend, later as a mark made in Wolverhampton when Lionel Mayman was running the show. But the 500 Kieft tucks into the gate.
Well, Jack comes back with a 5.713, his fastest run of the afternoon, not matching his practice. Again, I think people who know the hill really went for it in their first practice. Oh, Jack has...
Oh, this is Chaz Reynolds. He's spun in the...
spun. We missed that.
Yeah, we didn't see that.
Oh, he can reach the front wheels to push himself out, but at least he's facing the right way to roll back down the hill.
That's right, swing axle rear end. He got caught out in the middle of the S. He's now facing the wrong way. Now, whether...
Of course, he'll need a push to get it started again downhill.
Whether it's possible to run it back down the hill.
Well, I think that'll be a fail for this run, sadly. Chase. Nice livery too. And sadly the Cooper on the line is going to have to be relaxed as he's patiently blipping the throttle ready to go. He's going to have to kill it, sadly.
Chaz is jumping out. He's looking at the rear suspension. Let's see what happened.
See the
Here he
spin.
comes.
Just too much speed. Yeah, I think that was a bit of lift off
Bit of a
oversteer.
tank slapper. It went one way then the other and just kind of
Managed to roll at the bank.
banked up right up to the driver's seat. Went up the bank. And there's a little dimple in the bottom of the car where the driver sits. He's now sort of removing the mowings from underneath.
Yes, returning it back to the Bluebells.
Into there and trampled down the grass.
I think he's just chatting to the marshals to say what happened, and then more importantly, what's going to happen next. I think he needs to. It makes sense as he's facing the wrong way to come back down, but I know that strictly isn't the right etiquette, really, is it?
It might be easier though than push it up the hill to the cutaway at Sawbench or down to the one little bit below where he's ended up.
Well, the Cooper on the start line has kept it running. How long can he hold on?
Fail then for Chaz Reynolds.
I know, Christy, these drivers really aren't babying these old girls up that hill, are they? No, they're not. These drivers know their cars. They know the limit. They will push them as hard as they dare, and they're race cars at the end of the day. They're competition cars. Some of them will be driven home tonight, but most of them will be put on a trailer, so they know that they can push them. So thanks for your comment. Of course, motorsport is dangerous, sadly. We're reminded of that every so often.
Here comes the Kieft.
Yep, the wrong way.
May actually be none the worse for wear.
Yeah, I think he got it bumped. I think it was a case of lift-off oversteer, just carrying a bit too much speed.
He's got out, tamped the divots down, and he's coming back into the paddock. So
quite scary. I wouldn't have liked to have been sat where he was.
Difficult to tell with the swing axle rear end and the camber on the rear wheels.
It's huge.
Anything's been knocked, so it runs quite a chunk of negative camber on the rear. I think all will go again by the looks of things. So next on the line, I think it's should be Mike Wood with the early Iota Jap engine. The red flag has been waved and has now been
Waiting
put away.
No, don't stall it now after all this time. Get away cleanly. Waiting for the green flag is out, so he's just waiting for the green light. Here he goes. Yeah, a bit of burn off any excess fuel at the top. Again, as you say, that camber at the back.
On all these cars,
Yeah.
the swing axle ones. And down to the line comes yesterday's 500 winner.
Yeah, methanol powered.
And that is Richard Robarts, ex-Formula 1 racer, in this Cooper Mark 11 with a Jap engine, 57 car. Richard, who went up the racing ladder from Formula Ford through Formula 3 to Formula 2 where he had an enormous accident at one of the Italian tracks, I think.
And a good start as well.
Then the Formula 1, and then came back to motorsport with sporting trials. Did that for a while, and then got the bug again. I thought I want a 500, and so he's got this Cooper Mark 11. Well, Cooper's made around 300 500s over the years. The records of exactly how many didn't survive.
Mike Wood waiting patiently. His patience was rewarded with a 5.727. 5 seconds off his quicker practice time again. General theme here.
This is a reflection on the slippery nature of the surface. 215 with a little tweak of oversteer. That is Hamish Cameron Evely in the Cooper Jap. He was second quickest to Richard Robarts yesterday, and third quickest was Harry Painter, who's coming to the line now in the ex-Harry Whitney Cooper Jap. That is a Cooper Jap Mark 7, 53 car that champion of the Americas, Harry Whitney, ex-driver in 1954. And this is the colours it raced at in Nassau and the Bahamas and the street races.
A couple of cheeky backfires on the line as well. Oh, bit of sideways action. Up at the top
Richard
of the hill.
Robarts 52.15 for 214. Hamish Cameron Evely's near the top with an exuberant tail slide.
Absolutely.
You can see the family genes going there.
Well, 215 returns with a 5.163. Having not participated in a second practice.
And that's quicker
It is
than
indeed.
Richard Robarts.
So thus far the quickest in the class.
That's how he Painter going to do. Hamish's grandfather, Tim Cameron, was class winner here at the first 500 meeting in 1989, I think it was.
Wow. Oh, and yeah, you say, speaking of exuberant tail slides,
That's
he's
Harry Painter
already
over the line.
finish.
Yep. Good run for him. And what's Harry Painter done? Soon see, it comes up. Harry Painter 50.52. He's snatched the class lead.
Snatched it again. So the past three cars have gone from a 52 to a 51 to a 50. Will we see sub 50 seconds? Now the fastest handicap in this session is for Harry Painter, a 49.5. So I doubt we'll see him being the hottest driver in the class. I reckon we've seen our man for this one. As 218, blinding start, 3.15 over the first 64 feet. This is Oliver Dent in the Hornet F3.
And note a change, he's in the Cooper Mark 5 from the family team. He was going to drive the Hornet, but he's a switch.
Well, 217, Alistair Dent is a 55.57. As the Bugattis get ready to patiently work their way up the hill, non-competitively. Well, 218, Oliver Dent, 54.42. So yes, the quickest time of that session was Harry Painter. Well done, sir.
Yeah, 217, Alistair Dent, who was now in the Cooper, so it's a big change round in the family.
As we have cars making their way up the hill, leaving us sadly, but we don't go, we still have more action to come. For those on YouTube, we've still got another batch of cars running. So you'll see the highlights momentarily from that batch, that group of cars, and then we're ready for the final set to go. So, again, it's still Michael James, the name we keep referring to. The quickest of the afternoon with a 5:2.99. Not the quickest we've seen today, but the quickest timed run to count, which is what it's all about. As the course car follows the procession up to the top, ahead of cars coming back down.
So yes, the Hornet is Oliver Dent and Alistair Dent in the Cooper, who was entered in the Hornet originally. It's complicated, but yes. So the class led by Harry Painter in 2:16 in the Cooper Mark 7 Jap 50.52. Second is Hamish Cameron Evely in Cooper Jap Mark 8 on 51.63, and third Richard Robarts in the Cooper Mark 11 Jap, which is on 52.15.
That last one wasn't your best.
No, I have the gun. Terrible excuse.
Little bit squiggly over the brow. Always on the
And why would you want to leave early? We've still got a run of cars to come. Ready to start again as Tanya waves for the first car. Car number 2, Jonathan Lazell in the Austin 7 Gordon England. Ready to take his final run of the day. The final shift.
The final countdown.
A bit of Europe, yeah. I don't know if we'll get done for copyright on YouTube for that one. I'll usually play some
Not with
music.
that rendition.
It was flattering,
Here comes then number 2, the Immaculate Austin 7 Gordon England, 1928 car.
Which is
Modified
bonkers
spec.
to think that that car's approaching 100 years old now. Because a lot of the early 7s already are 100 plus.
Crazy. I think it was Austin 7 Chummies that my grandfather had, but they were long gone by the time I was a lad.
1922, the start of it all. And here we go.
It's,
We're back again.
Jonathan Lazell then off, tweaks the car through Wiz corner, accelerates sharply up the incline. You can see it's on your screen there, it's not straight, but you can more or less straight line it.
Yeah, if you hug the right hand side, you can maybe get away with it.
Bit of
Wiggle,
slide
wiggle.
coming into the gate, but that's fine. Maintaining good speed to the 69.35. Second in class in the first runs. Conditions should be a little bit more consistent now.
He should, lifting a wheel. Unless that was the glitch on the screen. It looked like he lifted a wheel. But yeah, as you say, now it's dried out and it's not really getting any warmer. They should be more consistent. Now these first batch of cars, the first sort of 3 or 4 classes, had a wet surface earlier. But everyone else was on a dry surface. Well, car number 2, run complete, 6.725.
So 2.1 seconds quicker.
Indeed. Still blitzed his handicap. Which of course is a 7.3.
Yes, no one's going to touch that, are they? Because he's 5 seconds plus underneath it.
Yeah, he won't be taking home any trophies next time out.
So that's Jonathan Lazell. Robert Rhodes is nearing the top of the course.
To a 7.384, Mr. Rhodes.
So that is not as quick as before, 72.63 first time up for Robert Rhodes. Richard Butterworth should have been next.
Yeah, William Marsh really pushing hard, as he usually does. Of course, he trials that car as well. And he was out at Silverstone, so yeah, all VSCC disciplines covered. Quite a versatile car.
Multi-purpose, that's what they were in those days. Richard Butterworth, 70.49. Good improvement from 71.39. So 0.9 of a second gained. But 68.5 was his handicap target. Fit Balilia's on its way up. Peter Howard, meanwhile, in number 5, 68.95.
Yep. As William Marsh should be getting close. Yep, he's just the final push towards the finish, and we'll have his time in a second. He returns. 5.735.
Peter Howard found almost 4 seconds. William Marsh, as you say, 5.735, 2 seconds quicker almost.
Yep. Still slower than his practice, but that doesn't matter. That's the quickest timed run to count this afternoon.
And 3.5 seconds inside his handicap, but further inside the handicap is Jonathan Lazell.
Car 10 comes back. Charles Ping in the Austin 7 Ulster, a 6.525, which is a second improvement.
Yeah, 1.25 seconds. Improvement. Now, what can Doc Patton do in the Fiat 508S Balilla? It's nearly at the top. And we're to Riley Brooklands territory next with the 1100cc versions. And you'll see the HRG, hopefully, of Harry Baxter. Time for Dick Patton is 72.61 for car 11. 72.61, 2.1 seconds quicker than first time. David Keefe, a 68.21, another good improvement. 1.2 seconds off, still 3 seconds outside his handicap target. 14 is Roland Woodley, and 15 Simon Thorpe. Simon Thorpe, who was considerably quicker than the previous runners in the first time round, and was beaten by Nigel Dowding and Harry Baxter.
Roland Woodley back with a 6.624.
Good improvement, 1 3/4 seconds, something like that. Who raises his 67.95. And then we've got Simon Thorpe in 15. Can he get sub 60? He should be able to, on the basis of what his class rivals have done. Here comes Nigel Dowding in the red-bodied Riley.
As Harry flew up the straight, really making good progress. If he can keep it composed throughout the S's, he should be in for a good run, looking for a 5.984 to beat.
Chip off the old block.
Yeah.
So Simon Thorpe, 57.93. That's well inside his target.
Oh, spinning up the inner wheel on the HRG. Harry, nice one, mate.
Nigel Dowding, 55.03. Massive improvement.
Absolutely, even upon his practices. Quicker by 0.5 of a second over his first practice. So yeah,
but he is good time. 2 seconds outside his handicap.
Harry comes home with a 5.620. His best time of the day. That's how we want to play it. He was consistent within a 5.8, a 60, a 5.9, a 5.620. That was the run for him. That's the way to do it.
First time he's been here, isn't it?
Yes, his first Wiscombe.
Yeah.
Still very much new to hills and whatnot.
Terrific effort in the Paul Mahaney HRG, 56.20, which is second quickest in the class to Nigel Dowding. Handicap results will be different, I'm sure, but
I'm sure Harry would have been here last year, but it was slap bang in the middle of his GCSE exams, so I suppose even his dad had to say what comes first on that weekend.
Priorities, lad. 21 is Derek Tew with the Wolseley Hornet.
Sue has nailed her burnouts for the tyre warming. Usually these final runs, people really just get the tyres nice and hot. It's always good to see.
70.08 for Derek Tew. In the Wolseley, over a second improvement. And then we have Bill Roston in the GN 11.9 Annie.
We've lost a mobile phone. Would it be possible to announce at some point? Yes, yes. It's a iPhone with a green case. Thank
So Bill Roston, Dr. Roston, a 63.95. Improvement by about half a second.
Of course, plenty of you taking pictures and watching the live stream on your phones, but if you don't have the phone, it could be a nightmare. So if you found an iPhone with a green case, please hand it either to the commentary box or race control. If you find an iPhone that's not yours, please hand it in if you see it. Thank you very much.
David Saxel in 23, a 59.54. Good improvement. And Sue Derbyshire in the 3-wheel Morgan Super Aero, 52.88. 52.88. Cracking time from Sue.
I think that could be the class winner for this one, Marcus, based on our previous runs.
See what Rufus Flan can do in the Fraser Nash. Young Rufus, who's going quickly. But that was a stonking time. Into Nash territory shortly with John Giles, 57.60.
His fastest run of the day. Yeah, people are really coming to their own now. They're dialing in and relaxing.
57.60, not quite as quick as the time that Tony Wood did early on.
Really holding the revs high on the line. Car 28. As 726 comes back with a 6126.
726, that's Jack Bond.
Yeah.
In Matt Moore's Nash. 6126.
There's a lot of speed there. A lot of speed. Tony Wood, a 5367.
Good improvement. Almost 4 seconds. And this is indicative now, I think, of the hill conditions improving. I wonder whether that was Jack Bond going up. It was a white helmet.
Well, yeah, but he's got a darker helmet, hasn't he?
The 500 yesterday, complicated. Who knows? Been attributed to 726 anyway.
Oh, Sue has just been pipped by Patrick, a 5048. Who actually managed a 4989 in his second practice. Nonetheless, his 5048 takes him to be the current class leader. As the BMW takes to assembly, we have a blow of the whistle and a red flag, sadly. That's not a problem. Again, there's an iPhone on the loose, a green cased iPhone. If you find that, please let us know either in the commentary box or at race control. So when we're not here at Wiscombe, we are at many other events up and down the country throughout the year. So if you haven't got a programme, you can probably still grab one if you're lucky. If not, bad luck. But this weekend we're at Wiscombe Park. We're then back with the VSCC. I'll be there Saturday the 24th of May at Donington Park. We've got a race meeting. That's ahead of Harewood Hillclimb on the 7th of June, our next competitive run. From Harewood we go to Cadwell. We're racing again on the 21st of June. Before Shelsley Walsh on the 6th of July. We're really going through the year quite quickly now. We then got the Gold Cup at Alton Park, a very popular favourite at the end of July. And then, of course, the old favourite, the vintage Prescott Hillclimb, the first weekend of August. Moving our way through, we then get to Mallory at the end of August. Ahead of Loughton Park, a double header. on the 6th and 7th of September. So all these dates, get them in your diary before we're there back at Prescott again for the long course, slightly different iteration of the course on the 20th of September. And that takes us through to our driving tours and trials at the end of the year. So it looks like car 29, we've got a fail. We've seen a few of them today, not a problem. And a red flag for car 30, who wasn't able to make the run as a result of the fail.
That's the Lagonda of Paul Ginnings. Graham White's number 31, Lee Francis Hyper, has just been pushed onto the grass at the start area. And I can see the BMW 328, Dr. Vijay Mallya there as well.
We have lots of nice cars here today, Marcus. There's one in particular that's caught your eye throughout the day. Do you want to share that with us?
Obviously, like being a judge at the dog show, isn't it?
Yes.
I'd never go to a dog show because it's not my bag. But yeah, I really like that GN Katipo. I think it's a brilliant piece of engineering, beautifully made, and charming young lad who has made the car. And I think that's going to be a force to be reckoned with as he gets to know the hills.
It's sort of in the spirit of Bloody Mary, isn't it? Small, low down.
Very much so.
Power.
Very much so. And I knew John Bolster because he was the technical editor of Autosport for so many years from its foundation in 1950, and he'd have been absolutely thrilled to bits to see that, because this is an immaculate kind of version, and his was a sort of a rather rough and ready kind of thing. Bolster was a very clever man, and he and his brother Richard had this penchant for building wacky racers, and young Louis McNair, who's built this car, the Kiwi, has all the right attributes. He's got the fire in his belly. He's got the ability to drive it. He's got the ability to make a beautiful piece of equipment that is not only really suitable for purpose, but it's just ingenious. It's a lovely, lovely piece of kit. That's my kind of car of the weekend, I think.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, there's still lots to do. There's still an auto jumble and a couple of catering stands. Plenty of cars to look at, not only in the paddock but over by the house. The British Legion stuff, wartime vehicles. And the sun seems to be staying out as well later on in the day, which is nice.
Keep our fingers crossed.
Yes, definitely. But I think we've seen the worst of it now. As we just wait for the marshals to do their thing. They do so well at every meeting we have. And again, I hope the owner of the BMW bike with the registration M659 ending in a K, you found your keys and you can go home. We haven't seen a bike disappear yet, but hopefully you found your keys, and hopefully there's an iPhone being handed in somewhere. I presume the car keys were found as well, which is good.
Every time you mention car keys and phone, I keep looking round to see that mine are still.
You see, yeah, I've checked. Yeah, I think. See, I've
That
left
would be embarrassing.
I've left my house keys at home this weekend, and it's always very weird not to have them in your pocket, thinking, "Oh my God, where have I left them?" No, I've left them at home because there will be someone home when I get home.
Just hope that someone's in when you get
Yes,
there. Yeah.
yeah.
Fair old schlep back to the north, isn't it?
Yeah, back up to Huddersfield. Yeah, hopefully do it within 5 hours this evening. Sit back, cruise control on, podcast on, away we go.
The impetuosity of youth.
Well, say last month I did 500 miles in 2 days in a 1956 Morgan Plus 4 Supersport with a blown exhaust manifold gasket, which was not as comfortable as I'd have liked, but there we go. And speaking of podcasts, of course, the Vintage Sports Car Club now has its own podcast, interviewing runners and riders local to the club. Dougal Corley featured recently. We've had a couple more stars of the club as well feature, so do have a look. They're on YouTube. They're really good value, actually. As we see, plenty of cool highlights on the YouTube. Anyone still with us on YouTube? I haven't checked recently to see how many numbers we've got to, but it'd be nice to interact with you guys who are online.
Looking from our box, not only surveying the scene here at Wiscombe, but behind us we've got still got quite a good collection of vintage and historic classic cars. Motorcycle here as well, which I followed down the road this morning. Rarity is the Warwick GT, the 2-litre Warwick GT, based on the Peerless, which had Triumph TR underpinnings and engine, designed by Bernie Roger. And it's a nice example.
Yeah, we usually have, especially at Silverstone, a lot of nice classic cars dotted about. People coming. If it wasn't so far, I'd love to have bring something of my own classic-wise, but it's a bit far for something of that age, perhaps. Especially like the Wiscombe Cider. Austin... Is it in Austin?
It's a Morris.
Morris, yeah.
Bullnose Morris, isn't it?
Morris
County.
Morris, yeah. Really nice, patinaed looking thing. And ironically, the business established in 1970, but yet using a pre-war vehicle for their signage. But I doubt a Bedford van would have looked, or a Transit would have looked as appropriate as the Morris.
Latest Transits are all made in Turkey, aren't they?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, but people they're made all over the shop now. As I drove through Weston-super-Mare on the way down yesterday, saw hundreds of cars in the docks ready to be sent God knows where, or have if they've just been dropped off. But lots of new cars with stickered up windscreens ready to be sent to their new owners or forecourts.
The international port of Weston-super-Mare.
Well, we have car 30 making their way back down. They should get another go, as there was a subsequent red flag, so they should be allowed to go again.
Yes, that was the car that was red flagged.
What? Oh, we've got a question from Paul. What modifications are permissible? Ooh.
Depends on which
Depends
class
on-
you're in, depends on what type
Yeah.
of car you're in.
If it's period, like a lot of cars, you could add a supercharger to your Austin 7, for instance, but that would change your class. Now, a lot of these cars were you see them now as they were in the 1920s, 1930s. A lot of people get very precious about that sort of thing. Now, right, don't get me wrong, you can run with modern HT leads perhaps, or spark plugs, tyres, especially brake components, because a lot of these cars, especially around race meetings, are quicker now than they ever were, thanks to modern components.
Yes, absolutely, and of course where you've got blocks that you can liner them with more precision. You've got precision pistons, better materials, etc. Better materials for valves, I'm sure, as well. So some things are very much permissible, but it would depend on the cars and on which specification you were running them. But some are still very, very original.
Absolutely.
In all respects.
It depends what you want to drive, really, as well. We do have scrutineers that check things.
And to a degree what you want to spend, because you can get into a development
rack up a
sort of
fortune.
situation, yeah.
Now, some people like the idea that they're driving a 1935 Riley. Because it's a 1935 Riley, they don't want it to feel like a brand new Caterham, for example. But there's a lot of cars that were well ahead of their time, so do you need to muck around with them? There's
an element, isn't there, of wanting to drive the cars that your heroes of previous generations drove in the manner that they would have.
Well, for example, my dad took his 1948 Connaught L2 to the Goodwood Revival a couple of years ago and was lapped. He was stone dead last, but he was actually lapping the circuit 2 seconds quicker than Kenneth McAlpine, and he was a top boy back in the day. He was a very competitive winner, but because of the way
1, 2, and 3. Those 4 cars are ready to go. Glorious sunshine here again now.
Yeah, it's getting warm in the commentary box, dare I say it.
Yeah, it's splendid.
Move my water out of the sun, but
There
we're
he
away.
goes.
The Hyper, off he goes. Car 31.
Yeah, type of car in which Kay Don won the 1928 Tourist Trophy race.
As car 33 slowly works his way, the beautiful burgundy bodywork in black vinyl, black leather, keeping the revs high, ready to warm his tyres up. See, now we should see some quick times.
Yes, we also have that half-hour lull where a bit of more temperature is built up and
Drying out.
Yeah, the crackle of the BMW engine.
What a noise.
Yeah, it's lovely.
In the Beamer.
Straight 6 engine. And
Straight 6 noise. That'll do.
Good to see.
Well, we're looking for 31 to come back any moment.
Time then for that car crown white is a 66.71. Good improvement on earlier. Improving from 68.41. BJ Mallier's on his way. The next of the Lee Francis, the S-Type Hyper, is on the line. Again, a supercharged car. And Paul Giddings has rejoined the queue, has he? I think he might well have done to left. I can see 50 from the Next class.
31's returned a 6671. Likewise, 32 back in the Beamer, a 5902. His quickest run of the day, and indeed the quickest run of this class.
58.72 for Mike Pallett earlier on, I think, wasn't it? 33.
Oh yes, sorry, yeah, 5872. I do apologise, in the S-type.
So that car's on the line and can go quicker, I'm
Yes,
sure.
we'd hope so.
Time for
33 is a fail, sadly. We've missed where something maybe missed a gear, clipped an apex. We can't quite see, as we've got some more red flags out on the course. It's a shame, just as things were starting to move again. But we'll let the marshals do what they need to do. Hopefully a small pause.
the car that has had the fail, Mike Pallett with Lee Francis, has the class in the bag with a 58.72. We've got Paul
Yes.
Giddings still to run again, but he was in a big stately Lagonda. Is unlikely to challenge the nimble.
Well, I think this sudden burst of sun encouraging people to stick around, grab some food, grab a pint.
Paul Giddings has actually gone up. He's been red flagged again.
Again, oh gosh, it's not his day for trying again, is it? So he'll have had more runs than anyone else.
If
Well,
at first
half
you don't
runs.
succeed.
Yes, try again, and then try again, before trying again. And the turquoise car waiting in assembly eagerly, but I think he might be there a little bit longer. The Railton Light Sports of John Fack, I believe. Well, for those of you still with us on the live stream, hello. We've had people from Finland, from Germany, from Texas, from Denbydale in Huddersfield. We've had many people watching the live stream throughout today. Again, give us a wave, say hello. We've been interacting with you, answering some of your questions, which has been nice to see. As car number 30 is somewhere for the umpteenth time on the course, having been red flagged twice. Not his own fault, of course. It's just unfortunate for him. And again, a reminder, we've got the new VSCC Vintage Sports Car Club insurance, which includes cover for young members, member-to-member cover. So if you're a fellow member with insurance and you have insurance, want to swap cars for the weekend, that is absolutely fine. You'll be covered on their new policy. Your tools are also covered. And of course, you can drive throughout UK and Europe on this policy, so do inquire via the VSCC website. There's more details in your programme, which of course is £5 and has been £5 for as long as I've been coming to VSCC events over the past 11 years. So it is tremendous value and is of high editorial standard too.
Car that we're waiting to see coming down. We've got that that Railton Light Sports in the hands of John Fack, who's a multiple BTRDA sporting trials champion in impunity. Northern Ireland, Bill Crosley, and MSR. Of course, his brother Julian won it a couple of times with Meg Marion in their X Factor. Then there were the facsimiles that got built. Well, that's what they were.
Yeah.
Copies of the fact cars.
Yeah.
Great name for a sporting trials car. And interesting that the historic sporting trials movement has really gone gangbusters over the last,
It has.
I suppose, decade, 15 years, something like that. So we're just moving
Probably so that car
one of
30.
the
Yeah.
Vauxhalls back.
Yeah, we're moving a
It's
Vauxhall.
a familiar sight.
Yep.
Lagonda.
He's spent more time coming down the hill than he has going up the
I
hill.
now recognise a green Lagonda from
Yep.
even further away.
Well, yes, it was car 5-1, Roger Thorpe. I mentioned earlier the Vauxhall 3098 Tourer that was in my hotel last night. So you can spot that in the car park a mile away amongst the bland silver SUVs. So yeah, they're
They're going to
number
reverse
third-
the
reversing
gonna
back down. Very
reverse
clever.
the car down.
Really tests his manoeuvrability skills today. Up, down, left, right. And we said all day the comfortable way to do it, and he's been doing a lot of sitting around.
It's like just like remember the ice skating. You got a certain number of points for the compulsory figures. That's if you could reverse. Or someone
Reverse,
said
yeah.
once, if you get like giving James Hunter World Championship point if you could do a 3-point turn in his McLaren behind the pits at Brands Hatch, and then let him out into the race for the free program. But so we've got the Lagonda.
Yeah, really nice camera work actually on the live feed of the Lagonda backing up with the house in the background. A lovely shot from our camera crew.
Seconds away. Take 3.
Yes,
For
take
Giddings.
3 of his third run. I think there'll be a round of applause from the finish line marshals when he gets up this time round.
Attention Paddock, thank you for your patience this afternoon. As you're aware, we are now running very much behind schedule. We will keep you updated on that, but from my point of view of assembly, drivers, please do make sure that you are in your car, ready to go, so we can run through as quickly as possible. We would like everyone to get ready as possible. I need your cooperation to do this. Grey stuff yours, green stuff mine. Please do try that yourself. It will help. We are keen to get everyone around, so help me to be ready to go when I need you to be.
Well, wise words from our boss there. Get yourselves out there, get a run. Get up in one piece, and we'll all go home happy.
Paul Giddings then through the gate into the S's, which undulate and rise towards that hairpin at Sawbench, past the Keith Bank, and into the hairpin.
Of course, we go back to Class 4 for car 30, yet again flicking over in your programmes. Final bend, which is now dried out, Marcus, which is nice to see. A fully dry line, despite being covered by trees, yeah.
Yeah, and you got up the hill then to Martini.
And we should see him take the checkered flag. Here he goes, one more bend to go.
Yep, time then for
30
Giddings
is 82.05.
82.05. 3/4 of a second quicker than before.
He's just happy to get to the top.
Yep, now we're into the Vauxhalls, are we not?
Indeed.
So we should be seeing 50 Erica Pilkington, 51 Roger Thorpe, and 52 Robert Frankham, different flavours of 3098, 71.77 for car 50.
Slightly slower.
Yeah, 1400 slower than the early run for Erica Pilkington. Then she was quickest of the 3 Vauxhalls by 1.5 seconds ish. Early on, I can see the blue one you talked about crossing the line. That's Roger Thorpe in 51, and Roger Thorpe's
Waiting
time.
for him to come through now, I think. There he is, at the side of the ticket machine.
71.73.
Something a lot more satisfying about the ticket machine than showing us the time on the screens. Much more exciting.
1.73 is a good improvement and was 4 hundredths quicker than Erica Pilkington on that run, but 1/10 slower than Erica Pilkington's first run. So the third of the Vauxhalls is Robert Frankham, but that is stationary at Sawbench.
Yep, the finish is a couple corners away. The marshals are just sweeping up some oil or coolant just before the finish line after Martini. Fair dues to them. We need them to do that to prevent any further incidents. So 52 will be a red flag run, and they should get to run again.
That's 52 Robert Frankham.
Yep.
John Fack next on the line. Brother Jerome had problems with the Brough Superior first time out. He won one of those sporting trials championships with John. But the Brough Superior, I think, was probably left at the top. Someone's tooted a horn somewhere. So David Pearce from the organisation here says, I agree, John the cameraman is superb. Well, thank you for blowing his trumpet.
There we go. Nice one, David, for recognising John's superb camera work.
I was responding to your comment earlier on, John.
Yes.
I think. That's what it was.
There's obviously a bit of a delay. Here's a live stream. How live is debatable. As the steam car sits in the assembly area. The white racing car, as it is affectionately known. I wonder if that's on the V5.
Whistling Billy.
Or on the definitely on the Brough form.
Okay, so the third of the Vauxhalls has gone to the top. Because we're nearly at the end of a batch, aren't we? So
yes, we're getting that way. Yeah, of course, some cars have been sat at the top for an awful long time.
Probably loaded onto their trailers by now.
Yeah, they might have done. Yeah, and just walk down and collect their belongings afterwards. You know, it depends how much they've left in the paddock. As we get ready to start again.
A little bit of dust going down where the Vauxhall have been sitting.
Yep.
At
the Marshall's magic dust.
Like the referee's magic spray that sort of seems to
football
cure
matches,
most ills on a football match.
Like when you're at school, if someone's been unwell, the magic sawdust comes out, or a magic paper towel, and it fixes any ailment.
You gargle with TCP at our school if you've got a sore throat, or rub TCP into it, dear, if you cut yourself.
Yeah.
You had that horrible sort of floral smell of TCP then you could get
Dettol.
rid of for days with Dettol.
Yes.
I like Dettol.
Fallen over, bath of Dettol.
Yeah,
Does it sting? Good.
Excellent. That's the healing process.
Yeah. Well, the red flags have been waved, therefore they come back in.
The other great thing, of course, is Swarfiga.
Swarfiga.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some of that for when I've been working on cars that gritted Swarfiga, and it's good, but it's horrible. It smells worse than what's on the hands.
Fine stuff, Swarfiga. Great milkshake flavour.
Yeah, we bought some at the NEC, a trade discount, 5 kilos for a tenner, something like that. 20 litres of the stuff.
Yeah, 15 years ago, but it still works. But just
Yeah, it'll still
scoop at a time.
Yeah.
So we've got on the line then. We've got the Railton.
Yep, finally makes its way. As it takes to the course, a Wasp takes to the commentary box. Show business in action.
Large B yesterday came in. It was vast. managed to kind of shoo it somewhere towards the exit.
This one is definitely a wasp.
Condition stable. Here comes the Fackmobile, John Fack, in the kind of Leighton House liveried Railton Light Sports. 4.2 litres, and
time should come soon as he makes his way around Martini as the steam power car takes for its penultimate run. Of course, a shared car whirring away, sounding like a B-Tech Doctor Who villain.
Time for John Fack, 57.57. Good improvement. And that is the best time in the class by a country mile.
Yeah, definitely. We're in the 70s for the rest of this group, aren't we?
Yes. Closely matched as well.
Yeah, they are.
Because so far it's John Fack 57.57.
And then 71.71.
Then 71.63. Erica Pilkington, the Vauxhall, 71.73. Roger Thorpe in his Vauxhall, 72.92. Jerome Fack with the Bruff Superior Alpine GS. We've yet to see the final response from Robert Frankham with his Vauxhall 3098. I'm fairly certain that John Fack is going to be first in class with that improved time of 57.57. How's the Whistling Billy doing?
It's still here, of course. Has it run wide? No, he's got it under control. He's tamed the beast.
Bob Dyke earlier on took the steam-powered car of 1905. It's a kind of a reconstruction, isn't it, of that car?
Whistling Billy is on DVLA website as white in the vehicle make column, showing a cylinder capacity of 2,687 cc's. Yes. Okay, thank you very much for that comment, keeping us up to date.
Let's see if he can improve on the 111.34.
It's almost like a magic trick. Puff of white smoke and he disappears.
113.97. Not as quick as before. By a couple of seconds. Nonetheless, a valiant effort by Bob Dyke. See whether Michael Dyke can close on him.
Any better, yep.
Having had a problem in the first run.
As we have the Seat Leon take to the hill before more highlights. Really good feature this on the live score, the live feed, the highlights.
Good to see some of the Nashes here, always so impressive. Here's Roger Thorpe's Vauxhall. Oh, that's what happened. Roger Thorpe went clambering up the bank on the exit of...
That'll do it, that'll do it.
That's what put the debris in the road. It was very dramatic.
From now we should see classes 8 to 11 rock up again. But first, of course, the cars need to make their way back down the hill.
You've enjoyed, ladies and gentlemen, the display of military vehicles outside Wiscombe Park House here to our right. The fine collection of everything from the Austin ambulance through the couple of Humbers to the 1940 Australian built Dodge and Woody's Jeep in there as well, and the Daimler Ferret Scout car. It was a Ferret Scout car in which one of the famous old sprint cars was built on. The Triangle Flying Saucer, I think it might have only been the which ran back in the day. Ted Lloyd Jones won the Brighton Speed Trials, I think, one year.
Well, we know that the iPhone has been found, the bike keys have been found, but we still have some 2 3/4 inch and 3 inch clamps purchased for £10. So if you're missing some clamps, come and grab them from the commentary box.
Otherwise, we'll return them to the
back to the auto jumble, and he's £10 up on the day again.
or perhaps take them to the club office, because bound to be a member who's bought them to do something with them.
Yeah, someone will remember.
Car's coming down then.
Yeah. Welcome back, our valiant troops.
There's one more car to see from Class 1. That's the second run of 707, Evie Mason in the William Marsh Austin 7 Ulster. But at the moment it looks as though with a time of 57.35 it is William Marsh in the red Ulster there who has is likely to take the class. Only car under a minute. Peter Howard chased with a 68.95, as did Jonathan Lazell with a 67.25. So Lazell second, Howard third, and then behind them it would be Richard Butterworth on a 70.49 and Robert Rhodes on a 72.63. Which was only a few hundredths quicker than Evie Mason went. But Evie Mason could find a couple of seconds and gain a place in the class in the deciding run of Class 1. I think we're certain that William Marsh, though, has won it. In terms of on scratch and handicap, that could be a different kettle of fish. So Whistling Billy is
made its for the first time today. It's made its way up under its own steam. Ha ha ha!
Tanya's disappeared in the
yeah, she's reappeared from the steam. Pop pop pop. As the Dion makes its way down.
Yep, to Dion going forward into Class 7. Tim Harrison. The 1 litre de Dion of 1911, followed by 61, which is John de Verve, the Singer Hillclimb car of 1913.
You have to think it's amazing how that 1911 Dion was changed from, say, 1903 to Dion. The amount of changes and advancements in just 7 years.
Works development.
Yeah.
Now, that Dion was handicapped at 140 seconds. It's gone up in 115.86 so far.
So it's probably got 105 handicap next time.
Yes.
Pop, pop. Oh, really lifting his elbow up there for the cameras.
John de Verve's actually under his handicap in the Singer, which will be second to go. There goes the Dion Bouton. The Type de Course racing car type. And it's nearly at the gate. leaning to the right to go through the gate.
Yeah.
Right to go to the gate.
Tim Harrison coming through the kind of wiggle woggle. Not straight lining it, that's for sure.
No.
But it's a little bit steep for the 1 litre, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It really is. Really trying, jumping up and down in the seat, over it, hustling it along. Got the slower drivers back at the more in the 60s to say on the Mulsanne straight they had time to read a book, check the instruments, have a fag, have an orange.
Change the radio channel.
Yeah.
And there goes the De Dion round Saw Bench. Herring after it will be John de Verve with the Singer. Went up in a 97.55 earlier on. That's through the gate. This distinctive kind of flat tail.
Well, this could be a PB for car 60 if he hustles. And he's done it in a... No, hasn't quite beaten his first competitive run. 117.72.
So what's John de Verve going to manage? He's round Saw Bench. As next up is one of the little Austins, isn't it?
Yes.
Double driven Austin, I guess.
We're waiting to see 71 return.
61, then John de Verve, 89.79. Good improvement. 8-second improvement with a handicap of 100 seconds. Gone over 10 seconds quicker than that, but I think with a handicap of the 24 and a bit seconds under its handicap, Tim Harrison will win this when the De Dion boot onto course. But fastest on the course will be that run we've just seen from John de Verve with the Singer. Car 71 was next. That was Chris Pickering in the Austin 7 Ulster. 66.11. 2.5 seconds quicker than before.
And indeed his quickest time of the day and quickest competitive run.
66.11. We'll move them up the order a little bit, but there's room for improvement from the chasers. We now have pretty much perfect conditions. Car 726.
In the previous class.
58.37. 726.
Ah, from class 3.
Yeah, that's 726. It's a 58.37.
As simplicity makes its way down.
So it must have been Matthew Moore before got the 61.26. And a 58.37 for Jack Bond there.
Class 707. Pulls away. No, it doesn't. It's already away, sorry. 52 returns.
52 is Robert Frankham, gets that run in a 73.15. Big improvement. 5.5 seconds.
That's years.
But stays effectively where he is in the class.
Simplicity is well underway now. 707 comes back with a 6743.
That's back into the first class. 67.43.
Blitz.
Good effort.
Yeah. Quite a good advantage, and 10 seconds off Williams' time, so that's a nice comparison. As Clive Bourbon in car 77 for class 8 makes his way through the assembly.
And that class then will have gone to William Marshall at 57.35. 67.35. In second place on 67.25 will be Jonathan Lazell. Then in third place on 67.43 with that run last time will be Evie Mason. So very well done to Evie there to move up the order. Next we have 73 by the looks of things. 73 William Hargreaves in the Riley, 70.61, a little bit slower than before, by half a second or so. And after William Hargreaves we saw 75, it was 62.37, 5 seconds quicker than before. That was Graham Beckett in Simplicity. That's going to be a big improvement in class up to, I think it's going to be second or third. Oh yes, we've got the Riley Brooklands has gone 57 right up front, but let's have a look what's next. 76 is a 65.32 for Terry McGrath with the Amel car. 65.32,
just 76.
Half a second away for 76 from the previous run. Clive Bergman
64.67, his quickest run of the day. He's been very consistent, saying 67, 65, 67. Now 64.67. So 2 seconds away from his handicap. That's pretty respectable.
And 3 seconds faster than the earlier run. So lots of changes likely to happen in this class, with Chris Pickering 66.11, William Hargreaves 70.14, Graham Beckett 62.37, Terry McGrath 64.83, Clive Bergman 64.67, and more to come, because 78 has just done a 64.44. That's Tim Golland. 64.44. That's quicker than Bergman went by a quarter of a second. And so this is in the middle of the class somewhere, I think, by the time they all run. It's another car 80, 63.15 for David Furnell. That's an improvement by 1.5 seconds.
Absolutely, and just quicker by 20th of a second from his first practice as well. So yeah, the fact that the course has dried out is making a massive difference.
Yes, we've got Riley's the Amel car to go again. And some others in this car. 81 has done a 60.34. Kevin Morton, 60.34. Almost a second improvement on the earlier run for Kevin with the Riley 9 Special. Car still led by Tim Stamper on a 57.45, with the Riley Brooklands replica shared with Ian Muir, who is on course, I believe. He did a 64.14 earlier on. And car 82, Ian Muir, has done a 61.28. Big improvement.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Nearly 3.
Yeah, very nearly.
2.9 seconds improvement then for Ian Muir with the 1100 Riley. We've got Morton in the 60s, Muir in the 61s, Beckett in the 62s, but 57 is way quicker for Tim Stamper.
7.22 posts a 1 minute dead. A 60.
It's car 722. Find out where that one is.
It's class 3, that one.
3722. Oh yes, it's Mark Roston Edwards. 60.00. It's almost 2 seconds, 1.99 seconds quicker than before. Patrick Blakeney Edwards far and away quickest in a 50.48 in this class.
Lots of overrun. Going on to
up
first,
at 90.
snatching second.
That's Sarah Kellaway with the Riley 12.4 special. 61.14. 1.6 seconds improvement for Sarah Kellaway in 90. 91 sorry, 90 was 66.34. Sorry, 61.14 was the Jack Butler time. 61.14 is an improvement for Jack Butler. 66.34 wasn't for Sarah Kellaway. 92 should be up next.
Yep. Yeah, 92 finish. Oh, it's a fail for 92, unfortunately.
92 has failed then. Andrew
Andy
Briggs.
Briggs.
And 93 was flagged.
Yeah.
David
So
Robert.
they should get another go. The recovery vehicle, the X-Trail, the burgundy coloured recovery wagon, is making its way up. We're in danger of the red flags going orange with all the sun they've been seeing today.
Is moving down. That's Tomo Voigt with the Riley 12.4 special with that flat tail where it would take some extra wheels.
Well, the green flags are out now, so hopefully we can. I think they probably pushed those other cars away into the safety zones. Green flag, just waiting for the green light, and there it is. That's car 94. Dr. David Morley in the Riley Special, 1496cc 1932 Special. Isn't hanging around, making up lost time.
Turns through the gate. Nice smooth progress.
Absolutely.
Carrying some speed too, which is impressive. Gunning for maybe a sub 60.
Hopefully, yeah, that's sort of the goal with this class. The record is a 48, so set by Michael James.
Yes, 2 years ago.
He's still in his first practice, managed a 4.985.
It's got
94, you were right, Marcus, 5.951.
Hey, good.
Just below a minute. Just.
That's the sort of thing you go home and you'll be really pumped up about.
Yeah,
because
below a
that's
minute.
a kind of a psychological barrier, isn't
It's a
it?
nice baseline, isn't it?
Yeah. Tomo Voigt up in the. Yes, here he comes. Arriving at Saw Bench, takes a wide line in, quite leisurely, and then gets back on the throttle onto the top straight. We saw the next car open up that first corner at Wiz.
Bouncing about.
It's like we said, it's a wide line in to get that power down, and it's on a charge.
7 flies away from the line. But we have a time for 95, 7109 for the Riley 12.4.
7109, which is half a second slower than the earlier run.
And car 96, which is of course another Riley 12.4 special from Harry Hoskins, puts down a 5950. Another sub 1 minute time.
Paul Compton's on the hill with the Wolseley Aries special, and Dr. Christopher Downham follows. Time comes in for Paul Compton, 58.88.
Yeah, that's this class's aiming point, isn't it? Sub 1 minute, the desirable times.
And Robert with one run owed to him. Morley, Voigt, no, not Voigt, he's on a 70 something. Morley, Hoskins and Compton have all got there. What's Downham going to do in 98? There we go, a 53.37. That's a terrific time.
Indeed.
He set a 64.4 earlier on. That's a super time, because quickest is Michael James on a 52.88. That approached it, but Michael James chasing with the record to his name from 2 years ago in this car, 48.59, and he's hanging it out, isn't he? Up through the, he's absolutely on. He'll stand on the brakes.
Style points,
yeah,
but still composed.
And neat coming out as well. Took plenty of speed out of the apex of the hairpin.
As 101 takes to the hill as well. We'll keep this one, not something we want to get rid of.
And Michael James, 99, is a 51.03.
Yeah, so yeah, his quickest timed run to count, so still probably a class win there, which is nice.
Yes, 51.03. Next up will be Christopher Downham, 53.37 currently. It's William Butler and Andrew Oliver still to go in this class, plus that David McRobert time. David McRobert's got seconds in hand, I'm sure.
As we wait for 101 to finish, very competitive despite its size, a 6.221 for the Alvis 1250 special.
That's car 101. 62.21, yeah, 6/10 better. Did we not see Timothy Robson with the Magna number 100? I don't think we did. 102, 56.15. 56.15. Super improvement.
Yeah, 2 seconds off there. That's
2.3 gone for Paul Mullins. Leaves him second in the class to Charles Pither, I think. Did you get a first run time for 104?
104, yes. We haven't seen him at all today.
No.
At least he's got out there once. Whoa. That's 105 out now. 103 is soon to complete.
It's Richard White. In the Graham White Fraser Nash Super Sports. Car number 103 then, waiting for a time there.
Yeah, should see that in a moment. And then as Piglet heads down.
Ooh, clonked the bank on the exit of the hairpin at Sawfetch.
Hopefully nothing serious.
At 103, 72, 48. A little bit of an improvement, but an improvement nonetheless.
Yep.
For Richard White. Don't think we're going to see Chris Tabor.
106 returns. 105, sorry. 5506.
Despite hitting the bank.
Yeah, despite hitting the bank, still quicker than before by a couple of tenths.
By nearly 7 tenths.
And Piglet disappears with Wilf at the wheel to mark the start and the end of Class 11. Really flying away.
This car had a good look over after it had a bit of a moment in the S's.
Piglet's fairly solid. Piglet heading towards... Oh yeah, using the Nash handling characteristics to his advantage there.
106 then was from the previous class.
Yeah, a late entry, 106.6308. So 3 seconds off from his previous run.
Yeah, but for Paul Yallop in the Fraser Nash TT rep. 110, a 49.03 for Wilf Cawley.
Brilliant. Handicap of 50, so he's beaten his handicap, and that looks to be one of the quickest times today. Michael James, where did he end up? Yeah, he's beaten Michael James. Similar thing happened at Cabra, so that marks the end of this batch before we bring another batch down to go again.
771 was the last car up in that group, and that was, need to go back to where it's Joe Blake there with 771, 56.79 before, this time a super 54.60. So Joe Blake Edwards finds 2 1/5 seconds. Tom Waterfield Lads popped in a 51.74 with his first run. Somebody asked, Kiddo Duke asked, does anyone know if there are any photos of the old bridge over the track available on the internet? I have to say I don't. The person who probably would be Nigel Cole, who's a great historian of Wiscombe, but worth looking at Wiscombe Park websites in future weeks in case something is unearthed.
Attention Paddock, could we have all drivers in classes 11 to 14 into your cars ready to go immediately, please? All competitors in cars 11 to 14 into your cars immediately, please. Competitors in classes above 14, please could you stay with your cars? We will be running one big batch now, so we will be needing you quite soon. So that's 11 to 14, please get ready immediately. 14 onwards, please don't wander off. It'll be your turn soon.
Cars returning then from what should be the penultimate batch. It's early to say Genetzi 03. You'll be jamais content to know that we can't tell you officially at this point, but of course we've got a couple of cars under 50 seconds. But shortly we will know, because we've got the quickest cars coming up in this next batch. And we'll see whether the likes of Michael James with the Cotton Special, Ian Baxter, David Morris can unleash some strong times.
He doesn't usually disappoint in that department, to be fair.
No, exactly. Corley popped in that 49.03, which is a stout effort a minute ago.
It is indeed.
And his dad's going to come up later on. Will he match it, I wonder? He was almost a second shy in the first run. Did have a bit of a moment in the S's.
Yeah, that probably cost him about a second for that one.
So he sort of clambered off the bank.
As we have the final approximately 10 classes to go.
But 2 or 3 of them are very small classes. A couple of cars, or yeah,
a couple with just one car in it.
You've got Dougal to go in class 11, Michael Scott in class 12, a decent batch in 13, 3 cars in 14, 4 cars in 15, and then we've got 3 cars in 16, a couple of singleton classes, and then the 8 or so 500s at the end. Won't be long before we get the call up to bring the cars down for this last big batch. Cars on the move.
Yep, we've got 121, the Nash.
121 Michael Scott then with the Fraser Nash.
Yeah, lovely car.
Mark II Le Mans. 1953/54.
As Dougal follows suit behind, hoping to beat Wilf's time.
Dougal's not one to gift it to his lad, is he?
No, he'll make him work for it.
You can earn it.
Yeah.
But
as he sits and pumps. Yeah, gets the tyres warm. No messing about.
yeah. So Mike Scott away. Mike from Exeter, former circuit racer, had a Formula 2 Brabham, had a Formula 5000 Lola T300, and also campaigned a 1 litre Formula 3 Brabham BT20 ex Erky Salmon.
It's quite a good
CV,
career,
isn't it?
that, isn't it?
Good
Good
CV.
CV.
I saw Mike at Castle Coombe a couple of years ago in this Fraser Nash Griffiths Hague Trophy race with the HSCC.
Well, despite Dougal's ferocious start, he fed the power on gradually around the first bend, but as he's off into the trees now, we can no longer see him as Eleanor Bergman in the yellow Austin 7 makes her way 777 to the start line for the final time today. Well, car 121, Michael Scott's Fraser Nash Le Mans Mark II comes home with a 5.826. His quickest competitive run for today. And we'll see what Dougal comes back with momentarily as he slides his way around the top. He's on a 45, 46, 47. He's getting closer, 48, 49. No, he's not done it. Your time is safe, Wilf. 5151 for Dougal. So Wilf's time is safe for Class 11.
Yep. Dougal found almost 2 seconds, but he needed another 2 and a bit.
As Eleanor takes away for the final time. The glove box is now thoroughly taped together so it can't fall out of the dashboard. Looking to see some more times come through. Should see 776 return. Marshall's sending cars away nice and quickly now.
.776, 65.93. Small improvement, but worthwhile for Tim Ian Patton in Tim McGrath's Amel car, the French car. And Eleanor Bergman is next up. What did her dad do? 64, 67, and 72, 79 in the damp.
Yep. Well, we're waiting for that.
And she's done
6860.
6860.
So it's quicker than the 72. So 6860 for Eleanor's final time.
Yep.
Makes a difference when the glove box isn't falling out.
Absolutely. Looks like 4 and a bit seconds. She's ended up 4 seconds shy of her dad. But a very good run.
Absolutely, and 62.16 for Ethan Harris in the Riley 9 Special.
Not as fast as before.
No, not quite.
Fractionally slower, 4/10. That leaves quickest in class Tim Stamper in Ian Muir's Riley front runs. Has been rapid all weekend.
93 furiously away.
794 which was Andrew
Oliver,
Oliver,
yeah.
66.93. Little improvement.
Having not completed. Oh, I must have missed that one.
67.85.
67, all right, that's good.
791. Real time. That's got a 58.40. Good improvement.
Still a hot time, that.
58.40 for William Butler.
Yep.
Which means that. Well, we're waiting for David McRobert, aren't we, in 93, I think.
Yes, as the Bantam comes to the tyre warming area, and you can see from here that he is sat above the side of the car. He is on it, not in it.
93, 55.95. Good time.
Yes, because he was red flagged, sadly.
He was. 55.95. Class won by Michael James, by the looks of things, like 51.03. And then it'll be Christopher Downer on a 53.37. And 55.95 will be third, I think, for David McRobert, by the looks of things. 782, have we seen Tim Stamper go up again? We have. 55.99, good improvement.
Brilliant on a shared drive.
Yep,
782.
that's a second and a half quicker almost, and far and away.
Now that compares
quickest.
to the owner, 82, is actually 6 seconds quicker. Which is a bit of an insult, but fair enough, it shows what the car can do.
Tim Stamper, though, 55.99, the only sub 60 in the class. 60.34 will be second, and that is Kevin Morton. And in third, 61.28 by the looks of things, will be Ian Muir in the car that won the class. 703, meanwhile.
Way back to the start of the order for that one.
703. There we go.
As 132 takes the lead on the start line with some strange interference going on. Oh, there we go, it stopped.
I was looking for 703 in the programme here.
Frantically turning the pages.
And that was a 68.06 last time. Oh, that's one of the additional runners, isn't it?
6 second improvement, that's not bad. As 130 comes home. Neil Thorpe, sorry. For a 60.58. Oh, 0.2 of a second approx. Couple of tenths, that's all that's in it. And we're looking for another finish coming crop. 132, a 6573. An improvement on the practice, and that's the only competitive run they've had this so far. And here comes your famed Katipo to the line as we see 133 return, 6494. A second improvement on the previous timed run to count. Just little wins, that's what we're looking for, little wins. Speaking of little wins, Wilf's making his way down to assembly, having posted a quicker time than his dad. That'll be an interesting and quiet drive home.
So Darren Darchambault did a 61.20 in car 134. Slightly off the previous best. 133, Peter Aspin did a 64.94. Small improvement. Car 30 Neil Thorpe was on 60.91, did a 60.58 improvement. Jake Pennell in 131 hasn't run yet by the looks of things. 133 a 64.94, got that. 132 run. Yes, a 65.73, not as quick as before for Peter Loxton.
Well, George Scully is soon to complete. Yep, returns in a 5.576.
135 James Burmester 59.28.
Plenty of wheel spin from the Mulgee.
So sub a minute for James Burmester at 135. 138 55.76. Couple of seconds found by Louis McNair with the GM Katipo. Next up is 139, and that is James Painter. 55.81.
Not bad, not bad. Nearly 10 seconds.
Yes, that's the car that nosed against the bank as it left the...
cost some time.
Yeah, a sore bench last time. The first
stopped to pick some flowers up for the way home. Oh, very straight line.
140, 51.33 for Fiddly Hope Cameron. That's a cracking time, 53.67 before. And that's going to be good enough to win the class, I'm pretty certain. Second.
No, we've got quite a few more. We've got
second in the class currently on 55.76 is Louis McNair. Third is James Painter. A big improvement.
yeah, this is the last batch.
140 Finley Home Cameron. We gave you his time. That cracking 51.33. 24.42 to the split, which was way quicker than anybody else.
There's a blower leaves the line. And car number 100.
And one of the Austin monopostos has stopped at the
yes, you just see some wire
bench.
spokes.
Yep.
And someone else has stopped because there's a stop at the finish as well, by the looks of things. Yeah, some reds are going out accordingly to reflect the stoppage. Yeah, a fail for 142, unfortunately.
142, that is James Blakeney Edwards.
Yeah.
In the Austin 7. Did you get a first run time for 737 perchance?
737, yes. So we had a fail, and then the previous run was a 6242. Second practice was a 66.
But the first time run?
For a 6670. No, it was a fail, sorry. 737.
For the first time run?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
why I'm struggling to see it,
Yep.
because it didn't happen.
Okay. Car back down to the start. That's the car that was flagged, which was number 100.
Yes, 100 is the
Tim Robson.
Yeah, MG Magna L1.
60.74 needs to get down into the 55s or 56s to challenge Charles Pither with the Fraser Nash Ulster, or Paul Mullins in the MGK Special. She's got an extra 100 or so cc. So the supercharged MG Magna is on the line. So we haven't got too many cars to run.
No, we shouldn't.
But it's
Beautiful
just-
course, lush forest. Absolutely, yeah. The groundkeepers have earned their coin for the way they've looked after the grounds here. That's a comment from YouTube. But it's cloudy in New York, USA. What a shame.
NC.
Yes.
I mean North Carolina.
North Carolina. Missing the wire, yeah. North Carolina, USA.
Tony Jones driving the Fraser Nash Patience in the early 1980s got FTD due to the rain coming after his run just before the racing cars went up.
Ah, there you go. Take that advantage and
go.
run with it.
That's Januzzi back again, Camille himself,
Yeah.
just preparing for another assault on the Jebek Highway.
Weather being kind or unkind to some.
What's FTD? Well, it's generally known as BTD, really, because it's
Yeah,
best time of the
But
day.
FTD is fastest time of day.
And times aren't fast. Times are times.
That's it. But it's a colloquial
It's colloquialism,
term,
isn't
yeah.
it?
It's what people know it to be.
So we've got another car coming back down, which is the
The
142, the
single-seater Austin.
single-seater. Is going to be back on the line as
Usually
well.
a circuit car. Was out at Silverstone. Spring start.
140. That's the that's James Blakely Edwards. He was given as a fail, but it looks like he's going to get another run.
Yeah, back onto the start line for another go.
It's like Santa Paul, just back,
Yeah.
onto the
Stage.
hook
Wait.
Malenko reverser in, and off you go.
Let
Big
gravity
event.
do its thing.
Big event coming up there, Santa Pod at the end of June. Last
All
week
right.
of June is the Dragstalgia, which
Nice.
will be unbelievable cars
Oh, yeah,
of the
it's-
50s, 60s, 70s.
I was meant to go to Santa Pod in 2020, but of course a lot of events got penciled out in
That's
2020.
right. That's right. My wife's been once, and she christened it Pontesad, and it stuck.
Yeah, we used to have a 57 Chevy in the fleet, and that had a 5.7, just a small block V8.
Fabulous. There was one here yesterday
Oh,
with
nice.
a motorcycle, a competitor's motorcycle on a little trailer behind it.
It's got the
was
torque.
back.
Yeah, made a
So
wonderful noise.
we are nearly back. It's going to be James Blakely Edwards first away with a little Austin 7 single-seater. I think we've seen 131 in
131 did a 65 dead on their
first
last
time
run.
round, but not seen it on the second run. That's 137. There's another Purnell. Not seen that in this run, so it leads me to believe that neither of them are going to run. 141 is George Scoley with the Austin Ulster.
Yeah, put a good run in there. 58.52.
What, second time up? That
Oh, sorry,
that
yeah,
was Purnell
5.3.
first time.
Yeah, 5.3.
62.42 was still 141 before.
Not bad for an Ulster against some pretty tall machines in this class.
So the little Austin Monoposto has clawed its way round saw bench, going up to the top in the hands of James Blakeney Edwards. Into the hairpin, nicely done, and
To
over the line.
Conclude with a 6.508.
Good improvement. Found towards 3 seconds. 6.508 then for 142. And now lots of revs.
Lots of wheel spin.
That was just the traction control kicking
Oh
in.
yes, the light flashing on the dash, I'm sure.
It's the right foot, it's
Yeah.
the traction control, all these cars. Yes, pushing on.
There's the Morgan Aero of 151. Alistair Rowe. Bang bang. Yeah, it keeps backfiring throughout today, but it hasn't deterred some competitive times. Just over a minute we're looking for from this one.
And we've got the Riley Cotton
Riley
Special
Cotton, Michael James.
arriving, Michael James. So this is going to be a quick one, ladies and gents, when the silver car with the tail fairing.
As the Morgan backfires through the trees, lovely sound.
Time for 150.
5261.
5261.
A pretty good 6-second improvement there. Here he goes. Just sounds purposeful, like he's got a mission to complete.
Alistair Rowe on the course, but Michael James herring up in the Cotton Special. Nicely controlled, but a big wiggle in the middle of the
Very
S's.
big,
He's
yeah.
absolutely on the edge of adhesion.
Of course, he's running 2 cars this weekend, so he's had lots of time to get to know the course. Oh, a bit of a wiggle under braking as well, hard on the brakes, some axle tramp. Oh, just snatching at the wheel to keep it on the move.
Crossed up coming out.
Of course, the sun will be in your eyes at that point of the course. Just the last 3/4 of the section.
151 was shown as a fail. That's Alistair Rowe.
Hopefully that hasn't impacted Michael James's run, because he was onto a real winner.
Yeah, that's right. 48.39 for Michael James.
Yeah, so Will sadly hasn't got FTD, as we were saying earlier, but just
Ian Baxter did a 49.38 earlier on, so Michael James in the Riley 12.4 Cotton Special is a second inside Ian Baxter's best. We've got David Pryke setting off. Dr. David Pryke in the Fraser Nash Shelsley
yeah.
2-litre car. $728 was the previous car we saw up. What's that?
160 of Richard Wiseman, the Bugatti Type 35, a 6245.
Not as quick as before.
No, not quite. And here's Ian Baxter in the Alta again. Watch out for this one, ladies and gents. He's snatching at the wheel on the straights. It's fantastic. 161 posts a 50.47. David Pryke. Well done, David. 2 seconds ahead of your previous time. You'll be happy with that. Alta comes scream. Oh, very wide, very wide. Yeah, and missed a gear as well. That will have slightly messed his time up, unfortunately. Going wide and missing a gear. 163 of Ian Baxter returns a 4745. I think I'm safe to say that could be our FTD. Unless the Norris Special has something up its sleeve.
Yes, I'm still trying to find the in the programme the 728. These complications with double drivers.
As the Norris Special takes to the hill for the final time of the day in glorious blue paintwork. Always a very quiet car, very quick, but never makes that much noise.
Well, 728 was the second run-up of the Eddie Williams Fraser Nash, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
49.96.
On 171, Tom Waterfield in the GN Harlequin, 50.43.
With 49.96 sticks for Eddie Williams in 728, that's quicker than Patrick Blakeney Edwards went in a 50.48.
Yep, and 4745 is Ian Baxter's quickest, and therefore today's quickest.
Yes.
The Norris Special 172 comes back with a 5118. A good time, but not quite competitive enough in this class.
Well, Harcourt Smith at 5118, 54.60 for Jay Blakeney Edwards. Have we seen what's Tom Waterfield done in 171?
Yes. He Waterfield came back with a 50.43.
Yes.
Yeah, in the Harlequin Special.
Which is good enough for the class.
They are indeed. Getting to the penultimate cars. As some of the Coopers start coming through.
Yeah.
Got 190 up at the minute. Simon Taylor. Now you can hear the Coopers before you see them, of course. .190 comes back with a 5350. 2 seconds up from their first run.
Yeah, 55.79. First time up for Simon Taylor with the HWM Chevrolet Stovebolt Special, 5.7 litres, 53.50. Only starter in class 19. Car 200, which is Alan Harrison in the Formula Junior Cooper. Time for him 58.62. 58.62.
Car 200.
To improve.
Yep. As car 211, Chase Reynolds, who failed before and went for a spin earlier today.
Chase
Hopefully
Reynolds
it makes it round today.
Yeah, see if he can avoid the bank this time.
This is where it went wrong, and he's safely around. 210 comes back. Jack Bond, a 53 dead. So that's 5 seconds off his wet time and 0.6 of a second off his practice time. So continual improvement throughout today.
That's in the Martin with the Norton engine. Chas Reynolds is going to put his first pucker time on board.
You'll hear more Coopers warming their tyres up.
Harry Painter led at the end of the first damp runs, 50.52 from 51.63 Hamish Cameron Evely and 52.15 yesterday's 500 winner, which is Richard Robarts. Chas Reynolds then a 55.55
for car 211. That's what could have been earlier but wasn't, but now is, which is nice. And he's taken 12 seconds off his second practice run.
Yeah,
that's impressive. Well. Of course, it would have been very wet indeed for his second practice run.
Has 212 gone up yet, which is Mike Wood with the Iota?
Yes, he's out there now. We should 5619 for Mike Wood.
Good improvement.
As we await car number 214, Richard Robarts,
Bright yellow Cooper Mark 11.
which is one of the favourite. All right, Harry Painter's the favourite for this one.
Well, he was in the dampish bit earlier on.
50.52, yeah.
Yeah, watch Richard go. He'll go under 50. I'm quite convinced. Ex-Grand Prix driver. 3 races for Bradham at the beginning of 1974. Tried to qualify Williams later in the year. And Mike Wood's gone up in
214, Richard.
And Richard Robarts 50.00.
50 there, that's not bad. That's the
quickest.
quickest so far, yeah. So we just need to wait to see what happens
What's
later on.
Hamish or Harry going to do about it? The two of the young guns.
Bit of wham to end the day.
Yeah. So it's all Richard Robarts win a Formula 3 race at Thruxton in October 1973.
Wow.
October the 28th, 1973, in actual fact it was.
215. Oh, a 4958.
Wow. 4958 for Hamish Cameron Eveley.
Is that quicker than
what
we had before? No, 47 is still RFTD, but yeah, the quickest in this class.
In the class, yeah, 49.58 for Hamish Cameron Eveley.
Speaking of writing too soon about quick cars.
Dent in the 217 goes up. What is Harry Painter going to do? He slides over the line. Great finish for him. And he does a 49.25.
Even quicker.
49.25. He looks like he's got the class.
Yeah, well, there's still Harry Painter is the favourite, of course, but there's still 2 cars to go.
Yep. 217's on course. That's Alistair Dent in the Cooper.
Oh.
And
That
the
sounded
Hornets
like he just blew a half shaft.
Snapped a chain or something.
Yeah, something popped on that aggressive takeoff. It all got a bit dramatic there, didn't it? Quick times, engine
We had
revs.
3 successive new class leaders in Richard Robarts, who moved up from 3rd to 1st, only to be supplanted by a tiny amount by Hamish Cameron Eveley in 215 at a 49.58, 4/10 quicker, and then Harry Painter shot up in the Cooper.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Well,
he managed a 49.08 in his first practice, so he's still fractionally slower, but of course that's not what's being counted.
No, exactly. And
I think this could be the end of play. If you can get it going again, fantastic. If not, today went out with a bang.
In the meantime, 217, a 54.11 for Alistair Dent. An improvement from 55.57. 218, we're going to get a time.
218, it's a fail. Yeah,
yes,
Oliver
that's
Dent.
Oliver Dent, whose Hornet has lost its sting on the line.
Yes, like the one in our commentary box. We won't go into that. Well, I think, Marcus, that concludes VSCC Wiscombe for 2025.
I think it does. Yes, fairly late hour, but we didn't see the ERA again, did we? In the second race?
No,
Don't
we
think
didn't.
so.
Well, people are making their way up now, so that's making sure the marshals get down.
And the marshals have done an absolutely
They have.
sterling job all weekend here, so
If you see a
congratulations
marshal,
to them.
thank them, give them a nod, because they've done a really good job. We just need to get our final batch of cars down. And yeah,
There's been plenty of action, but it's been a good action, and it's been a lot of fun here at Wiscombe Park. The annual classic weekend has passed through with the 500 Owners Association yesterday, Vintage Sports Car Club today. Further action at Wiscombe this year comes up thick and fast, because next weekend, 17th and 18th of May, we've got Torbay Motor Club on Saturday and Wildlife Autosport on Sunday. 26th and 27th of July is the British Hillclimb Championship round. 6th and 7th of September, 5 clubs, another good old clubby. 13th of September, the MG Car Club. 14th of September, it's bikes and sidecars for the NHCA Arnold Gimblett Speed Hillclimbs, celebrating the life of Pete Isaac's old mate, Arnold Gimblett. And of course, we've got the Walbridge Motor Club, who do such a sterling job here also, as the sort of the base of activities for organisation here at
Yes.
Wiscombe. Their marshals come out, stalwarts come out in all weathers, all year round, time and time again. So a great hello for them. The Wiscombe Park Speed Hill Climb itself, supported by Tillycourt Quarries, goes on through the year. But really it's down to a long season ahead of us still. It's early days with the Sports Car Club Speed Championship.
We're only round 2, but I'll be back at Donington on the 24th of May, week after next.
Excellent stuff. And yeah, I will be back at one of the race meetings. I'll certainly be at Mallory Park later in the season, probably working with your dad. So that'll be good fun. And it'll be same time next year with all with a fair wind here at Wiscombe Park. It's been a joy. So from me, Marcus Pye, good night.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Thanks again to our marshals. Thanks to Tanya for putting up with the assembly area. The after sun will need to be applied later, I'm sure. But yes, thank you, Marcus. I've been George Loveridge. See you later. Good night.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Up towards the gate. Oof. Little bit squiggly over the brow. Did that? Always on the
Yeah.
Start.
Towards the gate, little bit squiggly over the brow. Did that? Always on the
Yes.